A Darkness at Sethanon by Raymond E. Feist. Synopsis. Our story so far. After the Rift War against the Surani, alien invaders from the world of Kelewan, peace reigned in the Kingdom of the Isles for nearly a year. King Liam and his brothers Prince Aretha and Duke Martin toured the eastern cities and neighbouring kingdoms, then returned to Liam's capital at Rilannan. The Princess Carline, their sister, gave an ultimatum to her lover Laurie the minstrel: wed her or leave the palace. Aretha and Princess Anita became engaged, and plans were made for their wedding in Crondor, Aretha's city. When Aretha finally returned to Crondor late one night, Jimmy the Hand, a boy thief, stumbled across and foiled a Nighthawk, an assassin whose target was Aretha. It was a standing order among the mockers that all news of the Nighthawks be reported at once. Jimmy became confused about where his loyalty lay, with the mockers, the Guild of Thieves, or with Aretha, whom he had known the year before. Before he could decide, Jimmy was set up for murder by Laughing Jack, an officer in the mockers. Proof Jack was in league with the Nighthawks. During the ambush, Jimmy was wounded and Laughing Jack killed. Jimmy then decided to warn Aretha. Warned of the plot, Aretha, Laurie and Jimmy trapped two assassins and imprisoned them in the palace. Aretha discovered the Nighthawks were somehow connected to the temple of the death goddess Lims Kragma. He ordered the High Priestess to attend him, but by the time she arrived, one of the assassins had died and the other was dying. She sought to discover how her temple had been infiltrated by the Nighthawks. Upon dying, one of the captured Nighthawks was revealed as a magically disguised Murdel, a dark elf. The now dead creature rose up, called upon his master Mermandamus, and attacked the High Priestess and Aretha. Only the magic intervention of Aretha's advisor, Father Nathan, balked the otherwise unkillable creature. When the High Priestess and Father Nathan recovered from their ordeal, they warned Aretha that dark and alien powers sought his death. Aretha was troubled over the safety of his brother the king and the others who would be attending Aretha's forthcoming wedding, especially his beloved Anita. Deciding upon a quick solution, rather than further magic investigation, Aretha empowered Jimmy to arrange a meeting for him with the Upright Man, the mysterious head of the mockers. In darkness, Aretha met one who claimed to speak with the voice of the Upright Man, though it was never made clear to the prince if the speaker was himself the leader of the thieves. They came to an understanding on the need to rid the city of the Nighthawks, and, in the bargain, Jimmy was given into Aretha's service as a squire of the prince's court. Jimmy had broken oath with the mockers, and his career as a thief was over. Later, the Upright Man sent word of the location of the Nighthawks. Aretha and a company of trusted soldiers raided the Nighthawks' headquarters, the basement of the most expensive brothel in the city. Every assassin was killed or committed suicide. The finding of the body of Golden Dace, a thief and false friend to Jimmy, revealed that the Nighthawks had indeed infiltrated the mockers. Then, the dead assassins rose up, again by some dark power, and only by burning the entire building were they destroyed. At the palace, Aretha decided the immediate danger was over, and life returned to a semblance of normalcy. The king, the ambassador from Great Kesh, and other dignitaries arrived at the palace, and Jimmy caught a glimpse of Laughing Jack in the crowd. Jimmy was shocked, for he had been certain the false thief had died. Aretha alerted his most trusted advisors of the danger, and learned strange things were occurring in the north. It was decided there was a connection between those events and the assassins. Jimmy arrived with the news that the palace was honeycombed with secret passages, and his fear that he had seen Jack. Aretha decided upon a course of caution, taking care to guard the palace, but determined to proceed with the wedding. The wedding became a gathering point for all those who had been separated since the Rift War. In addition to the royal party, Pug the Magician came from Stardock, site of the Academy of Magicians. He was a one-time resident of Criddy, home to the king and his family. Culgan, his old teacher, attended along with Vandross, Duke of Yarbon, and Kasumi, the former Surani commander, now Earl of Lamut. With King Liam came Father Tully, another of Aretha's boyhood teachers, now an advisor to the king. Just before the wedding, Jimmy discovered that a window had been tampered with, and Laughing Jack was secreted in a cupola overlooking the hall. Jack overpowered the boy and bound him. When the wedding started, Jimmy managed to foil Jack's attempt at killing Aretha by wiggling forward and kicking Jack. They both fell, but were saved by Pug's magic. But after he had been cut loose, Jimmy discovered Jack's crossbow bolt had struck Anita. After examining the wounded Anita, Father Nathan, in conference with Father Tully, announced that the bolt had been poisoned and the princess was dying. Jack was questioned and revealed the truth behind the Nighthawks. He had been saved from death by a strange power named Mamandamus in return for attempting to kill Aretha. All he knew of the poison was that it was called Silverthorn. With that, he died. As Anita neared death, Culgan the Magician remembered that a large library existed at the Ashapian Abbey at Sarth, a town up the coast of the Bitter Sea. Pug and Father Nathan used their magic to suspend Anita in time until a cure could be found. Aretha vowed to travel to Sarth, and after an elaborate ruse to confuse possible spies, Aretha, Laurie, Jimmy, Martin and Gardan, captain of the prince's royal household guard, journeyed north. In the forest south of Sarth, they were attacked by black-armoured Moradel riders, under the command of a Moradel recognised by Laurie as a chieftain from the Yarbon mountain clans. Pursuing Aretha's party to the abbey at Sarth, the Moradel were repulsed by the magic of Brother Dominic, an Ishapian monk. The agents of Mamandamus attacked twice more at the abbey, almost bringing about the death of Brother Micah, revealed to be the former Duke of Crondor, Lord Dulanic. Father John, the abbot, explained to Aretha that there was a prophecy regarding the return to power of the Moradel once the Lord of the West was dead. One of Mamandamus's agents had called Aretha that, so it seemed the Moradel believed that the prophecy might be approaching fruition. At Sarth, Aretha also discovered that Silverthorn was a corruption of an elven word, so he decided to journey on to Elvendar and the court of the Elf Queen. Gardan and Dominic were ordered by Aretha and the abbot to travel to Stardock to carry the latest news to Pug and the other magicians there. In Illith, they encountered Rold, a mercenary and boyhood friend of Laurie, and Baru, a Hadati hillman from northern Yarbon. Baru was seeking the strange Moradel chief called Murad, wishing to avenge Murad's destruction of Baru's village. Both agreed to continue on with Aretha. At Stardock, Dominic and Gardan were attacked by flying elemental creatures, servants of Mamandamus, and were saved by Pug. Dominic met the magician Culgan and Katala, Pug's wife, as well as William, Pug's son, and Phantus, the fire drake. Pug listened to what they reported and asked the other magic users at Stardock for help. A blind seer, Rogan, had a vision of some dread power behind Mamandamus, which then attacked the old man across time and against probability, in defiance of all Pug understood of magic. A mute girl, Gamina, Rogan's ward, shared the vision, and her mental screaming overwhelmed Pug and his companions. Rogan survived the ordeal, and Gamina used her telepathic ability to recreate the vision for Pug and the others. They saw a city's destruction, and the terrible thing in the vision spoke in an ancient Surani tongue. Pug and the others who spoke the language were stunned at hearing this nearly forgotten temple language of Kellowan. In Elvendar, Aretha and his company met the Gwali, gentle ape-like creatures who were visiting the elves. The elves told of strange encounters with Moradel trackers near the northern borders of the elven forests. Aretha explained his mission, and was told of Silverthorn by Tathar, advisor to Queen Aglarana and Tomas, the prince consort, and inheritor of the ancient power of the Valheru, the Dragon Lords. Silverthorn grew in one place, on the shores of the Black Lake Morrelin, a place of dark powers. Tathar warned Aretha that it would be a dangerous journey, but Aretha vowed to continue. At Stardock, Pug determined that what menaced the kingdom was of Surani origin. Somehow, Kellowan and Midkemia again seemed to have their fates intertwined. The only possible source of knowledge about this threat would be the assembly of magicians upon Kellowan, thought to be forever closed off to them. Pug revealed to Kulgan and the others that he had found a means of returning to Kellowan. Over their objections, he decided to go back to see what he might do to gain knowledge. Once it was decided, both Meacham the Forester, Kulgan's companion for years, and Dominic forced Pug to take them along. Pug established a rift between the two worlds, and the three passed through. Back in the empire of Suranuani, Pug and his friends spoke first with Netoa, Pug's old estate manager, then with Komatsu, lord of the Shinzawai, Kasumi's father. The empire was in turmoil, on the verge of an open break between warlord and emperor. But Komatsu vowed to carry Pug's warning of this alien terror to the High Council, for Pug was convinced that should Midkemia fall, Kellowan would follow. Pug was met by his old friend Hotchapepper, a fellow magician, a great one of the empire. Hotchapepper agreed to plead Pug's cause before the assembly, for Pug had been named traitor to the empire and was under sentence of death. But before he could depart, they were assaulted magically and captured by the warlord's men. Aretha and his party reached the Black Lake Morrelin, avoiding a number of Moradel patrols and sentries. Galain, the elf, was sent by Tomas to carry news of another possible entrance to Morrelin. He told Aretha he would accompany them to the edge of the Tracks of the Hopeless, the canyon surrounding the plateau where Morrelin lay. Aretha and his company made their way to the Black Lake and discovered a strange black building, which they took to be a Valheru edifice. The search for Silverthorn was fruitless, and Aretha and the others spent the night in a cave below the surface of the plateau, where they decided they must enter the building. Pug and his companions awoke in a cell and found their magic blocked by an enchantment. Pug was questioned by the warlord and his two magician aides, the brothers Agoran and Elgahar, about his purpose in returning to the empire. The warlord was convinced it had to do with political opposition to his plans to take control of the empire from the emperor. Neither he nor Urgaran believed Pug's story of a strange power of Tsurani origin menacing Midkemia. Elgahar later came to Pug's cell to discuss the matter further and said he would consider Pug's warning. Before he left, he whispered a speculation to Pug, which Pug agreed was possible. Hotchapepper asked Pug what that speculation was, but Pug refused to discuss it. Later, Pug, Meacham and Dominic were put to torture. After Dominic entered a trance to block the pain and Meacham was rendered senseless, Pug was tortured. The pain and his resistance to the magic blocking his own caused Pug to succeed in using magic of the lesser path, something thought impossible heretofore. He freed himself and his companions as the Emperor arrived with the Lord of the Shinzawai. The warlord was executed for treason, and Pug was granted permission to conduct research in the assembly. Elgahar was instrumental in freeing Pug, and, when asked why, revealed the speculation he shared with Pug. Both believed the enemy, the ancient terror that drove the nations to Kellowan at the time of the Chaos Wars, had returned. At the assembly, Pug discovered a reference to strange beings living in the polar ice, the Watchers. He parted company with his friends and left to seek the Watchers, while Hotchapepper, Elgahar, Dominic and Meacham returned to Midkemia and the Academy. While hiding, Jimmy overheard some conversation between a Moradel and two human renegades, which gave him a clue something was not right about the Black Building. Jimmy convinced Aretha he should explore alone, as he was less likely to fall prey to any trap or ambush. Jimmy entered the strange Black Building and discovered what looked to be Silverthorn, but too many things about the place rang false. Jimmy returned to the cave with news that the building was one giant trap. Further exploration revealed the cave to be part of a large underground Velheru abode, nearly unrecognizable after ages of erosion. Jimmy then determined that Silverthorn must be underwater, as the elves had stated it grew close to the edge of the water and the rainfall that year had been heavy. That night, they found the plant and began their flight. Jimmy was injured and the party slowed. They eluded the Moradel sentries, but were forced to kill one, alerting Murad, who led the force set to capture Aretha. Near the edge of the elven forests, the exhausted party was forced to halt. Galain ran ahead, seeking his kinsman Carlin and the other elven warriors. The first band of Moradel overtook Aretha and was beaten back, but then Murad arrived with his larger force, including Black Slayers. Baru challenged Murad to single combat, and the strange honor code of the Moradel forced him to accept. Baru killed Murad, cutting his heart out to end the risk of his returning from the dead. Baru was cut down by a Moradel before he could return to his companions, and the battle was rejoined. As the prince's party was nearly overwhelmed, the elves arrived and drove off the Moradel. Baru was found to be barely alive, and the elves carried the prince and his party to the safety of Elvendar. The dead Black Slayers returned to life and pursued the elves to the edge of Elvendar, where Tomas arrived with the Spellweavers and destroyed the Black Slayers. At a celebration that night, Aretha learned that Baru would live after a long convalescence. Aretha and Martin considered the end of their quest, both knowing the battle was only a part of a larger conflict, whose final outcome had not been decided. Pug reached the northern edges of the Empire and, leaving his Sirani guards, set off across the Thun-held tundra. The strange centaur-like creatures who called themselves the Lasura sent an old warrior to converse with Pug. The creature revealed the existence of dwellers in the ice and ran off declaring Pug mad. Pug at last reached the glacier, where he was met by a cowled being. The Watcher who greeted Pug took him down below the ice cap to where a fabulous magic forest existed. It was called Elvardane and was twin to Elvendar. Pug discovered the Watchers to be elves, the long-vanished Eldar, or Elder Elves. Pug was to stay with them a year and learn arts beyond those he already had at his command. Aretha reached Krondor safely with the cure for Anita. She was revived and plans were made to finish the wedding. Carline insisted Laurie and she also get married at once, and, for the time being, the palace at Krondor was the scene of joy and happiness. Peace returned to the Kingdom of the Isles for almost a year. Book 4. Macross Redux. Lo, Death has reared himself a throne in a strange city. Poe, The City in the Sea, Stanza 1. Prologue. Dark Wind. The wind came from nowhere, ringing into existence with the reverberation of a hammer striking doom. It carried the heat of a forge that fashioned hot war and searing death. It came into being in the heart of a lost land, emerging from some strange place between that which is and that which seeks to be. It blew from the south, when snakes walked upright and spoke ancient words. Angry, it stank of ancient evil, echoing with long-forgotten prophecies. In a frenzy, the wind spun, swirling out of the void, as if seeking a course. Then it seemed to pause. Then it blew northward. The old nurse hummed a simple tune, one handed down from mother to daughter for generations while she sewed. She paused to glance up from her needlework. Her two small charges lay sleeping, tiny faces serene while they dreamed their tiny dreams. Occasionally, fingers would flex or lips would purse in sucking motions. Then one or the other would return to quiescence. They were beautiful babies and would grow to be handsome lads, of this the nurse was certain. As men, they would have only vague memories of the woman who sat with them this night. But for now, they belonged as much to her as their mother, who sat with her husband presiding over a state dinner. Then, through the window, a strange wind came, chilling her despite its heat. It carried a hint of alien and distorted dissonance in its sound, an evil tune barely perceived. The nurse shivered and looked toward the boys. They became restless, as if ready to wake crying. The nurse hurried to the window and closed the shutters, blocking out the strange and disquieting night air. For a moment, it seemed all time held its breath. Then, as if with a slight sigh, the breeze died away, and the night was calm again. The nurse tightened her shawl about her shoulders, and the baby stirred fitfully for another moment, before lapsing into a deep and quiet sleep. In another room nearby, a young man worked over a list, struggling to put aside personal likes and dislikes as he decided who was to serve at a minor function the next day. It was a task he hated, but he did it well. Then, the wind made the window curtains blow inward. Without thinking, the youngster was half out of his chair in a crouch, a dirk seeming to fly from his boot top to his hand, as a street-born sense of wariness signalled danger. Poised to fight, he stood with heart pounding for a long moment, as certain of a death struggle as he had ever been in his conflict-torn life. Seeing no one there, the young man slowly relaxed. The moment was lost. He shook his head in perplexity. An odd disquiet settled in the pit of his stomach as he slowly crossed to the window. For long, slowly passing minutes, he gazed towards the north, into the night, where he knew the great mountains lay, and beyond, where an enemy of dark aspect waited. The young man's eyes narrowed as he stared into the gloom, as if seeking to catch a glimpse of some danger lurking out there. Then, as the last of the rage and fear fled, he returned to his task. But throughout the balance of the night, he occasionally turned to look out the window. Out in the city, a group of revellers made their way through the streets, seeking another inn and more merry companions. The wind blew past them, and they halted a moment, exchanging glances. One, a seasoned mercenary, began to walk again, then halted, considering something. With a sudden loss of interest in celebration, he bade his companions good night and returned to the palace, where he had guested for almost a year. The wind blew out to sea, where a ship raced toward its home port after a long patrol. The captain, a tall old man with a scarred face and a white eye, paused as he was touched by the freshening wind. He was about to call for the sheets to be shortened when a strange chill passed through him. He looked over to his first mate, a pock-faced man who had been at his side for years. They exchanged glances, then the wind passed. The captain paused, gave the order to send men aloft, and, after another silent moment, shouted for extra lanterns to be lit against the suddenly oppressive gloom. Farther to the north, the wind blew through the streets of a city, creating angry little dust swirls that danced a mad caper across the cobbles, skittering along like demented jesters. Within this city, men from another world lived beside men born there. In the soldiers' commons of the garrison, a man from that other world wrestled one raised within a mile of where the match was taking place, with heavy wagering among those who watched. Each man had taken one fall, and the third would decide the winner. The wind suddenly struck, and the two opponents paused, looking about. Dust stung eyes, and several seasoned veterans suppressed shudders. Without words, the two opponents quit the match, and those who had placed wagers picked up their bets without protest. Silently, those in the commons returned to their quarters, the festive mood of the contest having fled before the bitter wind. The wind swept northward until it struck a forest where little ape-like beings, gentle and shy, huddled in the branches, seeking a warmth that only close physical contact can provide. Below, on the floor of the forest, a man sat in meditative pose. His legs were crossed, and he rested the backs of his wrists upon his knees, thumb and forefingers forming circles that represent the wheel of life to which all creatures are bound. His eyes snapped open at the first caress of the darkling wind, and he regarded the being who sat facing him. An old elf, showing but the faint signs of age native to his race, contemplated the human for a moment, seeing the unspoken question. He nodded his head slightly. The human picked up the two weapons that lay at his side. The long sword and half sword he placed in his belt sash, and with only a gesture of farewell, he was off, moving through the trees of the forest as he began his journey to the sea. There, he would seek out another man, one who was also counted friend to the elves, and prepare for the final confrontation that would soon begin. As the warrior made his way toward the ocean, the leaves rustled in the branches over his head. In another forest, leaves also trembled, in sympathy with those troubled by the passing dark wind. Across an enormous gulf of stars, around a greenish-yellow sun, spun a hot planet. Upon that world, below the cap of ice at the North Pole, lay a forest twin to that left behind by the travelling warrior. Deep within that second forest sat a circle of beings steeped in timeless lore. They wove magic. A soft, warm glow of light formed a sphere about them, as each sat upon the bare earth, richly coloured robes unblemished by stain of soil. All eyes were closed, but each saw what he or she needed to see. One, ancient beyond the memory of the others, sat above the circle, suspended in the air by the strength of the spell they all wove together. His white hair hung below his shoulders, held back by a simple wire of copper set with a single jade stone upon his forehead. His palms were held up and forward, and his eyes were fixed upon another, a black-robed human who floated opposite him. That other rode the currents of arcane energy, forming a matrix about him, sending his consciousness along those lines, mastering this alien magic. The black-robed one sat in mirror pose, his hands held palm out, but his eyes were closed as he learned. He mentally caressed the fabric of this ancient elven sorcery, and felt the intertwined energies of every living thing in this forest taken and lightly turned, never forced, toward the needs of the community. Thus, the spellweavers used their powers, gently but persistently, spinning the fibre of these ever-present natural energies into a thread of magic that could be used. He touched the magic with his mind, and he knew. He knew his powers were growing beyond human understanding, becoming godlike in comparison to what he had once thought were the limits of his talents. He had mastered much in the passing year, yet he knew there was much more to learn. Still, with his tutoring, he now had the means to find other sources of knowledge. The secrets known to few but the greatest masters, to pass between worlds by strength of will, to move through time, and even to cheat death, he now understood were possible. And with that understanding, he knew he would someday discover the means of mastering those secrets, if he was granted enough time, and time was at a premium. The leaves of the trees echoed the rustle of the distant dark wind. The man in black set dark eyes upon the ancient being floating before him as both withdrew their minds from the matrix. Speaking by strength of mind, the man in black said, "So soon, Akila." The other smiled, and pale blue eyes shone forth with a light of their own, a light which, when first seen, had startled the man in black. Now he knew that light came from a deep power beyond any he had known in any mortal save one. But this was a different power. Not the astonishing might of that other, but the soothing, healing power of life, love, and serenity. This being was truly one with all around him. To gaze into the glowing eyes was to be made whole, and his smile was a comfort to see. But the thoughts that crossed the distance between the two as they gently floated earthward were troubled. "It has been a year. It would have served us all had we more time. But time passes as it will, and it may be that you are ready." Then, with a texture of thought the black-robed man had come to understand was humour, he added aloud, "But, ready or unready, it is time." The others rose as one, and for a silent moment the black-clad one felt their minds join with his in a final farewell. They were sending him back to where a struggle was underway, a struggle in which he was to play a vital part. But they were sending him with much more than he had possessed when he had come to them. He felt the last contact and said, "Thank you. I will return to where I can travel quickly home." Without further words, he closed his eyes and vanished. Those in the circle were silent a moment, then each turned to undertake whatever task awaited him or her. In the branches, the leaves remained restless, and the echo of the dark wind was slow in fading. The dark wind blew until it reached a ridge trail above a distant vale, where a band of men crouched in hiding. For a brief moment they faced the south, as if seeking the source of this oddly disquieting wind. Then they returned to observing the plains below. The two closest to the ridge had ridden long and hard in response to a report by an outriding patrol. Below, an army gathered under banners of ill aspect. The leader, a greying tall man with a black patch over his right eye, hunkered down below the ridge. "It's as bad as we feared," he said in hushed tones. The other man, not as tall but stouter, scratched at a grey-shot black beard as he squatted beside his companion. "No, it's worse," he whispered. "By the number of campfires, there's one hell of a storm brewing down there." The man with the eye patch sat silently for a long moment, then said, "Well, we've somehow gained a year.
I expected them to hit us last summer. It is well we prepared, for now they'll surely come.
He moved in a crouch as he returned to where a tall, blond man held his horse.
Are you coming?
The second man said, No, I think I'll watch for a while. By seeing how many arrive and at what rate, I may hazard a good guess at how many he's bringing. The first man mounted. The blond man said,
What matter? When he comes, he'll bring all he has. I just don't like surprises, I suppose.
How long? Asked the leader. 2, 3 days at most. Then it will get too crowded hereabouts. They're certain to have patrols out. 2 days at the most. With a grim smile he said, You're not much as company goes, but after 2 years I've grown used to having you around. Be careful. The second man flashed a broad grin.
That cuts 2 ways. You've stung them enough for the last 2 years. They'd love to throw a net over you.
It wouldn't do to have them show up at the city gates with your head on a battle pike. The blond man said, That will not happen. His open smile was in contrast to his tone, one of determination the other two knew well.
Well, just see it doesn't. Now get along.
The company moved out, with one rider staying behind to accompany the stout man in his watch. After a long minute of observing, he muttered softly,
What are you up to this time, you misbegotten son of a motherless whoremonger? Just what are you going to throw at us this summer, Memandamus?
Chapter 1. Festival. Jimmy raced down the hall. The last few months had been a time of growth for Jimmy. He would be counted 16 years old the next Midsummer's Day, though no one knew his real age. 16 seemed a likely guess, although he might be closer to 17 or even 18 years old. Always athletic, he had begun to broaden in the shoulders and had gained nearly a head of height since coming to the court. He now looked more the man than the boy. But some things never changed, and Jimmy's sense of responsibility remained one of them. While he could be counted upon for important tasks, his disregard of the trivial once again threatened to turn the Prince of Krondor's court into chaos. Duty prescribed that he, as senior squire of the Prince's court, be first at assembly, and, as usual, he was likely to be last. Somehow punctuality seemed to elude him. He arrived either late or early, but rarely on time. Squire Locklear stood at the door to the minor hall used as the squire's assembly point, waving frantically for Jimmy to hurry. Of all the squires, only Locklear had become a friend to the Prince's squire since Jimmy returned with Aretha from the quest for Silverthorn. Despite Jimmy's first accurate judgment that Locklear was a child in many ways, the youngest son of the Baron of Land's End had displayed a certain taste for the reckless that had both surprised and pleased his friend. No matter how chancy a scheme Jimmy plotted, Locklear usually agreed. When delivered up to trouble as a result of Jimmy's gambles with the patience of the court officials, Locklear took his punishment with good grace, counting it the fair price of being caught. Jimmy sped into the room, sliding across the smooth marble floor as he sought to halt himself. 24 green and brown-clad squires formed a neat pair of lines in the hall. He looked around, noting everyone was where they were supposed to be. He assumed his own appointed place at the instant that Master of Ceremonies Brian de Lacy entered. When given the rank of senior squire, Jimmy had thought it would be all privilege and no responsibility. He had been quickly disabused of that notion. An integral part of the court, albeit a minor one, he was, when he failed his duty, confronted by the single most important fact known to all bureaucrats of any nation or epoch: those above were not interested in excuses, only in results. Jimmy lived and died with every mistake made by the squires. So far, it had not been a good year for Jimmy. With measured steps and rustling red and black robes of office, the tall, dignified Master of Ceremonies crossed to stand behind Jimmy, technically his first assistant after the steward of the royal household, but most often his biggest problem. Flanking Master de Lacy were two purple and yellow uniformed court pages, commoners' sons who would grow up to be servants in the palace, unlike the squires who would someday be among the rulers of the Western realm. Master de Lacy absently tapped his iron-shod staff of office on the floor and said, "Just beat me in again, did you, Squire James?" Keeping a straight face despite the stifled laughter coming from some of the boys in the back ranks, Jimmy said, "Everyone's accounted for, Master de Lacy. Squire Jerome is in his quarters, excused for injury." With weary resignation in his voice, de Lacy said, "Yes, I heard of your little disagreement on the playing field yesterday. I think we'll not dwell on your constant difficulties with Jerome. I've had another note from his father. I think in future I'll simply pass these notes to you." Jimmy tried to look innocent and failed. "Now, before I go over the day's assignments, I feel it appropriate to point out one fact. You are expected at all times to behave as young gentlemen. Toward this cause, I think it also appropriate to discourage a newly emerging trend, namely, wagering upon the outcome of barrel ball matches played on 6th day. Do I make myself clear?" The question seemed to be addressed to the assembled squires, but de Lacy's hand fell upon Jimmy's shoulder at that moment. "From this day forward, no more wagering, unless it's something honourable, such as horses, of course. Make no mistake, that is an order." All the squires muttered acknowledgement. Jimmy nodded solemnly, secretly relieved he had already placed the bet on that afternoon's match. So much interest among the staff and minor nobility had arisen over this game that Jimmy had been frantically trying to discover a way he could charge admission. There might be a high price to pay should Master de Lacy discover Jimmy had already bet on the match, but Jimmy felt honour had been satisfied. De Lacy had said nothing about existing wagers. Master de Lacy quickly went over the schedule prepared the night before by Jimmy. Whatever complaint the Master of Ceremonies might have with his senior squire, he had none with the boy's work. Whatever task Jimmy undertook, he did well. Getting him to undertake the task was usually the problem. When the morning duty was assigned, de Lacy said, "At 15 minutes before the second hour afternoon, assemble on the palace steps, for at 2 hours afternoon, Prince Arthur and his court will arrive for the presentation. As soon as the ceremony is complete, you are excused duty for the rest of the day. So, those of you with families here will be free to stay with them. However, 2 of you will be required to stand ready with the prince's family and guests. I have selected Squires Locklear and James to serve that duty. You 2 will go at once to Earl Volney's office and put yourselves at his disposal. That will be all." Jimmy stood frozen in chagrined silence for a long moment while de Lacy left and the company of squires broke up. Locklear ambled over to stand before Jimmy and said with a shrug, "Well, aren't we the lucky ones? Everyone else gets to run around and eat, drink and..." He threw a sidelong glance at Jimmy and grinned. "Kiss girls, and we've got to stick close to their highnesses." "I'll kill him," said Jimmy, venting his displeasure. Locklear shook his head. "Jerome? Who else?" Jimmy motioned for his friend to fall in as he walked away from the hall. "He told de Lacy about the betting. He's paying me back for that black eye I gave him yesterday. Locklear sighed in resignation. We don't stand a chance of beating Tom and Jason and the other apprentices today with us both not playing. Locklear and Jimmy were the two best athletes in the company of squires. Nearly as quick as Jimmy, Locklear was second only to him among the squires in swordsmanship. Together, they were the two best ball handlers in the palace, and with both out of the match, it was a near certain victory for the apprentices. How much did you bet? All of it, answered Jimmy. Locklear winced. The squires had been pooling their silver and gold for months in anticipation of this match. Well, how was I to know De Lacy would pull this business? Besides, with all those losses we've had, I got 5-2 odds in favour of the apprentices. He had spent months developing a losing trend in the squire's game, setting up this big wager. He considered. We may not be out of it yet. I'll think of something. Changing the subject, Locklear said, You just cut it a little fine today. What held you up this time? Jimmy grinned, his features losing their dark aspect. I was talking to Mariana. Then his features returned to an expression of disgust. She was going to meet me after the game, but now we'll be with the Prince and Princess. Accompanying his growth since last summer, another change in Jimmy had been his discovery of girls. Suddenly, their company and good opinion of him were vital. Given his upbringing and knowledge, especially compared to those of the other squires in court, Jimmy was worldly beyond his years. The former thief had been making his presence known among the younger serving girls of the palace for several months. Mariana was simply the most recent to catch his fancy and be swept off her feet by the clever, witty and handsome young squire. Jimmy's curly brown hair, ready grin and flashing dark eyes had caused him to become an object of concern for more than one girl's parents among the palace staff. Locklear attempted to look uninterested, a pose that was quickly eroding as he himself became more often the focus of the palace girls' attention. He was getting taller by the week, it seemed, almost as tall as Jimmy now. His wavy, blonde-streaked brown hair and cornflower blue eyes, framed by almost feminine lashes, his handsome smile and his friendly, easy manner had all made him popular with the younger girls of the palace. He hadn't grown quite comfortable with the idea of girls yet, as at home he had only brothers. But being around Jimmy had already convinced him there was more to girls than he had thought back at Land's End. Well, Locklear said, picking up the pace of their walking, if De Lacy doesn't find a reason to chuck you out of service, or Jerome doesn't have you beaten by town roughs, some jealous kitchen boy or angry father's likely to comb your hair with a cleaver. But none of them will have a prayer if we're late to the Chancery, because Earl Volney will have our heads on pikes. Come on! With a laugh and an elbow to the ribs, Locklear was off, with Jimmy a step behind as they ran down the halls. One old servant looked up from his dusting to watch the boys racing along and for a moment reflected on the magic of youth. Then, resigned to the effect of time's passage, he returned to the duties at hand. The crowd cheered as the heralds began their march down the steps of the palace. They cheered, in part, because they would now be addressed by their prince, who, while somewhat aloof, was well respected and counted even-handed with justice. They cheered in part because they would see the princess whom they loved. She was a symbol of continuation of an old line, a link from the past to the future. But most of all they cheered because they were among the lucky citizens not of the nobility who would be allowed to eat from the prince's larder and to drink from his wine cellar. The Festival of Presentation was conducted 30 days following the birth of any member of the royal family. How it began remained a mystery, but it was commonly held that the ancient rulers of the city-state of Rilannon were required to show the people of every rank and station that the heirs to the throne were born without flaw. Now it was a welcome holiday to the people, for it was as if an extra midsummer's festival had been granted. Those guilty of misdemeanours were pardoned, matters of honour were considered resolved, and duelling was forbidden for a week and a day following the presentation. All debts owing since the last presentation, Princess Anita's 19 years ago, were forgiven, and for the afternoon and evening rank was put aside, as commoner and noble ate from the same table. As Jimmy took his place behind the heralds, he realised that someone always had to work. Someone had to prepare all the food being served today, and someone had to clean up tonight. And he had to stand ready to serve Aretha and Anita should they require it. Sighing to himself, he considered again the responsibilities that seemed to find him no matter where he hid. Locklear hummed softly to himself while the heralds continued to take up position, followed by members of Aretha's household guard. The arrival of Gardan, Knight Marshal of Crondor, and Earl Volney, acting Principate Chancellor, indicated the ceremonies were about to begin. The grey-haired soldier, his black face set in an amused expression, nodded to the portly Chancellor, then signalled to Master de Lacy to begin. The Master of Ceremonies' staff struck the ground, and the trumpeters and drummers sounded ruffles and flourishes. The crowd hushed as the Master of Ceremonies struck the ground again, and a herald cried, "Hearken to me! Hearken to me! His Highness Aretha Condoyne, Prince of Crondor, Lord of the Western Realm, heir to the throne of Rilannon." The crowd cheered, though it was more for form than out of any genuine enthusiasm. Aretha was the sort of man who inspired deep respect and admiration, not affection, in the populace. A tall, rangy, dark-haired man entered, dressed in muted brown clothing of fine weave, his shoulders covered with the red mantle of his office. He paused, his brown eyes narrow, while the herald announced the princess. When the slender, red-headed princess of Crondor joined her husband, the merry glint in her green eyes caused him to smile, and the crowd began to cheer in earnest. Here was their beloved Anita, daughter of Aretha's predecessor, Erland. While the actual ceremony would be quickly over, the introduction of nobles took a great deal longer. A cadre of palace nobles and guests was entitled to public presentation. The first pair of these was announced, "Their Graces, the Duke and Duchess of Salador." A handsome blonde man offered his arm to a dark-haired woman. Laurie, former minstrel and traveller, now Duke of Salador and husband to Princess Carline, escorted his beautiful wife to her brother's side. They had arrived in Crondor a week before to see their nephews and would stay another week. On and on droned the herald as other members of the nobility were introduced and, finally, visiting dignitaries, including the Keshian ambassador. Lord Hazara Khan entered with only 4 bodyguards, foregoing the usual Keshian pomp. The ambassador was dressed in the style of the desert men of the Jalpur. Cloth head cover that left only the eyes exposed, long robe of indigo over white tunic and trousers tucked into calf-high black boots. The bodyguards were garbed from head to toe in black. Then de Lacy stepped forward and called, "Let the populace approach!" Several hundred men and women of varying rank, from the poorest beggar to the richest commoner, gathered below the steps of the palace. Aretha spoke the ritual words of the presentation. "Today is the 310th day of the 2nd year of the reign of our Lord King Liam I. Today, we present our sons." De Lacy struck his staff upon the ground, and the herald cried out, "Their Royal Highnesses, the Princes Boric and Erland!" The crowd erupted into a near frenzy of shouts and cheers as the twin sons of Aretha and Anita, born a month before, were publicly presented for the first time. The nurse selected to care for the boys came forward and gave her charges over to their mother and father. Aretha took Boric, named for his father, while Anita took her own father's namesake. Both babies endured the public showing with good grace, though Erland showed signs of becoming fussy. The crowd continued to cheer even after Aretha and Anita had returned their sons to the care of the nurse. Aretha graced those gathered below the steps with another rare smile. "My sons are well and strong. They are born without flaw. They are fit to rule. Do you accept them as sons of the royal house?" The crowd shouted its approbation. Anita reflected her husband's smile. Aretha waved to the crowd. "Our thanks, good people. Until the feasting, I bid you all good day." The ceremony was over. Jimmy hurried to Aretha's side, as was his duty, while Locklear moved to Anita's side. Locklear was formerly a junior squire, but he was so often given duty with the princess that he was commonly considered her personal squire. Jimmy suspected de Lacy of wanting to keep himself and Locklear together, so watching them would be that much easier. The prince threw Jimmy a distracted half-smile as he watched his wife and sister fuss over the twins. The Keshian ambassador had removed his traditional face covering and was smiling at the sight. His 4 bodyguards hovered close. "Your Highnesses," said the Keshian, "are thrice blessed. Healthy babies are a gift of the gods, and they are sons, and 2 of them." Aretha basked in the glow of his wife, who looked radiant as she regarded her sons in the nurse's arms. "I thank you, my Lord Hazara Khan. It is an unexpected benefit having you with us this year." "The weather in Durban is beastly this year," he said absently, as he began to make faces at little Boric. He suddenly remembered his station and more formally said, "Besides, Your Highness, we have a minor matter to finish discussing regarding the new border here in the west." Aretha laughed. "With you, my dear Abdur, minor details become major concerns. I have little love for the prospect of facing you across the negotiating table again. Still, I'll pass along any suggestions you make to His Majesty." The Keshian bowed and said, "I wait upon Your Highness's pleasure." Aretha seemed to notice the guards. "I don't see your sons or Lord Daoud Khan in attendance." "They conduct the business I would normally oversee among my people in the Jalpur." "These?" said Aretha, indicating the 4 bodyguards. Each was dressed entirely in jet, even to the scabbards of their scimitars, and while their costuming was similar to that of the desert men, it was different from anything Aretha had seen of Keshians. "These are Ismailis, Highness. They serve as personal protection, nothing more." Aretha chose to say nothing as the knot of people around the babies seemed about to break up. The Ismailis were famous as bodyguards, the finest protection available to the nobility of the Empire of Great Kesh, but rumour had it they were also highly trained spies and, occasionally, assassins. Their abilities were nearly legendary. They were reputed to be everything just short of ghosts in their ability to come and go undetected. Aretha disliked having men only 1 step away from assassins within his walls, but Abdur was entitled to his personal retinue, and Aretha judged it unlikely the Keshian ambassador would bring anyone into Krondor who might be dangerous to the kingdom. Besides himself, Aretha added silently. "We shall also need to speak of the latest request from Queg regarding docking rights in kingdom ports," said Lord Hazara Khan. Aretha looked openly amazed. Then his expression changed to one of irritation. "I suppose a passing fisherman or sailor just mentioned it to you as you disembarked at the harbour." "Highness, Kesh has friends in many places," answered the ambassador with an ingratiating smile. "Well, It will certainly do no good to comment on Kesh's Imperial Intelligence Corps, for we both know that Hazara Khan joined in, and they both spoke in unison, "No such group exists." Abdur Rahman Memo Hazara Khan bowed and said, "With your Highness's kind permission." Aratha bowed slightly as the Keshian made his farewell, then turned to Jimmy. "What? You two scoundrels drew duty today?" Jimmy shrugged, indicating it wasn't his idea. Aratha noticed his wife instructing the nurse to return the twins to their nursery. "Well, you must have done something to warrant De Lacy's displeasure. Still, we can't have you missing all the fun. I understand there's supposed to be a particularly good barrel ball game later this afternoon." Jimmy feigned surprise, while Locklear's face lit up. "I think so," said Jimmy noncommittally. Motioning the boys to follow as the prince's party began to head inside, Aratha said, "Well then, we'll have to drop in and see how it goes, won't we?" Jimmy winked at Locklear. Then Aratha said, "Besides, if you boys lose that bet, your skins won't be worth a tanner's trouble by the time the other squires get through with you." Jimmy said nothing while they moved toward the Great Hall and the reception for the nobles before the commoners were admitted to the feast in the courtyard. Then he whispered to Locklear,
"That man has an irritating habit of always knowing what's going on around here."
The celebration was in full swing, nobles mingling with those commoners granted admission to the palace courtyard. Long tables stood heavily laden with food and drink, and for many in attendance, this was the finest meal they would eat this year. While formality was forgotten, the commoners were still deferential to Aratha and his party, bowing slightly and using formal address. Jimmy and Locklear hovered nearby in case they were needed. Carline and Laurie walked arm in arm behind Aratha and Anita. Since their own wedding, the new Duke and Duchess of Salador had settled down somewhat, in contrast to their well-reported and stormy romance at the king's court. Anita turned toward her sister-in-law and said, "I'm pleased you could stay this long. It's so much a man's palace here in Krondor, and now with 2 boys." "It's going to get worse," finished Carline. "Being raised by a father and 2 brothers, I know what you mean." Aratha glanced over his shoulder at Laurie and said, "It means she was spoiled shamelessly." Laurie laughed, but thought better of comment as his wife's blue eyes narrowed. Anita said, "Next time, a daughter." "Then she can be shamelessly spoiled," said Laurie. "When are you 2 going to have children?" asked Anita. Aratha turned from the table with a pitcher of ale filling both his own and Laurie's mugs. A servant hastened to present wine cups to the ladies. Carline answered Anita by saying, "We'll have them when we have them. Believe me, it isn't for the lack of trying." Anita stifled a laugh behind her hand, while Aratha and Laurie exchanged glances. Carline looked from face to face and said, "Don't tell me you 2 are blushing." To Anita she said, "Men." Liam's last missive said Queen Magda might be with child. I expect we'll know for certain when he sends his next bundle of dispatches. Carline said, "Poor Liam, always such a one for the ladies, having to marry for reasons of state. Still, she's a decent sort, if a little dull, and he seems happy enough." Aratha said, "Queen isn't dull. Compared to you, a fleet of Queggan raiders is dull." Laurie said nothing, but his blue eyes echoed Aratha's comment. "I just hope they have a son." Anita smiled. Aratha's anxious for another to become Prince of Krondor. Carline looked at her brother knowingly. "Still, you'll not be done with matters of state. With Caldric dead, Liam will rely more upon you and Martin than before." Lord Caldric of Rilannan had died shortly after the king's marriage to Princess Magda of Roldem, leaving the office of Duke of Rilannan, Royal Chancellor, First Advisor to the King, vacant. Aretha shrugged as he sampled food from his plate. I think he'll find no end of applicants for Caldrick's office. Laurie said, That's exactly the problem. Too many nobles are seeking advantage over their neighbours. We've had 3 sizable border skirmishes between barons in the east. Not anything to have Liam send out his own army, but enough to make everyone east of Malak's Cross nervous. That's why Bastira is still without a duke. It's too powerful a duchy for Liam to hand over to just anyone. If you're not careful, you'll find yourself named Duke of Crondor or Bastira should Magda give birth to a boy. Carline said, Enough! This is a holiday. I'll have no more politics tonight. Anita took Aretha's arm. Come along. We've had a good meal, there's a festival underway, and the babies are blessedly asleep. Besides, she added with a laugh, tomorrow we'll have to start worrying over how we pay for this festival and the Festival of Banapis next month. Tonight, we enjoy what we have. Jimmy managed to insinuate himself next to the prince and said, Would your Highness be interested in viewing a contest? Locklear and he exchanged worried glances, for the time for the game to begin was past. Anita threw her husband a questioning glance. Aretha said, I promised Jimmy we'd go and see the barrel ball match he's conspired to have played today. Laurie said, That might be more entertaining than another round of jugglers and actors. That's only because most of your life has been spent around jugglers and actors, said Carline. When I was a girl, it was considered the thing to sit and watch the boys beat each other to death in a barrel ball game every 6th day, while pretending not to watch. I'll take the actors and jugglers. Anita said, Why don't you two go along with the boys? We're all informal today. We'll join you later in the Great Hall for the evening entertainment. Laurie and Aretha agreed and followed the boys through the throng. They left the central courtyard of the palace and passed along a series of halls connecting the central palace complex with outer buildings. Behind the palace stood a large marshalling yard near the stables, where the palace guards drilled. A large crowd had gathered and was cheering lustily when Aretha, Laurie, Jimmy and Locklear arrived. They worked their way toward the front, jostling spectators. A few turned to complain to those shoving past, but, seeing the prince, said nothing. A place was made for them behind those squires not playing. Aretha waved to Gardan, who stood on the other side of the field with a squad of off-duty soldiers. Laurie watched the play a moment and said, This is a lot more organised than I remember. Aretha said, It's de Lacy's doing. He wrote up rules for the game after complaining to me about the number of boys too beat up to work after a match. He pointed. See that fellow with the sand glass? He times the contest. The game lasts an hour now. Only a dozen boys to a side at a time, and they must play between those chalk lines on the ground. Jimmy, what are the other rules? Jimmy was stripping off his belt and dagger in preparation. He said, No hands, like always. When one side scores, it falls back past the midpoint line and the other side gets to bring the ball up. No biting, grabbing an opponent or weapons allowed. Laurie said, No weapons? Sounds too tame for me. Locklear had already rid himself of his overtunic and belt and tapped another squire on the shoulder. What's the score? The squire never took his eyes from play. A stable boy, driving the ball before him with his feet, was tripped by one of Jimmy's teammates, but the ball was intercepted by a baker's apprentice who deftly kicked it into one of the 2 barrels situated at each end of the compound. The squire groaned. Well, that puts them ahead 4 counts to 2, and we've less than a quarter hour to play. Jimmy and Locklear both looked to Aretha, who nodded. They dashed onto the field, replacing 2 dirty, bloody squires. Jimmy took the ball from one of the 2 judges, another of de Lacy's innovations, and kicked the ball toward the midline. Locklear, who had stationed himself there, quickly kicked it back to Jimmy, to the surprise of the several apprentices who bore down upon him. Lightning fast, Jimmy passed them before they could recover, ducking an elbow aimed at his head. He loosed a kick at the barrel's mouth. The ball struck the edge and bounced out, but Locklear broke free of the pack and kicked the rebound in. The squires and a large number of minor nobles were on their feet cheering. Now the apprentices led by only one count. A minor scuffle broke out, and the judges quickly intervened. With no serious damage having been done, play resumed. The apprentices brought the ball up. Locklear and Jimmy fell back. One of the larger squires threw a vicious block, knocking a kitchen boy into the one with the ball. Jimmy pounced like a cat, kicking the ball toward Locklear. The smaller squire deftly moved it upfield, passing it on to another squire, who immediately kicked it back as several apprentices swarmed over him. A large stable boy rushed Locklear. He simply lowered his head and took Locklear himself and the ball across the field boundary rather than trying to tackle the ball. At once a fight broke out, and, after the judges had separated the combatants, they helped Locklear to his feet. The boy was too shaken to continue, so another squire took his place. As both players had been beyond bounds, the judge ruled the ball free and tossed it into the centre of the field. Both sides attempted to recover the ball as elbows, knees and fists flew. "Now this is how barrel ball should be played," commented Laurie. Suddenly, a stable boy broke free, no one between himself and the squire's barrel. Jimmy took off after him and, seeing no hope of intercepting the ball, launched himself at the boy, repeating the technique used against Locklear. Again, the judge ruled the ball free and another riot ensued at midfield. Then, a squire named Paul had the ball and began to move it toward the apprentice's goal with unexpected skill. Two large baker's apprentices intercepted him, but he managed to pass the ball seconds before being levelled. The ball bounced to Squire Friedrich, who passed it to Jimmy. Jimmy expected another rush from the apprentices, but was surprised as they fell back. This was a new tactic employed against the lightning passing Jimmy and Locklear had brought to the game. The squires on the sidelines shouted encouragement. One yelled, "There's only a few minutes left!" Jimmy motioned Squire Friedrich to his side, shouted quick instructions, and then was off. Jimmy swept to the left and then dropped the ball back to Friedrich, who moved back toward midfield. Jimmy cut to his right, then took a well-aimed pass from Friedrich toward the barrel. He dodged a sliding tackle and kicked the ball into the barrel. The crowd shouted in appreciation, for this match was bringing something new to barrel ball: tactics and skill. In what was always a rough game, an element of precision was being introduced. Then another fight broke out. The judges rushed to break it up, but the apprentices were unbending in their reluctance to end the scuffle. Locklear, whose head had stopped ringing, said to Laurie and Aratha, "They're trying to hold up the game until time runs out. They know we'll win if we get another crack at the ball." Finally, order was restored. Locklear judged himself fit enough to return and replaced a boy injured in the scuffle. Jimmy waved his squires back, quickly whispering instructions to Locklear as the apprentices slowly brought the ball up. They attempted the passing demonstrated by Jimmy, Friedrich and Locklear, but with little skill. They nearly kicked the ball out of bounds twice before regaining control of errant passes. Then Jimmy and Locklear struck. Locklear feigned a tackle toward the ball handler, forcing him to pass, then darted toward the barrel. Jimmy came sweeping in behind, the others acting as a screen, and picked up the badly passed ball, kicking it toward Locklear. The smaller boy took the ball and broke toward the barrel. One defender attempted to overtake him but couldn't catch the swifter squire. Then the apprentice took something from his shirt and threw it at Locklear. To the surprised onlookers, it seemed the boy simply fell face down and the ball went out of bounds. Jimmy rushed to the side of his comrade, then suddenly was up and after the boy who was attempting to bring the ball onto the field. With no pretense of playing a game, Jimmy struck the apprentice in the face, knocking him back. Again a fight erupted, but this time several apprentices and squires from the two sides joined the fray. Aretha turned to Laurie and said, "This could get ugly. Think I should do something?" Laurie watched the fight pick up in tempo. "If you want a squire left intact for duty tomorrow." Aretha signalled to Gardan, who waved some soldiers onto the field. The seasoned fighting men quickly restored order. Aretha walked across the field and knelt next to where Jimmy sat, cradling Locklear's head in his lap. "The bastard hit him in the back of the head with a piece of horseshoe iron. He's out cold." Aretha regarded the fallen boy, then said to Gardan, "Have him carried to his quarters and have the chirurgeon examine him." He said to the timekeeper, "This game is over." Jimmy seemed on the verge of protesting, then seemed to think better of it. The timekeeper called out, "The score is tied at 4 counts apiece. No winners." Jimmy sighed. "Nor losers, at least." A pair of guards picked up Locklear and carried him away. Aretha said to Laurie, "Still a pretty rough game?" The former singer nodded. "De Lacy needs a few more rules before they start cracking heads." Jimmy walked back to where his tunic and belt lay while the crowd wandered off. Aretha and Laurie followed. "We'll have another go sometime," remarked the youngster. "It could be interesting," said Aretha. "Now that they know about that passing trick of yours, they'll be ready. So we just have to come up with something else." "Well, then I guess it might be worthwhile to make a day of it. Say in a week or two." Aretha placed his hand on Jimmy's shoulder. "I think I'll have a look at these rules of De Lacy's. Laurie's right. If you're going to be dashing pell-mell up and down the field, we can't have you tossing irons at each other." Jimmy seemed to lose interest in the game. Something in the crowd caught his eye. "See that fellow over there? The one in the blue tunic and grey cap?" The prince glanced in the indicated direction. "No." "He just ducked away when you looked. But I know him. May I go and investigate?" Something in Jimmy's tone made Aretha certain this was not another ploy to escape duty. "Go on. Just don't be away too long. Laurie and I will be returning to the Great Hall." Jimmy ran off to where he last saw the fellow. He halted and looked about, then noticed the familiar figure standing near a narrow stairway into a side entrance. The man leaned against the wall, hidden in shadows, eating from a platter. He only glanced up when Jimmy approached.
"There you are then, Jimmy the Hand."
"No longer. Squire James of Crondor, Alvarni the Quick." The old thief chuckled.
"And that also no longer, though I was quick in my day."
Lowering his voice so anyone else was unlikely to overhear, he said,
"My master sends a message for your master."
Jimmy knew at once something major was afoot, for Alvarni the Quick was the daymaster of the Mockers, the Guild of Thieves. He was no common errand runner, but one of the most highly placed and trusted aides of the upright man.
"By word only. My master says that birds of prey fought gone from the city have returned from the north."
A chill visited the pit of Jimmy's stomach. "Those that hunt at night?" The old thief nodded as he popped a lightly browned pastry into his mouth. He closed his eyes a moment and made a satisfied sound. Then his eyes were on Jimmy, narrowing as he spoke.
"Sorry I was to see you leave us, Jimmy the Hand. You had promise. You could have been a power in the Mockers if you'd kept your throat uncut. But that's water gone, as they say. To the art of the message. Young Tyburn Reams was found floating in the bay. There are places near where smugglers used to ply their trade. One is a place that smells and is of little importance to the Mockers and therefore is neglected. It may be that is where such birds are hiding. Now then, there's an end to the matter."
Without further conversation, Alvani the Quick, Daymaster of the Mockers and former Master Thief, sauntered off into the crowd, vanishing among the revellers. Jimmy did not hesitate. He dashed back to where Aretha had been only a few minutes before and, not finding him, headed for the Great Hall. The number of people before the palace made it difficult to move quickly. Seeing hundreds of strange faces in the corridors suddenly filled Jimmy with alarm. In the months since Aretha and he had returned from Morrowind with Silverthorn to cure the stricken Anita, they had become lulled by the commonplace everyday quality of palace life. Suddenly, the boy saw an assassin's dagger in every hand, poison in every wine cup, and a bowman in every shadow. Struggling past celebrants, he hurried on. Jimmy darted through the press of nobles and other less distinguished guests in the Great Hall. Near the dais, a clot of people were deep in conversation. Laurie and Carline were speaking with the Keshian ambassador, while Aretha mounted the steps towards his throne. A band of acrobats was hard at work in the centre of the hall, forcing Jimmy to skirt the clearing made for them, while dozens of citizens looked on in appreciation. As he moved through the press, Jimmy glanced up at the windows of the hall, the deep shadows within each cupola haunting him with memories. He felt anger at himself as much as anyone. He, above all others, should remember what a menace could lurk in such places. Jimmy darted past Laurie and reached Aretha's side as the prince sat on his throne. Anita was nowhere in sight. Jimmy glanced at her empty throne and inclined his head. Aretha said, "She's gone to look in on the babies. Why?" Jimmy leaned near Aretha. "My former master sends a message. Night Orcs have returned to Krondor." Aretha's expression turned sombre. "Is this speculation or certainty?" "First, the upright man would not send whom he sent unless he counted the matter critical, needing quick resolution. He exposed one high in the Mockers to public scrutiny. Second, there was a young gambler by name Tyburn Reams, who was often seen about in the city. He had some special dispensations from the Mockers. He was permitted things few men not of our guild are permitted. Now I know why. He was a personal agent of my former master. Reams is now dead. My guess is the upright man was alerted to the possibility of the Night Orcs' return, and Reams was sent to discover their whereabouts. They are once again hidden somewhere in the city. Where, the upright man doesn't know, but he suspects somewhere near the old smuggler's warren." Jimmy had been speaking to the prince while glancing about the hall. Now he turned to look at Aretha, and words failed him. Aretha's face was a hard mask of controlled anger, almost to the point of a grimace. Several nearby had turned to stare at him. In a harsh whisper, he said to Jimmy, "So, it's to begin again." Jimmy said, "So it would seem." Aretha stood. "I will not become a prisoner in my own palace with guards at every window." Jimmy's eyes roamed the hall, past where the Duchess Carline stood charming the Keshian ambassador. "Well and good, but this one day your house is overrun with strangers. Common sense dictates you retire to your suite early, for if ever there was a golden chance to get close to you, it's now." His eyes kept passing from face to face, seeking some sign that something was amiss. "If the Night Orcs are again in Krondor, then they are in this hall, or en route as night approaches. You may find them waiting between here and your own quarters." Suddenly, Aretha's eyes widened. "My quarters? Anita and the babies?" The prince was off, ignoring the startled faces about him, Jimmy at his heels. Carline and Laurie saw something was wrong and followed. Within moments, a dozen people trailed behind the prince as he hurried down the corridor. Gardan had seen the hasty exit and had fallen in beside Jimmy.
"What is it?"
Jimmy said, "Night Orcs." The Knight Marshal of Krondor needed no further warning. He grabbed at the sleeve of the first guard he met in the hall, motioning for another to follow. To the first he said,
"Send for Captain Valdis and have him join me."
The soldier said, "Where will you be, sir?" Gardan sent the man off with a shove.
"Tell him to find us."
As they hurried along, Gardan gathered nearly a dozen soldiers to him. When Aretha reached the door to his quarters, he hesitated a moment, as if fearful to open the door. Pushing open the door, he discovered Anita sitting next to the cribs wherein their son slept. She looked up, and at once an expression of alarm crossed her features. Coming to her husband, she said, "What is it?" Aretha closed the door behind him, motioning for Carline and the others to wait without. Nothing yet. He paused a moment. "I want you to take the babies and visit your mother." Anita said, "She would welcome that." But her tone left no doubt she understood there was more here than she was being told. Her illness is past, though she still doesn't feel up to travel. It will be a treat for her. Then she fixed Aretha with a questioning look. "And we shall be more easily protected in her small estate than here." Aretha knew better than to attempt to hide anything from Anita. "Yes. We again have Nighthawks to worry about." Anita came to her husband and rested her head against his chest. The last assassination attempt had nearly cost her life. "I have no fear for myself. But the babies..." "You leave tomorrow." "I'll make ready." Aretha kissed her and moved toward the door. "I'll return shortly. Jimmy advises I keep in quarters until the palace is free of strangers. Good advice, but I must remain on public view a while longer. The Nighthawks think us ignorant of their return. We cannot let them think otherwise yet." Finding humour amid the terror, Anita said, "Jimmy still seeks to be first advisor to the prince." Aretha smiled at that. "He's not spoken of being named Duke of Crondor for nearly a year. Sometimes I think he'd be better suited than many others likely to come to that office." Aretha opened the door and found Gardan, Jimmy, Laurie and Carline waiting. Others had been moved away by a company of the Royal Household Guard. Next to Gardan, Captain Valdis waited. Aretha told him, "I want a full company of lancers ready to ride in the morning, Captain. The Princess and the Princes will be travelling to the Princess Mother's estates. Guard them well." Captain Valdis saluted and turned to issue orders. To Gardan, Aretha said, "Begin to slowly place men back at post throughout the palace and have every possible hiding place searched. Should any inquire, say Her Highness is feeling poorly and I am staying with her for a while. I'll return to the Great Hall shortly." Gardan nodded and left. Then Aretha added to Jimmy, "I have an errand for you." Jimmy said, "I'll leave at once." Aretha said, "What do you think you're going to do?" "Go to the docks," said the boy with a grim smile. Aretha nodded, again both pleased and surprised at the boy's grasp of things. "Yes, if you must, search all night. But as soon as you can, find Trevor Hull and bring him here." Chapter 2. Discovery. Jimmy searched the room. The Fiddler Crab Inn was a haunt of many who wished a safe harbour from questions and prying eyes. As the sun began to set, the room was crowded with locals, so Jimmy was at once the source of curiosity, for his clothing marked him out of place. A few native to the city knew him by sight. After the poor quarter, the docks had been a second home to him, but no small number of those in the inn marked him as a rich boy out on the evening, perhaps one with some gold to be shaken loose. One such man, a sailor by the look of him, drunken and belligerent, barred Jimmy's passage through the room.
"Here now, such a fine young gentleman as yourself will be having a spare coin or two to buy a drink in celebration of the little princes, wouldn't you think?"
He rested his hand upon his belt dagger. Jimmy adroitly sidestepped the man and was half past him, saying, "No, I wouldn't." The man reached for Jimmy's shoulder and tried to halt him. Jimmy came around in a fluid movement, and the man found the point of a dirk levelled at his throat. "I said I don't have any extra gold." The man backed away, and several onlookers laughed. But others began to circle the squire. Jimmy knew at once he had made an error. He had had no time to scrounge up clothing to fit his present environment, but he could have made a show of turning over a half-empty purse to the man. Still, once begun, such a confrontation could not be aborted. A moment before, Jimmy's purse had been at risk. Now, it was his life. Jimmy backed up, seeking to place his back to a wall. His expression was hard and revealed no hint of fear, and a few who surrounded him suddenly understood that here was someone who knew his way about the docks. Softly, he said, "I'm looking for Trevor Hull." At once, the men stopped advancing upon the boy. One turned and indicated with his head a back door. Jimmy hurried toward it and pulled aside the hanging cloth cover. A group of men sat gambling in a large, smoke-filled room. From the pile of betting markers on the table, it was for high stakes. The game was Lin Lan, common to the Southern Kingdom and Northern Kesh. A colourful display of cards was unfolded, and players bet and dealt in turn, determining odds and payoffs by which cards were turned. Among the gamblers were two men, one with a scar from forehead to chin running through a milk-white right eye, and the other a bald, pock-faced man. Aaron Cook, the bald man and first mate on the customs cutter Royal Raven, looked up as Jimmy pushed toward the table. He nudged the other man who sat regarding his cards with disgust, throwing them down. When he saw the youth, the man with the white eye smiled. Then, as he took note of Jimmy's expression, the smile faded. Jimmy spoke loudly over the noise in the room. "Your old friend Arthur wants you." Trevor Hull, one-time pirate and smuggler, knew at once who Jimmy meant. Arthur was the name Aretha had used when Hull's smugglers and the Mockers had joined forces to get Aretha and Anita out of Krondor, while Guy de Bastira's secret police had been combing the city for them. After the Rift War, Aretha had pardoned Hull and his crew for past crimes and had enlisted them in the Royal Customs Service. Hull and Cook stood as one and left the table. One of the other gamblers, a heavy-set merchant of some means by his dress, spoke around a pipe.
"Where are you off to? The hand's not played out!"
Hull, his shock of grey hair fanning out around his head like a nimbus, shouted,
"It is for me. Hell, I only have a run-in blue and a pair of 4 counts to play."
And he reached back and turned over all his cards. Jimmy winced as men around the table began to curse and throw in their cards. In the common room, as they headed for the door, Jimmy observed, "You're a mean man, Hull." The old smuggler-turned-customs officer laughed, an evil laugh.
"That fat fool was ahead and on my gold. I just wanted to take some wind out of his sails."
The nature of the game was such that as soon as he revealed his hand, play was disrupted. The only fair thing would be to leave the bets out and re-deal the entire hand, a prospect not appreciated by those with good cards left to play. Outside of the inn, they hurried along the streets past celebrants as the festival began to pick up while afternoon shadows lengthened. Aretha stood looking down at the maps on the table. The maps were from his archives, provided by the royal architect, and showed the streets of Krondor in detail. Another, showing the sewers, had been used before in the last raid against the Nighthawks. For the past 10 minutes, Trevor Hull had been carefully studying them all. Hull had headed the most prosperous gang of smugglers in Krondor before taking service with Aretha, and the sewers and back alleys had been his means of bringing contraband into the city. Hull conferred with Cook. Then the older man rubbed his chin. His finger pointed at a spot on the map where a dozen tunnels came together in a near maze.
If the Nighthawks were living down in the sewers, the upright man would have spotted them before they could have dug in. But it may be they're using the tunnels as a way in and out.
His finger moved to another spot on the map.
Here.
His finger lingered over a portion of the docks resembling a crescent along the bay. Halfway along the curve, the docks ended and the warehouse district began. But also, nestled against the water was a small section of the Poor Quarter, like a pie-shaped wedge driven between the more prosperous trading areas. "Fishtown," said Jimmy.
"Fishtown?"
echoed Aratha.
"It's the poorest section of the Poor Quarter,"
said Cook. Hull nodded.
"It's called Fishtown, Divers Town, Dockside, and other things as well. Used to be a fishing village a long time ago. As the city grew northward along the bay, it was surrounded by businesses, but there are still some fisher families living there. Mostly lobstermen and mussel rakers who work the bay, or clam diggers who work the beaches north of the city. But it's also located near the tanners, dyers, and other foul-smelling sections of Crondor, so no one who can afford better lives there."
Jimmy said, "Alvani said the upright man thought they were hiding in a place that smells, so he thinks of Fishtown as well." Jimmy shook his head as he considered the map. If the Nighthawks are hiding in Fishtown, finding them will be difficult. Even the Mockers don't control Fishtown as firmly as they do the rest of the Poor Quarter and the docks. There's a lot of places to get lost in there. Hull agreed.
"We used to run in and out of there through a tunnel to a landing once used to carry cargo into the harbour from some merchant's basement."
Aratha studied the map and nodded. He knew where that landing lay.
"We used a number of different locations moving things in and out, varying where we kept them from time to time."
He looked up at the prince.
"Your first problem is the sewers. There are maybe a dozen conduits leading up from the docks to Fishtown. You'll have to block each one. One of them is so big you'll need to block it with a crew in a boat."
Aaron Cook said,
"The trouble is we don't know where in Fishtown they're hiding."
"If that's where they are," said Aratha. Cook said,
"I doubt if the upright man would even mention it had he not a good notion that they're down there somewhere."
Hull nodded agreement.
"That's a fact. I can't think of any place else in the city they could be hiding. The upright man would have pinned down the location as soon as a mocker caught a glimpse of the first Nighthawk. Even though the thieves use a lot of the sewers to skulk about in, there are parts they don't pass through much, and Fishtown is worse. The older fisher families are independent and tough, almost clannish. If someone took up residence in one of the old shacks near the docks, kept to himself, even the mockers only get silence from the Fishtown folk when they ask questions. Should the Nighthawks have infiltrated slowly, no one but the locals might have a hint. It's a regular warren there, little streets all twisted about."
He shook his head.
"This part of the map's useless. Half the buildings shown here are burned down. Shacks and hovels built anywhere there's room. It's a mess in there."
He looked at the prince.
"Another name for Fishtown is the Maze."
Jimmy said, "Trevor's right. I've been in Fishtown as much as anyone in the Mockers, and that's not much. There's nothing worth stealing in there. But he's wrong about one thing. The biggest problem isn't blocking escape routes. It's locating the Nighthawks. There are a lot of honest folk living in that part of town, and you just can't ride in and kill everyone. We've got to find their hideout." He considered. "From what I know of the Nighthawks, they'll want some place that's first of all defensible, then easy to flee. They'll probably be here." His finger pointed to a spot on the map. Trevor Hull said,
"It's a possibility. That building is nestled against those two walls, so they've only two fronts to cover. And there's a network of tunnels below the streets there, and those tunnels are all small and difficult to navigate unless you've been there before. Yes, It's a likely place.
Jimmy looked at Aretha. "I'd better go change." Aretha said, "I don't like the need, but you're the best equipped to scout." Cook looked to Hull, who nodded slightly.
"I could come along."
Jimmy shook his head. "You know parts of the sewers better than I, Aaron, but I can slip in and out without making the water ripple. You haven't the knack, and there's no possible way you can get into Fishtown unnoticed even on a noisy night like this. I'll be safer if I go alone." Aretha said, "Shouldn't you wait?" Jimmy shook his head. "If I can locate their warren before they know they've been discovered, we may be able to clean them out before they know what hit them. People do funny things sometimes, even assassins. It being a festival day, their sentries will probably not expect someone nosing around. And, with the city in celebration, there will be lots of noises filtering down from the streets. Odd and out-of-place sounds will be less likely to alert anyone below the buildings. And if I have to poke around above ground, a strange poor boy in Fishtown isn't as likely to be noticed this night as much as other nights. But I need to go at once." "You know best," said Aretha. "But they'll react should they discover someone seeking them out. One glimpse of you and they'll come straight after me." Jimmy noticed Aretha didn't seem troubled by that fact alone. It seemed to Jimmy the prince wouldn't mind an open confrontation. No, Jimmy knew what bothered him was his concern for the safety of others. "That goes without saying. But chances are excellent they're coming after you tonight anyway. The palace is crawling with strangers." Jimmy looked out the window at the late afternoon sunset. "It's almost 7 hours after noon. If I were planning an attack on you, I'd wait about another 2 or 3 hours just when the celebration is at its height. Performers and guests will be going in and out of the gates. Everyone will be half drunk, tired from a day-long celebration and feeling very relaxed. But I wouldn't wait much after that, or your guards might notice a late arriving guest entering the grounds. If you stay alert, you should be safe enough while I snoop around. I'll report back as soon as I have a hint." Aretha indicated permission for Jimmy to withdraw. Quickly, Trevor Hull and his first mate followed, leaving a troubled, seething prince alone with his thoughts. Aretha sat back, balled fist held before his mouth as his eyes stared off into nothing. He had faced the minions of Mamandamus near the Black Lake, Morrollin, but the final contest was yet to come. Aretha cursed himself for being complacent over the last year. When he had first returned with Silverthorn, the key to saving Anita from the effects of the Nighthawk's poison, he had been nearly ready to return at once to the north. But the affairs of court, his own marriage, the trip to Rhiannon to attend his brother's wedding to Queen Magda, then Lord Caldrick's funeral, the birth of his sons, all these had come and gone without his attending to the business north of the kingdom. Beyond the great ranges lay the Northlands. There lay the seat of his enemy's power. There Mamandamus marshalled his forces, and from that seat far to the north he was reaching down again to touch the life of the Prince of Krondor, the Lord of the West, the man fated by prophecy to be his undoing, the bane of darkness. Should he live? And again Aretha found himself struggling within the confines of his own domain, the battle carried to his own door. Striking his palm with his fist, Aretha voiced a low, harsh curse. To himself and whatever gods listened, he vowed that when the business in Krondor was finished, he, Aretha Condoin, would carry the struggle northward to Mamandamus. The darkness hid 1,000 treasures amid 1,000,000 pieces of worthless garbage. The waters in the sewers flowed slowly, and often large clumps of debris would gather in a jam called a toff. The toffsmen, who picked over such floating refuse, earned their living gleaning valuables lost into the sewers. They also kept the refuse flowing by breaking up the jams of garbage that threatened to back up the sewers. Little of this concerned Jimmy, save that a toffsman was standing less than 20 feet away. The young squire had dressed all in black, save for his old comfortable boots. He had even purloined an executioner's black hood from the torture chamber. Beneath the black, he wore simple garb needed to blend into the poor quarter. The toffs man looked directly at the boy several times, but for all his peering, Jimmy did not exist. For the better part of half an hour, Jimmy had stood motionless in the deep shadows of an intersection while the old toffsman picked over the smelly mess passing by. Jimmy hoped this wasn't the man's chosen location to work, otherwise he could be there for hours. Jimmy even more fervently hoped the toffsman was real and not a disguised Nighthawk lookout. Finally, the man wandered off, and Jimmy relaxed, though he did not move until the toffsman had had ample time to vanish down a side tunnel. Then, with stealth bordering on the unnatural, Jimmy crept along the tunnel toward the area below the heart of Fishtown. Down a series of tunnels he travelled silently. Even as he stepped into water, he managed to disturb it only slightly. The gifts of nature, lightning-fast reflexes, astonishing coordination, and the ability to make decisions, to react nearly instantaneously, had been augmented by training from the mockers and forged in the harshest furnace, the daily life of a working thief. Jimmy made each move as if his life depended upon remaining undetected. For it did. Down the dark conduits of the sewers he journeyed, his senses extended into the darkness. He knew how to ignore the faint sounds coming down from the streets above, and how the slight echoes of rippling water rebounding from the stonework should sound. The slightest variation would warn of anyone lurking out of view. The noisome air of the sewer masked any potentially warning odours, but the air was almost motionless, so he would have a betraying hint of movement close by should anyone suddenly come at him. A sudden shift in the air and Jimmy froze. Something had changed, and the boy immediately shrank down into the sheltering darkness of a low, overhanging brickwork. From a short distance ahead, he heard the faint grind of leather on metal and knew someone was descending a ladder from the street above. A slight disturbance in the water caused the boy to tense. Someone had stepped into the sewer and was walking in his direction. Someone who moved almost as silently as he. Jimmy hunkered down as small as he could make himself in the dark and watched. In the gloom, black against black, he could half see, half sense a figure moving toward him. Then, from behind, light showed, and Jimmy could see the approaching man. He was slender, wearing a cloak, and armed. He turned and whispered harshly, "Cover that damn lantern!" But in that instant, Jimmy could see a face well known to him. The man in the sewer was Aratha, or at least resembled him enough to fool any but his closest intimates. Jimmy held his breath, for the bogus prince was passing only a few feet away. Whoever followed shut the lantern, and darkness enveloped the tunnel, hiding Jimmy from discovery again. Then he heard the second man pass. Listening for sounds indicating others, Jimmy waited until he felt certain no one else was coming. He quickly but quietly rose from his hiding spot and went to where the two men had emerged from the gloom. 3 tunnels intersected, and he would have to spend time determining which had provided entrance to the sewers for the false prince and his companion. Jimmy weighed his options briefly, then placed the need to follow the pair above the need to discover the entrance to the sewer employed. Jimmy knew this part of the sewers as well as any in Krondor, but if he fell too far behind, he would lose them. He slipped through the dark, listening at each intersection for the sounds that told him where his quarry moved. Through the murky passages under the city, the boy hurried, slowly overtaking the 2 men. Once he caught a glimpse of light, as if the shuttered lantern had been uncovered slightly so the travellers might gain their bearings. Jimmy followed after it. Then Jimmy rounded a corner and a sudden movement in the air gave warning. He dodged and felt something pass close to where his head had been, accompanied by a grunt of exertion. He pulled his dirk and turned toward the sound of breathing, holding his own breath. Fighting in the dark was an exercise in controlled terror. Each man could die from an overactive imagination as he sought a clue to the exact position of his opponent. Sounds, illusory movement seen from the corner of the eye, a feeling about where the foe stood, all could cause a miscue that would give away a location, bringing sudden death. Both men stood frozen for a long moment. Jimmy sensed a scurrying and instantly recognized the presence of a rat, a large one by the sound, moving away from trouble. He aborted a lunge in that direction before it was begun and waited. His opponent also heard the rat but lashed at it, striking the stone. The ring of steel on stone was all Jimmy needed, and he thrust with his dirk, feeling the point strike deep. The man stiffened, then with a low sigh collapsed into the water. The combat had taken 3 blows, from the first at Jimmy in the dark to the one that ended it. Jimmy pulled his dirk free and listened. There was no sign of the man's companion. The youngster swore silently. While he was free of another attack, it had also allowed the other man freedom to escape. Jimmy sensed a source of heat nearby and almost burned his hand on the metal lantern. Uncovering the shutter, he examined his foe. The man was a stranger, but Jimmy knew he was a Nighthawk. No other possible explanation could account for his presence in the sewers with an exact double of the prints. Jimmy checked the body and found the ebon hawk worn next to the skin and the black poison ring. There was no longer any doubt. The Nighthawks were back. Jimmy steeled himself and quickly cut open the man's chest, removing the heart and casting it into the sewer. With the Nighthawks, one never knew which were likely to rise again and serve their master, so it was best to take no chances. Jimmy abandoned the lantern, left the body to float toward the sea with the other garbage, and began his return to the palace. He hurried, regretting the time lost in dealing with the corpse. Splashing noisily toward the nearest exit back to the surface, Jimmy was confident the false prince was long gone. As he rounded a corner, a sudden alarm sounded in his head, for an echo had rung false. Dodging, he was a moment late. He avoided a sword blade slash but took a blow to the head from the hilt. He was knocked hard against the wall, his head striking brick. Pitching forward, he landed in the centre of the sewer channel, going under muck-covered water. Half dazed, he managed to roll over, getting his face above the scum. Through a grey haze, he could hear someone splashing in the water a short distance away. In a strange, detached way, he knew someone was looking for him. But the lantern lay back where the first man had fallen, and in the dark, the boy drifted away from the man who vainly sought to find him and end his life. Hands shook at the boy, dragging him from an odd half-dream. He had thought it strange he should be floating in the darkness, for he had to meet with the Prince of Krondor. But he couldn't find his good boots, and Master of Ceremonies de Lacy would never allow him into the Great Hall in his old ones. Opening his eyes, Jimmy discovered a leathery face hovering over his own. A toothless smile greeted his return to full consciousness.
"Well, well,"
said the old man with a chuckle.
"You're back with us again, you are. I've seen all manner of things floating in the sewers over the years. Never thought I'd see the royal hangman tossed into the scumways, though."
He continued to chuckle, his face a grotesque dancing mask in the guttering candlelight. Jimmy couldn't make sense of the old man's words until he remembered the hood he had worn. The old man must have removed it. "Oh,
Tolly, I'm called, young Jimmy the Ant."
he chuckled.
"Must have come to some difficulty to find yourself in such a fix."
"How long?"
10, 15 minutes. I heard the splashing about and went to see what's to do. Found you floating. Thought you dead. So I pulled you away to see if you carried gold. That other one was fit to bust, he couldn't find you."
Again the chuckle.
He'd have found you certain if you'd been left afloat, but I hauls you to this little tunnel I uses for a hidey, and I'd lit no light till he was on his way. Found this,
he said, returning Jimmy's pouch.
Keep it. You've saved my life and more. Where's the nearest way to the street?
The man helped Jimmy to his feet.
You will find stairs to the basement of Teach's tannery. It's abandoned. It's on the Avenue of Smells.
Jimmy nodded. The street was Collington's Road, but all in the poor quarter called it the Avenue of Smells because of the tanneries, slaughterhouses and dyers located there. Tolly said,
You'll come from the guild, Jimmy. But word's come down you might be poking around here and there, so I'll tell you the password tonight is Finch. I don't know who those blokes fighting you were. I've seen an odd crew down here the last 3 days. I guess things move apace.
Jimmy realised this simple toffsman was trusting to the higher-ups in the Mockers to deal with the intruders in his domain. Yes, they will be dealt with in a matter of days. Jimmy considered. Look, there's more than 30 gold in that pouch. Take word to Alvani the Quick. Tell him matters are as suspected and my new master will act at once, I'm certain. Then, take the gold and have some fun for a few days. The man fixed Jimmy with a squint, grinning his toothless grin.
Stay clear is what you're saying. Well then, I might spend a day or two drinking up your gold. That enough?
Jimmy said, Yes. 2 days will see this business over. As he moved toward the tunnel that would lead to his exit to the streets, he added, One way or the other. He looked about in the gloom and discovered he had been pulled back toward the place where he had first encountered the 2 Nighthawks. Pointing toward the intersection, he asked, Is there a metal ladder nearby?
3 that can be used.
He indicated their locations. Thanks again, Tolly. Now, quickly, carry my message to Alvani. The old toffsman waded away into a large tunnel, and Jimmy began his inspection of the nearest ladder. It was rusty and dangerous, as was the second, but the third was newly repaired and firmly anchored in the stones. Jimmy quickly climbed to the top and examined the trapdoor above. It was wood, and therefore part of a building floor. Jimmy considered his position relative to Teach's tannery. If his sense of direction wasn't off, he was under the building he had thought likely to be the Nighthawk's hideout. He listened at the trap for a long minute, hearing nothing. Gently, he pushed upward, peeking through the tiny crack made by the rising door. Directly before his nose was a pair of boots crossed at the ankles. Jimmy froze. When the feet didn't move, he pushed the trap an inch higher. The feet in the boots belonged to a nasty-looking customer who was sound asleep, a half-empty bottle clutched tightly to his chest. From the cloying odour in the room, Jimmy knew the man had been drinking Saga, a potent brew, heavily spiced and laced with a perfume-sweet mild narcotic, imported from Kesh. Jimmy chanced a quick glance about. Aside from the sleeping sentry, the room was empty, but faintly heard voices came from the single door in the nearby wall. Jimmy drew a silent breath and noiselessly emerged from the trap, avoiding touching the sleeping guard. He moved with a single step to the door and listened. The voices were faint. A tiny crack in the wooden door allowed Jimmy to peek through. He could see only the back of one man and the face of another. From the manner in which they were speaking, it was clear there were others in the room as well. And, from the sound of movement, some number of them, perhaps a dozen. Jimmy glanced about and nodded to himself. This was the headquarters of the Nighthawks, and these men were Nighthawks beyond doubt. Even if he hadn't seen the Ebon hawk on the man he had killed, those in the next room were nothing like the common folk of Fishtown. Jimmy wished he could better scout the building, for there were at least a half-dozen other rooms, but the restless sounds of the sleeping man alerted the former thief that time was quickly running out. The false prince would be inside the palace soon, and while Jimmy could run down the streets, whereas the false Aretha had to slog through the sewers, it would be a close thing who would be at the palace first. Jimmy quietly left the door and moved back to the trap. He gently lowered it overhead. As he reached a halfway point between the trap and the sewer, he heard voices from directly overhead.
Matthew!
Jimmy's heart leaped as the other voice said,
What? If you've drunk yourself asleep, I'll have your eyes for dinner.
The other voice answered irritably,
I only closed my eyes for a minute, just as you walked in, and don't threaten me or the crows will have your liver.
Jimmy heard the trap being lifted and, without hesitation, swung himself around to the side of the ladder. He hung in midair, only one hand and boot on the small rungs as he flattened himself against the wall, barely holding on to scant hand and footholds in the rough stones. He trusted his black clothing in the gloom and the fact the eyes of those above would take time to adjust to the darkness of the sewer to hide him. A light was shone from above, and Jimmy averted his face, the only part of him not black, and held his breath. For a long, terror-filled moment, he hung in space, arm and leg burning with fatigue, with the strain of holding himself motionless. Not daring to look upward, he could only imagine what the two Nighthawks above might be doing. Even at this moment, they could be drawing weapons. A crossbow could be aiming at his skull, and in an instant he could be dead, his life blotted out without warning. He heard feet scuffling about and laboured breathing above where he hung, and then a voice said,
See? Nothing. Now leave it or you'll be floating with the other garbage.
Jimmy almost flinched when the trap was slammed close above him. He silently counted to 10, then quickly scampered down the ladder to the water and moved off. With the bickering voices fading behind, Jimmy headed toward Teach's tannery and the way back to the palace. The night was half over, but the celebration was still in full swing. Jimmy hurried through the palace, ignoring the startled people he passed. This apparition in black was a most uncommon sight. He was battered, an angry lump decorating his visage, and he reeked of the sewer. Twice, Jimmy asked the guards about the prince's whereabouts and was informed the prince was en route to his private quarters. Jimmy passed a startled pair of familiar faces as Gardan and Roald, the mercenary, stood speaking. The Knight Marshal of Krondor looked tired from a long day yet unfinished, and Laurie's boyhood friend looked half drunk. Since returning from Morrollin, Roald had been a guest in the palace, though he still refused Gardan's constant offer of a place in Aretha's guard. Jimmy said, "You better come along." Both took the boy at his word and fell into step. Jimmy said, "You won't believe what they're up to this time." Neither man had to be told who they were. Gardan had just informed Roald of the upright man's warning, and both men had faced the Nighthawks and Blackslayers of Mamandamus at Aretha's side before. Rounding the corner, the three found Aretha about to open the door to his quarters. The prince halted, waiting for the three to come close, an expression of open curiosity on his face. Gardan said,
"Highness, Jimmy's discovered something."
Aretha said, "Come along. I have a few things I must attend to at once, so you'll have to be brief." The prince pushed open the door and led them through the antechamber to his private council room. As he reached for the door, it opened. Roald's dark eyes widened. Before them stood another Aretha. The prince in the door looked at them saying, "What?" Suddenly, both Arethas were drawing weapons. Roald and Gardan hesitated. What their eyes told them was impossible. Jimmy watched as the two princes engaged each other in combat. The second Aretha, the one who had come from within, leaping back into the council chamber, gaining room to fight. Gardan shouted for guards, and, in a moment, a full dozen were approaching the door. Jimmy watched closely. The resemblance was uncanny. He knew Aretha as well as he knew anyone else in the palace, but while the two men fought a furious duel, he couldn't tell them apart. The impostor even fought with the same skill with the blade as the prince. Gardan said,
"Seize them both!"
Jimmy shouted,
Wait! If you grab the wrong one first, the impostor may kill him.
Gardan instantly countermanded his own order. The two combatants thrust and parried, moving about the room. Each man's face was set in a mask of grim determination. Then Jimmy raced across the room, no hesitation marking his lunge for one of the men. Striking out with his dirk, Jimmy knocked him backward. Guards flooded into the room, seizing the other combatant as Gardan ordered. The Knight Marshal was uncertain what Jimmy was doing, but he was taking no chances. Both men would be held until the matter was sorted out. Jimmy grappled on the floor with one of the Arathas, who struck out with a backhand blow, stunning Jimmy and knocking him aside. That Aratha began to rise to his feet, then halted as Rold levelled his sword point at the man's throat. The man on the floor shouted,
The boy's gone mad, guards! Seize him!
Then, as he rose, he clutched at his side. His hand came away covered in blood. The man looked pale and began to wobble. He appeared on the verge of fainting. The other Aratha stood quietly, enduring the restraining hands of the guards. Jimmy shook his head, clearing it from the effects of the second serious blow of the day. Seeing the condition of the wounded man, Jimmy yelled,
Wear a ring!
As the boy spoke, the wounded man placed his hand before his mouth and, as Rold and a guard seized him, he slumped down unconscious. Rold said,
His royal signet is false. It's a poison ring such as the others wore.
The guards released the real Aratha, who said, Did he use it? Gardan inspected the ring.
No, he passed out from his wound.
Rold said,
The likeness is unbelievable. Jimmy, how'd you know?
I saw him in the sewers.
But how did you know he was the impostor?
Asked Gardan. The boots. They're covered in muck. Gardan looked at Aratha's polished black boots and the impostor's mud-encrusted pair. Aratha said, That's a good thing I didn't take a walk through Anita's newly planted garden today. You'd have had me in my own dungeon. Jimmy studied the fallen impostor and the real prince. Both men wore the same cut and colour of clothing. Jimmy said to Aratha, When we came through the door, were you with us or already in the room? I entered with you. He must have come into the palace with the late celebrants and simply walked into my quarters. Jimmy agreed. He hoped to catch you here, kill you, dump your body in one of the secret passages or down the sewer and take your place. I don't think he could have maintained the charade long. But if only for a few days he could have bollocksed things up around here to a fare thee well. You have done well one more time, Jimmy. He asked Rold, Will he live? Rold examined him.
I don't know. These lads have a bothersome habit of dying when they shouldn't, then not staying dead when they should.
Get Nathan and the others. Take him to the East Tower. Gardan, you know what to do. Jimmy watched while Father Nathan, a priest of Sung the White and one of Aratha's advisors, examined the assassin. Each person who was admitted to the tower selected to house the prisoner was astonished at the likeness. Captain Valdis, a broad-shouldered man who had been Gardan's chief lieutenant and had succeeded him as head of Aratha's guard, shook his head.
No wonder the lads did nothing but salute when he walked in the palace, Highness. He's your exact double.
The wounded man lay tied to the bedposts. As before, when a Nighthawk had been captured, he had been stripped of his poison ring and any other possible means of committing suicide. Nathan stood away from the prisoner's side. The stocky priest said,
He's lost blood and his breathing's shallow. It would be touch and go under normal circumstances.
The Royal Chirurgeon nodded agreement.
I'd say he'd make it, Highness, if I hadn't seen their willingness to die before.
He looked out the window of the room as the morning light began to pour through. They had worked for hours repairing the damage done by Jimmy's dirk. Aretha considered. The last attempt at interrogating a Nighthawk had produced only an animated corpse who had killed several guards and had almost murdered the High Priestess of Limbs Cragma and the Prince himself. He said to Nathan, "If he regains consciousness, use what arts you can to discover what he knows. If he dies, burn the body at once." To Gardan, Jimmy and Roald he said, "Come with me." And to Valdis, "Captain, double the guards at once, quietly." Leaving the heavily guarded room, he led his companions toward his own quarters. "With Anita and the baby safely on their way to her mother's, I need only worry about rooting out these assassins before they find another way to reach me." Gardan said,
"But Her Highness hasn't left yet."
Aretha spun. "What? She bade me goodbye at first light an hour ago."
"Perhaps, sire, but it seems 1,000 details are still left. Her baggage was only loaded a little while ago. The guards have been ready for 2 hours, but I don't think the carriages have left yet."
"Then hurry and make sure they are safe until they're gone." Gardan ran off, and Aretha, Jimmy and Roald continued on their way. Aretha said, "You know what we face. Of all here, only those of us who were at Morrollin truly know what sort of enemy stands behind this. You also know it is a war without quarter, until one side or the other ends in utter defeat." Jimmy nodded, a little surprised at Aretha's tone. Something in this latest attack had touched a nerve. Since Jimmy had known the Prince, Aretha had always been a cautious man, careful to consider all the information at his disposal in making the best judgments he was able. The only exception Jimmy had witnessed had been when Anita lay injured by Laughing Jack's errant crossbow bolt. Then Aretha had changed. Now, as when Anita was nearly killed, he again seemed a man on the edge of possession, a man full of rage at this invasion of his sanctum. The well-being of his person and his family was in jeopardy, and he showed a barely controlled killing rage toward those responsible. "Find Trevor Hull again," he told Jimmy. "I want his best men ready to move after sundown tonight. Have him come with Cook as soon as possible. I want plans made with Gardan and Valdis. Roald, your task is to keep Laurie busy today. He's sure to tumble something's amiss when I don't hold court this afternoon. Keep him preoccupied with something, perhaps with a visit to old haunts in the city, and keep him away from the East Tower." Jimmy looked surprised. "Now that he and Carline are married, I'll risk only one member of her family. He's just foolish enough to want to come along." Roald and Jimmy exchanged glances. Both anticipated what the Prince planned for tonight. Aretha's expression became thoughtful. "Go on. I've just remembered something I need to discuss with Nathan. Send word when Hull's returned." Without further discussion, they headed off to their appointed tasks, while Aretha returned to the room to speak with the Priest of Sung. Chapter 3. Murder. Armed men stood ready. Crondor was still celebrating, for Aretha had proclaimed a second day of festival, with the weak explanation that as there were 2 sons, there should be 2 days of presentation. The announcement had been greeted with enthusiasm by all in the city save the palace staff, but Master of Ceremonies de Lacy had quickly got things under control. Now, with the celebrants still crowding inns and alehouses as the festive mood of the day before seemed to increase, the passing of many men, seemingly off-duty upon one errand or another, not acknowledging one another, was scarcely noticed. But by midnight they had gathered in 5 locations: the common room of the Rainbow Parrot Inn, 3 widely scattered warehouses controlled by the Mockers, and aboard the Royal Raven. At a prearranged signal, the incorrect ringing of the time by the City Watch, the 5 companies would begin to make their way toward the stronghold of the Brotherhood of Assassins. Aretha led the company assembling at the Rainbow Parrot. Trevor Hull and Aaron Cook commanded the seamen and soldiers entering the sewers by boats. Jimmy, Gardan and Captain Valdis would lead the companies hiding in the old warehouses, through the streets of the poor quarter. Jimmy glanced around as the last soldiers slipped quietly through the narrowly opened doors of the warehouse. The Mockers' storage house for stolen goods was now thoroughly crowded. He returned his attention to the single window through which he observed the street that led straight to the Nighthawk stronghold. Roald consulted an hourglass he had turned when the last hour had been rung by the city watch. Soldiers listened by the door of the warehouse. Jimmy again glanced at the assembled company. Laurie, who had unexpectedly appeared with Roald an hour before, gave Jimmy a nervous smile. "It's more comfortable than the caves below Morrelin." Jimmy returned a half smile to the uninvited participant in the night's raid. "Right." He knew the singer-turned-noble was laughing off the worry they all felt. They were ill-prepared in many ways and had no sense of how many servants of Momandamus they faced. But the appearance of the false prince had heralded a new round of assaults by the Moradell's agents, and Aritha had been emphatic about the need for speed. It had been Aritha's decision to assemble his raiders quickly and attack the Nighthawks before another dawn came to Krondor. Jimmy had urged more time to scout the area, but the prince had remained intractable. Jimmy had made the mistake of confiding to Aritha how close he had come to being discovered. Also, Nathan reported the imposter now dead, and Aritha had said they had no way of knowing if he had accomplices in the palace or his compatriots other means of learning of his success or failure. They ran the risk of discovering an ambush, or worse yet, an empty nest. Jimmy understood the prince's impatience, but still wished for one more scouting trip. They couldn't even be certain they had blocked all avenues of escape. They'd sought to increase their chances of success by sending large amounts of ale and wine into the city, gifts from the prince to the citizens. They were aided by the Mockers, who diverted a disproportionate number of barrels and casks into the poor quarter, especially Fishtown. The honest population of Fishtown, however small a number that might be, thought Jimmy ruefully, would be happily in its collective cups by now. Then someone said, "Watch bell's ringing." Roald glanced at the glass. There was still a quarter hour's sand in it. "That's the signal." Jimmy was first through the door, leading the way. His company of seasoned soldiers would reach the Nighthawk's lair first. Jimmy was the only one who had had even a glimpse of the interior of the building, so he volunteered to flush them out. Gardan and Valdis's companies would be in close support, flooding the streets surrounding the target building with soldiers in the prince's tabards as Jimmy's men assaulted the stronghold. The companies under Aritha and Trevor Hull had already entered the sewers through the basement trapdoor in the Rainbow Parrot and the smuggler's tunnel at the dock. They were already closing in below the Nighthawks and would be responsible for blocking any escape routes in the sewers the assassins would likely take. Soldiers fanned out to either side, hugging the shadows as they moved quickly down the narrow street. The orders had called for stealth if possible, but with this many armed men moving at once, speed was more important. And the orders had been to attack at once should they be spotted. Jimmy scouted about after reaching the intersection closest to the Nighthawks building and discovered no guards in sight. He waved toward two narrow side streets, indicating the need to block them, and soldiers hurried to comply. When they were in position, Jimmy moved toward the entrance of the building. The last 20 yards to the door were the trickiest, for there was little cover in sight. Jimmy knew the Nighthawks probably kept the area before the door free of concealing debris against the possibility of a night such as this. He also knew there was likely at least one lookout in the second-floor corner room overlooking the two streets leading to the intersection where nestled the building. A distant sound of metal on stone echoed from the other approach to the building, and Jimmy knew Gardan's men were also approaching, just as Valdis's company would be coming up behind Jimmy's. He saw movement in the second-story window and froze a moment. He had no idea if he had been spotted, but knew if he had, someone would be out quickly to investigate unless he could allay suspicions. He staggered away from the wall a moment, then fell forward, arms outstretched to support himself, another drunk vomiting excess wine from a tormented stomach. Turning his head, he knew Rolb was only a short distance behind in the gloom. Between loud, retching noises, he softly said, "Get ready." After a moment, he resumed a staggering walk toward the corner building. He paused once more, then continued on. The entire way he sang a simple ditty as if to himself, hoping he passed for a late celebrant on his way home. Nearing the entrance of the building, he staggered away as if to turn the corner to the next street, then jumped to the wall next to the door. Jimmy held his breath and listened. A muffled sound, as if someone spoke, could be discerned. There seemed no tone of alarm. Jimmy nodded, then staggered out a short way down the connecting street to where Gardan's company waited. He leaned against the wall and feigned being sick again, then yelled something mindless and happy. He hoped that yell would momentarily distract the lookout. A dozen men quickly came up the street carrying a light ram and positioned themselves, while 4 bowmen knocked arrows behind them. They had a direct line of fire into the windows on the second floor, as well as the entrance to the building. Jimmy staggered back toward the building. Then, when he reached a point below the window, he could see an inquisitive head stick out to follow his progress. The sentry had watched his performance and had not noticed the approaching raiders. Jimmy hoped Rold knew what to do. An arrow sped through the night, showing the mercenary had seized the moment. If there was a second lookout above, they lost nothing by killing the first, but if not, they gained additional moments of surprise. The lookout seemed to lean further out, as if attempting to follow Jimmy's movement along the wall. He kept coming out the window until he fell into the street a few feet behind the youngster. Jimmy ignored the body. One of Gardan's men would be cutting the man's heart out soon enough. Jimmy reached the door, pulled his rapier and signalled. The 6 men with the ram, a beam with a fire-hardened end, stepped forward. They quietly rested the end against the door, pulled back, took 3 swings, then, on the 4th, crashed the ram against the door. The door had been bolted, not barred, and exploded inward, sending splinters flying from around the lockplate and men scrambling for weapons. Before the men who held the ram could let it fall and draw weapons, a flight of arrows sped past them. Rold and his men were through the door as the ram struck the stones and bounced. The sounds of fighting, screams and oaths filled the room as other voices shouted questions from other parts of the building. Jimmy took in the layout of the room with a single glance and swore in frustration. He spun to confront the sergeant leading the second company.
"They've opened doors to buildings on the other side of the walls behind this one. There are more rooms there."
He pointed to 2 doors through which questioning shouts had issued. The sergeant led his detachment off at once, splitting his squad and sending men through both doors. Another sergeant led his group up the stairs, while Rold and Laurie's men overwhelmed the few assassins in the first room and began searching for trapdoors in the floor. Jimmy ran to the door that he was certain led to the room above the sewer. He kicked open the door and found a dead Nighthawk and Aretha's men coming up through the trap. There was a second door out of the room, and Jimmy thought he saw someone duck around a corner. Jimmy followed after, shouting for someone to follow him, and turned the corner. He dodged to one side, but no expected ambush remained. The last time they had fought the Nighthawks, Aretha's raiders had found the assassins determined to die rather than be captured. This time, they seemed more determined to flee. Jimmy ran down the corridor, a half-dozen soldiers at his heels. He pushed open a side door and found 3 dead Nighthawks on the floor of a room behind the first they had entered. Already, soldiers prepared torches. Aretha's orders had been specific. All the dead were to have their hearts cut out from their bodies and burnt. No black slayers would rise from the grave this night to kill for Mamandamus. Jimmy shouted,
"Did anyone run by here?"
One soldier looked up.
"Didn't see anyone, Squire, but we were busy up to a moment ago."
Jimmy nodded once and ran down the hall. Rounding a corner, he discovered a hand-to-hand struggle underway in a connecting corridor. He dodged between guardsmen who were quickly overwhelming the assassins and ran toward another door. It was not entirely closed, as if someone had slammed it behind him but not stopped to see if it was shut. Jimmy shoved it wide and stepped into a broad alley. And across from him were 3 open and unguarded doors. Jimmy felt his heart sink. He turned to discover Aretha and Gardan behind him. Aretha cursed in frustration. What had once been a large, burnt-out building had been replaced by several smaller ones, and where a solid wall had been, now doors invited passage. And not one of Aretha's soldiers had arrived in time to prevent anyone from fleeing by this route.
Did anyone escape this way?
Asked the prince.
I don't know, answered Jimmy. One, I think, through one of these doors.
A guard turned to Gardan and asked,
Shall we pursue, Marshal?
Aretha turned back into the house as shouts of inquiry came from nearby buildings, from citizens of Fish Town awakened by the fighting.
Don't bother, said the prince flatly. As certain as the sunrise, there are doors to other streets in those homes. We have failed this night.
Gardan shook his head.
If anyone was already here, they might have bolted as soon as they heard us attack.
Other guards came up the narrow alley, many with bloodied clothing. One ran to the prince.
We think 2 escaped down a side street, Highness.
Aretha pushed past the man and re-entered the building. Reaching the main room, he found Valdis overseeing the guards as they conducted the grisly work of ensuring no undead assassins rose again. Grimly, the men cut deeply into the chest of each dead man and removed his heart. The hearts were burned at once. A breathless sailor appeared and said,
Your Highness, Captain Hull says you should come quick.
Aretha, Jimmy and Gardan left the room as Roald and Laurie came into view, weapons still in hand. Aretha regarded his blood-spattered brother-in-law and said, What are you doing here? I just came along to keep an eye on things, he answered. Roald looked sheepishly at the prince as Laurie added, He could never learn to lie with a straight face. As soon as he asked me to go gambling, I knew something was up. Aretha waved away further comment and followed the sailor to the room leading to the sewer, and down the ladder, the others coming after him. They moved down a tunnel to where Hull and his men waited in their boats. Hull motioned for Aretha to board, and he and Gardan entered one boat, Jimmy, Roald and Laurie another. They were rowed to a large convergence of 6 channels. A boat was tethered to a mooring ring in the stone, and from a trap in the ceiling above hung a rope ladder.
We stopped 3 boats of them coming out, but this one got past. When we reached here, they had all escaped.
How many? Asked the prince.
Maybe half a dozen,
answered Hull. Aretha swore again.
We lost maybe 2 or 3 down a side street, and now we know this lot got away. We may have as many as a dozen Nighthawks loose in the city.
He paused a moment, then looked at Gardan, his eyes narrowing in controlled anger as he said,
Krondor is now under martial law. Seal the city.
For the second time in 4 years, Krondor endured martial law. When Anita had escaped from her captivity in her father's palace, and Jocko Radburn, Guy de Bastira's captain of secret police, had sought her out, the city had been sealed. Now, the princess's husband searched out the city for possible assassins. The reasons might be different, but the effects on the populace were the same. And coming on the heels of celebration, martial law was a doubly bitter draught for the people to swallow. Within hours of the order for martial law being given, the merchants began to troop to the palace to lodge their complaints. First came the shipbrokers, whose commerce was the first disrupted as their vessels were held in port or denied entrance to the harbour. Trevor Hull led the squadron assigned to blockade duty, since the former smuggler knew every trick used to run a blockade.
Twice ships attempted to leave, and both times they were intercepted and boarded. Their captains were arrested and their crews confined to ship. In both cases it was quickly determined that the motive had been profit and not escape from Aretha's retribution. Still, since it was not known who they were searching for, any man arrested was kept in the city jail, the palace dungeon, or the prison barracks. Soon, the shipbrokers were followed by the freight haulers. Then the millers, when farmers were kept out of the city. Then others, each with a reasonable request to have the quarantine of the city lifted for just his special case. All were denied. Kingdom law was based upon the concept of the great freedom, the common law. Each man freely accepted service to his master, except the occasional criminal condemned to slavery or bondsman serving his indenture. Nobles received the benefits of rank in exchange for protecting those under their rule, and the network of vassalage rose from common farmer paying rent to his squire or baron, who paid taxes to his earl. In turn, the earl served his duke, who answered to the crown. But when the rights of free men were abused, those free men were quick to voice their displeasure. There were too many enemies within and without the boundaries of the kingdom for an abusive noble to keep his position overly long. Raiding pirates from the Sunset Islands, Quegan privateers, goblin bands, and always the Brotherhood of the Dark Path, the Dark Elves, demanded some internal stability in the kingdom. Only once in its history had the populace borne oppression without open protest under the rule of Mad King Roderick, Liam's predecessor, for the ultimate recourse to grievance was the crown. Under Roderick, lèse-majesty had been reinstated as a capital crime, and men could not express their grievances publicly. Liam had again struck that offence from the laws of the land. As long as treason was not espoused, men were free to speak their minds, and the free men of Crondor spoke their displeasure loudly. Crondor became a city in turmoil, her stability a thing of the past. For the first few days of martial law there had been grumbling, but as the seal on the city entered its second week, shortages became commonplace. Prices rose as demand exceeded supply. When the first alehouse near the docks ran out of ale, a full-scale riot ensued. Aretha ordered curfew. Armed squads of the Royal Household Guard patrolled the streets alongside the normal city watch. Agents of both the Chancellor and the Upright Man eavesdropped on conversations, listening for hints to where the assassins lay. And free men protested. Jimmy hurried down the hall toward the prince's private chambers. He had been sent to carry messages to the commander of the City Watch and was returning with the commander at his side. Aretha had become a man driven by his need to find the hidden assassins. He had put aside all other matters. The daily business of the principality had slowed, then had finally come to a halt while Aretha searched for the Nighthawks. Jimmy knocked upon the door to the prince's chamber. He and the commander of the watch were admitted. Jimmy went to stand next to Laurie and Duchess Carline while the commander came to attention before the prince. Gardan, Captain Valdis, and Earl Volney were arrayed behind the prince's chair. Aretha looked up at the commander. "Commander Bain, I sent you orders. I didn't request your presence." The commander, a greying veteran who had begun service 30 years before, said,
"Highness, I read your orders. I came back with the squire to confirm them."
"They are correct as written, Commander. Now, is there anything else?" Commander Bain flushed, his anger apparent as he bit off each word.
"Yes, Highness. Have you lost your bloody mind?"
Everyone in the room was stunned by the outburst. Before Gardan or Volney could censure the commander's remarks, he continued,
"The order as written means I'll be putting over 1,000 more men in the lockup. In the first place..." "Commander!"
snapped Volney, recovering from his surprise. Ignoring the stout Earl, The commander plunged forward with his complaint.
In the first place, this business of arresting anyone not commonly or well known to at least 3 citizens of good standing means every sailor in Crondor for the first time. Traveller, vagabond, minstrel, drunk, beggar, whore, gambler, and just plain stranger are to be whisked away without hearing before a magistrate, in violation of the common law. Second, I don't have the men to do the job properly. Third, I don't have enough cells for those who are to be picked up and questioned. Not even enough for those who will stay on due to unsatisfactory answers. Hell, I can barely find room for the ones who are already behind bars. And last, the whole thing stinks to high heaven. Man, are you daft? You'll have open rebellion in the city within 2 weeks. Even that bastard Radburn never tried anything like this. Commander, that will be enough,
roared Gardan.
You forget yourself,
said Volney.
It's His Highness who forgets himself, my lords. And unless Lese Majesty's been returned to the list of felonies of the kingdom, I'll speak my mind.
Aretha fixed the commander with a steady gaze. Is that all?
Not by half,
snapped the commander.
Will you rescind this order?
Showing no emotion, Aretha said no. The commander reached for his badge of rank and pulled it from his tunic.
Then find another to punish the city, Aretha Condoin. I'll not do it.
Fine. Aretha took the badge, he handed it to Captain Valdis and said, Locate the senior watchman and promote him. The now former commander said,
He'll not do it, Highness. The watch is with me to a man.
He leaned forward, knuckles on Aretha's conference table until his eyes were level with the prince's.
You better send in your army. My lads will have none of it. When this is over, it'll be them who'll be in the streets after dark in 2s and 3s, trying to bring sanity back to a city gone mad and hateful. You brought this on. You deal with it.
Aretha spoke evenly. That will be all. You are dismissed. He said to Valdis, Send detachments from the garrison and take command of the watchposts. Any watchman who wishes to stay employed is welcomed. Any who refuses this order is to be stripped of his tabard. Biting back hot words, the commander stiffly turned and left the room. Jimmy shook his head and shot a worried glance at Laurie. The former minstrel would understand as well as the former thief what sort of trouble was brewing in the streets. For another week, Crondor stagnated under martial law. Aretha turned a deaf ear to all requests to end the quarantine. By the end of the 3rd week, every man or woman who could not be properly identified was under arrest. Jimmy had communicated with agents of the Upright Man who assured Jimmy that the mockers were conducting their own house cleaning. 6 bodies had been found floating in the bay so far. Now Aretha and his advisers were ready to conduct the business of interrogating the captives. A large section of warehouses in the north end of the city near the Merchant's Gate had been converted to jails. Aretha, surrounded by a company of grim-faced guards, looked over the first 5 prisoners brought forward. Jimmy stood off to one side and could hear a soldier mumble to another,
This mate will be here a year talking to all these lads.
For a while, Jimmy watched as Aretha, Gardan, Volney and Captain Valdis questioned prisoners. Many were obviously simple fellows caught up in some business they didn't understand, or they were consummate actors. All looked filthy, ill-fed and half frightened, half defiant. Jimmy became restless and left the scene. At the edge of the crowd, he discovered that Laurie had taken a seat on a bench outside an alehouse. Jimmy joined the Duke of Salador, who said, They've only some homemade left, and it's not cheap, but it's cool. He looked on while Aretha continued the interrogations under the summer sun. Jimmy wiped his forehead. This is a sham. It accomplishes nothing. It lessens Aretha's temper, I've never seen him like this. Not even when we were racing to Morrill. He's angry, frightened, and feeling helpless. Laurie shook his head. I've learned a lot from Carline about my brothers-in-law. One thing about Aretha, if you don't already know, being helpless is something he can't abide. He's walked into a blind alley and his temper won't allow him to admit he's facing a stone wall. Besides, if he lifts the seal on the city, the Nighthawks are free to come and go at will. So what? They're in the city in any event, and no matter what Aretha thinks, there's no guarantee they're locked up. Maybe they've infiltrated the court staff the way they did the Mockers last year. Who knows? Jimmy sighed. If Martin was here, or maybe the king, we might have this business at an end. Laurie drank and grimaced at the bitter taste. Maybe. You've named the only two men in the world he's likely to listen to. Carline and I have tried to talk to him, but he just listens patiently, then says no. Even Gardan and Volney can't budge him. Jimmy watched the prince's interrogation for a little longer, while 3 more groups of prisoners were brought out. Well, some good's come of this. 4 men have been turned loose. And if they're picked up by another patrol, they'll be tossed into another lockup, and it might be days before anyone gets around to checking out their claims to having been turned loose by the prince. And the other 16 have been returned to the lockup. All we can hope is Aretha's realising soon that this will gain him nothing. The Festival of Banapis is less than 2 weeks off, and if the seal isn't lifted by then, there'll be a citywide riot. Laurie's lips tightened in frustration. Maybe if there was some magic way to tell who is a Nighthawk or not. Jimmy sat up. What? What? What you just said? Why not? Laurie turned slowly to face the squire. What are you thinking? I'm thinking it's time to have a chat with Father Nathan. You coming? Laurie put aside his mug of bitter beer and rose. I've a horse tied up over there. We've ridden double before. Come along, your grace. For the first time in days, Laurie chuckled. Nathan listened with his head tilted to one side while Jimmy finished his idea. The priest of Sung the White rubbed his chin a moment, looking more a former wrestler than a cleric while he thought. There are magic means of impelling someone to tell the truth, but they are time-consuming and not always reliable. I doubt we find such means any more useful than those presently being employed. His tone revealed he didn't think much of the means presently being employed. What of the other temples? Inquired Laurie. They have means differing little from our own, small things in the way spells are constructed. The difficulties do not lessen. Jimmy looked defeated. I had hoped for some way to pluck the assassins from the mass wholesale. I guess it impossible. Nathan stood up behind the table in Aretha's conference room, appropriated while the prince was overseeing the questioning. Only when a man dies and is taken into Limscragma's domain are all questions answered. Jimmy's expression clouded as a thought struck. Then he brightened. That could be it. Laurie said, What could be it? You can't kill them all. No, said Jimmy, dismissing the absurdity of the remark. Look, can you get that priest of Limscragma Julian to come here? Nathan remarked dryly, You mean High Priest Julian of the Temple of Limscragma? You forget he rose to supremacy when his predecessor was rendered mad by the attack in this palace. Nathan's face betrayed a flicker of emotion, for the priest of Sung himself had defeated the undead servant of Mamandamus at no little cost. Nathan was still plagued by nightmares from that event. Oh, said Jimmy. If I request, he may grant us an audience, but I doubt he'll come running here just because I ask. I may be the prince's spiritual advisor, but in temple rank I am simply a priest of modest achievements.
Well, then see if he will see us. I think if he'll cooperate, we might find an end to all this madness in Crondor. But I want to have the Temple of Limbs Cragma's cooperation before I blab the idea to the prince. He might not listen otherwise.
I'll send a message. It would be unusual for the temples to become involved in city business, but we've had closer relationships with each other and the officers of the principality since the appearance of Mamandamus. Perhaps Julian will be kindly disposed to cooperate. I assume there's a plan in this.
Yes, said Laurie. Just what have you got up that voluminous sleeve of yours? Jimmy cocked his head and grinned. You'll appreciate the theatre of it, Laurie. We'll whip up some mummery and scare the truth out of the Nighthawks. The Duke of Salador sat back and thought on what the boy had said. After a moment of consideration, his blonde beard was slowly parted by a widening grin. Nathan exchanged glances with the two as understanding came, and he too began to smile, then to chuckle. Seeming to think he forgot himself, the cleric of the goddess of the One Path composed himself, but again broke into an ill-concealed fit of mirth. Of the major temples in Crondor, the one least visited by the populace was that devoted to the goddess of death, Limbs Cragma, though it was commonly held that the goddess sooner or later gathered all to her. It was usual to give votive offerings and a prayer for the recently departed, but only a few worshipped with regularity. In centuries past, the followers of the death goddess had practiced bloody rites, including human sacrifice. Over the years, these practices had moderated, and the faithful of Limbs Cragma had entered the mainstream of society. Still, past fears died slowly, and even now enough bloody work was done in the death goddess's name by fanatics to keep her temple tainted by a patina of horror for most common men. Now, a band of such common men, with perhaps a few uncommon ones hidden among them, was being marched into that temple. Aretha stood silently by the entrance to the inner sanctum of the Temple of Limbs Cragma. Armed guards surrounded the antechamber, while temple guards in the black and silver garb of their order filled the inner temple. 7 priests and priestesses stood arrayed in formal attire, as if for a high ceremony, under the supervision of the high priest Julian. At first, the high priest had been disinclined to participate in this charade, but as his predecessor had been driven past the brink of insanity by confronting the agent of Mamandamus, he was sympathetic to any attempts to balk that evil. Reluctantly, he had agreed at the last. The prisoners were herded forward toward the dark entrance. Most held back and had to be shoved by spear-wielding soldiers. The first band contained those judged most likely to be members of the Brotherhood of Assassins. Aretha had grudgingly agreed to this sham, but had insisted on having all suspected of being Nighthawks in the first batch to be tested, in case the deception was revealed and word leaked back to the other prisoners being held. When the reluctant prisoners were arraigned before the altar of the Goddess of Death, Julian intoned, "Let the trial commence." At once, the attending priests, priestesses, and monks began a chant, one that carried a dark and chilling tone. Turning to the 50 or so men held by the silent temple guards, the high priest said, "Upon the altar stone of death, no man may speak falsehood, for before she who waits, before the drawer of nets, before the lover of life, all men must swear to what they have done. Know then, men of Crondor, that among your number are those who have rejected our mistress, those who have enlisted in the ranks of darkness and who serve evil powers. They are men who are lost to the grace of death,
to the final rest granted by Limbs Cragmar. These men are despisers of all, holding only to their evil master's will. Now they shall be separated from us. For each who lies upon the stone of the goddess of death will be tested, and each who speaks true will have nothing to fear. But those who have sworn dark compacts will be revealed, and they shall face the wrath of she who waits. The statue behind the altar, a jet stone likeness of a beautiful, stern-looking woman, began to glow, to pulse with strange blue-green lights. Jimmy was impressed as he looked on with Laurie. The effect added a strong sense of drama to the moment. Julian motioned for the first prisoner to be brought forward, and the man was half dragged to the altar. 3 strong guards lifted him up onto the altar, used ages past for human sacrifice, and Julian pulled a black dagger from his sleeve. Holding it over the man's chest, Julian asked simply, "Do you serve Mermandamus?" The man barely croaked out a reply in the negative, and Julian removed the dagger from over the man. "This man is free of guilt," intoned the priest. Jimmy and Laurie exchanged glances, for the man was one of Trevor Hull's sailors, ragged and rough-looking in the extreme, but above suspicion and, judging from the performance just given, not a mean actor. He had been planted to lend credibility to the proceedings, as had the second man, who was now being dragged to the altar. He sobbed piteously, yelling to be left alone, begging for mercy. Behind an upraised hand, Jimmy said, "He's overdoing it." Laurie whispered, "It doesn't matter. The room stinks with fear." Jimmy regarded the assembled prisoners, who stared with fascination at the proceedings, while the second man was judged innocent of being an assassin. Now the guards grabbed the first man to be truly tested. He had the half-captivated look of a bird confronting a snake and was led quickly to the altar. When 4 other men were led without protest, Aretha crossed to stand next to Laurie and Jimmy. Shielding them from the gaze of the prisoners by turning his back on the proceedings, he whispered, "This isn't going to work." Jimmy said, "We may not have dragged the Night Hawk up there yet. Give it time. If everyone comes through the test, you still have them all under guard." Suddenly, a man near the front of the prisoners made a dash for the door, knocking aside 2 temple guards. At once, Aretha's guards at the door blocked his exit. The man hurled himself at them, forcing the guards back. In the scramble, he reached for a dagger and attempted to strip it from a guard's belt. His hand was struck, and the dagger skittered freely across the floor, while another guard smashed him across the face with the haft of a spear. The man dropped to the stone floor. Jimmy, like the others, was intent upon the attempt to restrain the man. Then, as if time slowed, he saw another prisoner calmly bend over and pick up the dagger. With cool purpose, the man stood, turned, reversed the dagger, and held the blade between thumb and forefinger. He pulled back his arm and, as Jimmy's mouth opened to shout a warning, he threw the dagger. Jimmy sprang forward to knock Aretha aside, but he was a moment too late. The dagger struck. A priest cried blasphemy at the attack. Then all looked toward the prince. Aretha staggered, his eyes widening with astonishment as he stared down at the blade protruding from his chest. Laurie and Jimmy both caught his arms, holding him up. Aretha looked at Jimmy, his mouth moving silently, as if trying to speak with the most difficult task imaginable. Then, his eyes rolled up into his head, and he slumped forward, still held up by Laurie and Jimmy. Jimmy sat quietly while Roald paced the room. Carline sat opposite the boy, lost in her own thoughts. They waited outside Aretha's bedchamber, while Father Nathan and the royal chirurgeon worked feverishly to save Aretha's life. Nathan had showed no regard for rank as he had ordered everyone out of Aretha's room, refusing even to let Carline glimpse her brother. At first, Jimmy had judged the wound serious but not fatal. He had seen men survive worse. But now the time was dragging on, and the young man began to fret. By now, Aretha should have been resting quietly, but there had been no word from within his chambers. Jimmy feared this meant complications. He closed his eyes and rubbed at them a moment, sighing aloud. Again, he had acted, but too late to stave off disaster. Fighting back his own feelings of guilt, he was startled when a voice next to him said, "Don't blame yourself." He looked to find Carline had moved to sit beside him. With a faint smile, he said, "Reading minds, Duchess." She shook her head, fighting back tears. "No, I just remembered how hard you took it when Anita was injured." Jimmy could only nod. Laurie came in and crossed to the door of the bedchamber to speak quietly to the guard. The guard quickly entered and returned a moment later, whispering an answer. Laurie went over to his wife, kissed her lightly on the cheek and said, "I've dispatched riders to fetch Anita back and lifted the quarantine." As senior noble in the city, Laurie had assumed a position of authority, working with Volney and Gardan to restore order to a city in turmoil. While the crisis was likely over, certain restraints were kept in force to prevent any backlash from angry citizens. Curfew would stay in effect for a few more days, and large gatherings would be dispersed. Laurie spoke softly. "I've more duties to discharge. I'll be back shortly." He rose and left the antechamber. Time dragged on. Jimmy remained lost in thought. In the short time he had been with the prince, his world had changed radically. From street boy and thief to squire had entailed a complete shift in attitudes towards others, though some vestige of his former wariness had stood him in good stead when dealing with court intrigue. Still, the prince and his family and friends had become the only people in Jimmy's life who meant something to the boy, and he feared for them. His disquiet had grown in proportion to the passing hours, and now bordered on alarm. The ministrations of the Chirurgeon and the priest were taking far too long. Jimmy knew something was very wrong. Then the door opened and a guard was motioned inside. He appeared a moment later, hurrying down the hall. In short order, Laurie, Gardan, Valdis and Volney were back before the door. Without taking her eyes from the closed portal, Carline reached out and clutched at Jimmy's hand. Jimmy glanced over and was startled to see her eyes brimming with tears. With dread certainty, the young man knew what was happening. The door opened, and a white-faced Nathan appeared. He looked around the room and began to speak, but halted, as if the words were too difficult to utter. At last, he simply said, "He's dead." Jimmy couldn't contain himself. He sprang from the bench and pushed past those before the door, not recognizing his own voice crying, "No!" The guards were too startled to react as the young squire forced his way into Aretha's chamber. There he halted, for upon the bed was the unmistakable form of the prince. Jimmy hurried to his side and studied the still features. He reached out to touch the prince, but his hand halted scant inches away from Aretha's face. Jimmy didn't need to touch him to know without doubt that the man on the bed, whose features were so familiar, was indeed dead. Jimmy lowered his head to the bed quilting, hiding his eyes as he began to weep. Chapter 4. Embarkation. Tomas awoke. Something had called to him. He sat up and looked about in the dark, his more than human eyes showing him each detail of his room as if it were twilight. The apartment of the queen and her consort was small, carved from the living bole of a mighty tree. Nothing appeared amiss. For an instant he felt fear that his mad dreams of yesterday were returning. Then, as wakefulness fully came to him, he dismissed that fear. In this place, above all others, he was master of his powers. Still, old terrors often sprang unexpectedly to the mind. Tomas regarded his wife. Algarana slept soundly. Then he was on his feet, moving to where Kalis lay. Almost 2 years old now, the boy slept in an alcove adjoining his parents' quarters. The little prince of Elvendar slept soundly, his face a mask of repose. Then the call came again, and Tomas knew who called him. Instead of being reassured by the source of that call, Tomas felt a strange sense of fate. He crossed to where his white and gold armour hung. He had worn this raiment only once since the end of the Rift War, to destroy the Black Slayers who had crossed into Elvendar. But now, he knew it was time to wear battle garb again. Silently, he took down the armour and carried it outside. The summer's night was heavy with fragrance as blossoms filled the air with gentle scents mingled with the preparations of elven bakers for the next day's meals. Under the green canopy of Elvendar, Tomas dressed. Over his undertunic and trousers, he drew on the golden chainmail coat and coif. The white tabard with the golden dragon followed. He buckled on his golden sword and picked up his white shield, then donned his golden helm. For a long moment he stood again mantled in the attire of Ashen Shugar, last of the Valheru, the Dragon Lords. A mystic legacy that crossed time bound them together, and in odd ways Tomas was as much Valheru as human. His basic nature was that of a man, raised by his father and mother in the kitchen of Castle Criddy, but his powers were clearly more than human. The armour no longer held that power. It had been but a conduit fashioned by the sorcerer Macross the Black, who had conspired to have Tomas inherit the ancient powers of the Valheru. Now, they resided in Tomas, but he still felt somehow lessened when he forewent the gold and white armour. He closed his eyes and, with arts long unused, willed himself to travel where his caller awaited. Golden light enveloped Tomas, and suddenly, faster than the eye could apprehend, he flew through the trees of the elven forest. Past unsuspecting elven sentries he sped until he reached a large clearing far to the northwest of the Queen's court. Then he again stood in corporeal form, seeking the author of the call to him. From out of the trees, a black-robed man approached, one whose face was familiar to Tomas. When the short figure had reached him, the two embraced, for they had been foster brothers as children. Tomas said, "This is a strange reunion, Pug. I knew your call like a signature, but why this magic? Why not simply come to our home?" "We need to speak in private. I have been away." "So Aratha reported last summer. He said you stayed upon the Surani world to discover some cause behind these dark attacks by Mamandamus." "I have learned things over the last year, Tomas." He led Tomas to a fallen tree and they sat upon the trunk. "I'm certain now, beyond doubt, that what stands behind Mamandamus is what the Surani know as the enemy. An ancient thing of awesome abilities. That terrible entity seeks entrance to our world and manipulates the Moradel and their allies toward what particular ends I do not know. How a Moradel army gathering or assassins killing Aratha can aid the enemy's entrance into our space-time is beyond my understanding." For a moment, he fell into a reflective mood. So many things I still don't understand despite my learning. I almost came to an end to my searching in the library of the Assembly save for one thing. Looking at his boyhood friend, he seemed possessed by a deep urgency. "What I found in the library was barely a hint, but it led me to the far north of Kelowan, to a fabulous place beneath the polar ice. I have lived for the last year in Elverdane. Tomas blinked in confusion. Elverdane? That means Elven Refuge, as Elvendar means Elven Home. Who? I have been studying with the Eldar. The Eldar? Thomas appeared even more confused. Memories of his life as Ashen Shugar came pouring back. The Eldar were those elves most trusted by their Dragon Lord masters, those who had access to many tomes of power pillaged from the worlds the Dragon Lords raided. Compared to their masters, they were weak. Compared to other mortals upon Midkemia, they were a race of powerful magicians. They had vanished during the Chaos Wars, and were thought to have perished beside their masters. And they live upon the Surani homeworld. Kelowan is no more homeworld to the Surani than it is to the Eldar. Both races found refuge there during the Chaos Wars. Pug paused, thinking. Elverdane was established as a watch post by the Eldar against the need of such a time as this. It is much like Elvendar, Tomas, but subtly different. He remembered, when I first arrived, I was made welcome. I was taught by the Eldar, but it was a different sort of teaching than any I had undergone before. One elf, called Akaila, seemed responsible for my education, though many taught me. Never once in the year I spent under the polar ice did I ask a question. I would dream. He lowered his eyes. It was so alien. Only you among men might understand what I mean. Tomas placed his hand on Pug's shoulder. I do understand. Men were not meant for such magic. He then smiled. Still, we've had to learn, haven't we? Pug smiled at that. True. Akaila and the others would begin a spell and I would sit and watch. I spent weeks not understanding they were conducting lessons for me. Then, one day, I joined in. I learned to weave spells with them. That was when my education began. Pug smiled. They were well prepared. They knew I was coming. Tomas's eyes widened. How? Macross. It appears he told them a likely student might be coming their way. That indicates some connection between the war and these odd occurrences of the last year. Yes. Pug fell silent. I've learned 3 things. The first is that there is no truth to our concept of there being many paths of magic. All is magic. Only the limits of the practitioner dictate what path is followed. Second, despite my learning, I am but just beginning to understand all that was taught to me. For while I never asked a question, the Eldar also never gave an answer. He shivered. They are so different from anything else. I don't know if it's the isolation, the lack of normal congress with others of their kind, or what, but Elverdane is so alien it makes Elvendar feel as familiar as the woods outside Criddy. Pug sighed. It was so frustrating at times. Each day I would arise and wander the woods, waiting until an opportunity to learn presented itself. I now know more of magic than any on this world now that Macross is gone. But I know nothing more about what we face. Somehow, I was forged as a tool without fully understanding my purpose. But you have suspicions. Yes. Though I will not share them, not even with you, until I am sure. Pug stood. I have learned much, but I need to learn more. This is certain. It is the 3rd thing I told you I had learned. Both worlds face the gravest threat since the Chaos Wars. Pug rose, looking Tomas in the eyes. We must be going.
Going? Where?
All of that will become apparent. We are poorly equipped to enter the struggle. We are ill-informed, and knowledge is slow in coming. So we must go seek knowledge. You must come with me, now.
Where?
To where we may learn that which may gain us advantage, to the Oracle of Arl. Tomas studied Pug's face. In all the years they had known each other, Tomas had never seen the young magician so intense. Quietly, Tomas said,
To other worlds.
That is why I need you. Your arts are alien to mine. A rift to Kellowan I can manage, but to travel to worlds I know only through millennia-old tomes. Between the two of us, we have a chance. Will you aid me?
Of course.
I must speak to Aglarana. No! Pug's tone was firm. There are reasons. Mostly, I suspect something even more dread than what I know. If what I suspect is true, then no one beyond the two of us may know what we undertake. To share the knowledge of this quest with another is to risk the ruination of everything. Those you seek to comfort will be destroyed. Better to let them doubt a while. Tomas weighed Pug's words. One thing was certain to the boy from Criddy turned Valheru. One of the few beings in the universe worthy of complete, utter trust now spoke to him.
I dislike this, but I will accept your caution. How shall we proceed?
To traverse the cosmos, perhaps even to swim the time stream, we need a steed only you may command. Tomas looked away, peering into the darkness.
It has been ages. Like all the former servants of the Valheru, those you speak of have become stronger-willed over the centuries and are unlikely to serve willingly.
He thought, remembering images of long ago.
Still, I will try.
Moving to the center of the clearing, Tomas closed his eyes and raised his arms high above his head. Pug watched silently. For long moments, there was no movement by either man. Then, the young man in white and gold turned to face Pug.
One answers from a great distance, but she comes with great speed. Soon.
Time passed, and the stars overhead moved in their course. Then, in the distance, the sound of mighty wings beating upon the night air could be heard. Soon the sound was a loud rush of wind, and a titanic shape blotted out the stars. Landing in the clearing was a gigantic figure, its descent swift and light despite its size. Wings, spanning over 100 feet on each side, gently landed a body bulking larger than any other creature on Midkemia. Silver sparkles of moonlight danced over golden scales as a greater dragon settled to the earth. A head the size of a heavy wagon lowered until it hung just above and before the two men. Giant eyes of ruby color regarded them. Then the creature spoke.
Who dares summon me?
Tomas answered.
I, who was once Ashen Shugar.
The creature's mood was apparent. Irritation mixed with curiosity.
Thinkest thou to command me as my forebears were commanded by thine? Then know, we of dragonkind have grown in power and cunning. Never willingly shall we serve again. Standest thou ready to dispute this?
Tomas raised hands in a sign of supplication.
We seek allies, not servants.
I am Tomas, who, with Dolgan the dwarf, sat the death watch with Ruach at the last. He counted me as a friend,
and his gift was that which has made me again Valheru.
The dragon considered this. Then she answered.
That song was well sung and loudly, Tomas, friend of Ruach. In our lore, no more marvelous thing has occurred, for when Ruach passed, he coursed the skies one last time, as if his youth had been restored, and he sang his death song with vigor. In it, he spoke of thee and the dwarf Dolgan. All of the greater dragons listened to his song and gave thanks. For that kindness, I will listen to thy need.
We seek places barred from us by space and time. Upon your back I may breach such barriers. The dragon seemed leery of the notion of one of her kind again carrying a Valheru, despite Tomas's reassurance.
For what cause dost thou seek?
It was Pug who spoke. A grave danger is gathering to strike this world, and even unto dragonkind it poses a threat terrible beyond imagining.
There have been strange stirrings to the north,
said the dragon,
and an ill-aspected wind blows across the land these nights.
She paused, pondering what had been said.
Then I think it may be thou and I a bargain shall strike. For such purposes thou hast spoken, shall I be willing to carry thee and thy friend. I am called Ryath.
The dragon lowered her head, and Tomas adroitly mounted, showing Pug where to step so as not to cause the giant creature any discomfort. When both were mounted, they sat in a shallow depression where neck joined shoulder between the wings. Tomas said,
"We are in your debt, Ryath."
The dragon gave a mighty beat of her wings and took to the sky. As they rapidly climbed above Elvendar, Tomas's magic kept Pug and himself firmly seated on Ryath's back. The dragon spoke.
Debts of friendship are not debts. I am of Ruach's get. He was to me what in thy world thou wouldst term a father, I to him a daughter. While we do not count such kinship vital as do humans, still such things have some importance. Come, Valheru, it is time for thee to take command.
Drawing on powers not employed for millennia, Tomas willed a passage into that place beyond space and time where his brothers and sisters had once roamed at will, visiting destruction upon worlds unnumbered. For the first time in long ages, a dragon lord flew between worlds. Tomas mentally directed Ryath's course. As need came, he discovered abilities not used in this life. Again, he felt the persona of Ashen Shugar within, but it was nothing like the all-consuming madness he had endured before he finally overcame the heritage of the Valheru to regain his humanity. Tomas maintained an illusion of space about himself, Pug, and the dragon, again almost instinctively. All about them the glory of 1,000 million stars illuminated the darkness. Both men knew they were not in what Pug had come to call true space, but were rather in that grey nothingness he had experienced when he and Macross had closed the rift between Keloan and Midkemia. But that greyness had no substance, existing as it did between the very strands of the fabric of space and time. They could age here while appearing back at the point of departure an instant after having left. Time did not exist in this non-space. But the human mind, no matter how gifted, had limits, and Tomas knew Pug was human, regardless of his powers, and that now was not the time to test his limits. Ryath appeared indifferent to the illusion of true space around her. Tomas and Pug sensed the dragon change directions. The dragon's ability to navigate in this nothingness was a source of interest to Pug. He suspected Macross might have gained some insight into how to move between worlds at will from his time of study with Ruach years ago. Pug made a mental note to search through Macross's works back at Stardock for that information. They emerged in normal space, thundering into existence with a loud report. Ryath beat her wings strongly, flying through angry skies dark with rain clouds above a rugged landscape of ancient mountains. The air held a bitter, metallic tang, a hint of something foul blown along by a stinging, frigid wind. Ryath sent a thought to Tomas.
This place is of an alien nature. I like it not.
Aloud, so that Pug might hear, Tomas answered, We shall not tarry here, Ryath, and here we need fear nothing.
I have nothing to do with fear, Valheru. I simply care not for such odd places.
Pug pointed past Tomas, who turned to follow the magician's gesture. With mental commands, Tomas directed the dragon to follow Pug's instructions. They sped between jagged peaks, a nightmare landscape of twisted rock. In the distance, mighty volcanoes spewed towers of black smoke that fanned upward, their undersides glowing orange from reflected light. The mountain slopes were aglow with flowing, superheated rock. Then they came upon the city. Once heroic walls lay rent, the gaps framed by shattered masonry. Proud towers occasionally still rose above the destruction, but mostly there was ruination. No signs of life could be seen. Over what had once been a plaza, they banked, circling the heart of the city, where throngs once gathered. Now, only the sound of Ryath's wings could be heard over the icy wind. "What place is this?" asked Tomas. "I do not know. I know this is the world of the Arl, or once was in the past. It is ancient. See the sun." Tomas observed an angry white spot behind blowing clouds. "It is strange. It is old. Once it shone like ours, brilliant and warm. Now it fades." Valheru lore, long dormant, returned to Tomas. "It is near the end of its cycle. I have knowledge of these. Sometimes they simply dwindle to nothing. Other times they explode in titanic fury. I wonder which this will be." "I don't know. Perhaps the Oracle knows." Pug directed Tomas toward a distant range of mountains. Toward the mountains they sped, Ryath's powerful wings carrying them swiftly. The city had stood on the edge of tableland, once cultivated, they suspected. But nothing hinting of farms remained, save a single stretch of what seemed an aqueduct, standing isolated in the centre of the broad plain, a silent monument to a long-dead people. Then Ryath began to climb as they approached the mountains. Once again they flew between mountain peaks, these old and worn by wind and rain. "There," said Pug. "We have arrived." Following Tomas's mental instructions, Ryath circled above a peak. Upon the south-facing rocks, a clear, flat place was revealed before a large cave. There was no room for the giant dragon to land, so Tomas used his powers to levitate himself and Pug from her back. Ryath sent a message that she would fly to hunt, returning at Tomas's call. Tomas wished her success, but expected the dragon to return hungry. They floated through a damp, wind-blown sky, so darkened by the storm there was little difference between day and night. They alighted upon the ledge before the cave. They watched Ryath speed away. Pug said, "There is no danger here, but we may yet travel to places of great peril. Do you think Ryath truly without fear?" Tomas turned to Pug with a smile. "I think her so. In my dreams of ancient days I touched the minds of her ancestors, and this dragon is to them as they were to your Phantus." Then it is good she joins us willingly. It would have been difficult to persuade her otherwise. Tomas agreed.
I could have destroyed her without a doubt, but bend her to my will? I think not. The days of the Valheru ruling without question are long since vanished.
Pug studied the alien landscape below the ledge. This is a sad and hollow place. In the tomes harboured in Elverdane, this world is described. It was once adorned with vast cities, homes to nations. Now, nothing is left. Tomas asked quietly, what became of those people? The sun waned, weather changed. Earthquakes, famine, war. Whatever it was, it brought utter destruction. They turned to face the cave as a figure appeared in the entrance, shrouded from head to foot in an all-concealing robe. Only one thin arm appeared from a sleeve. That arm ended in a gnarled old hand holding a staff. Slowly, the man, or so he appeared to be, approached, and when he stood before them, a voice as thin as an ancient wind issued from within the dark hood.
Who seeks out the Oracle of Ar?
Pug spoke. I, Pug, called Milimber, magician of 2 worlds.
And I, Tomas, called Ashen Shugar, who has lived twice.
The figure motioned for them to enter the cave. Tomas and Pug passed into a low, unlit tunnel. With a wave of his hand, Pug caused light to appear about them. The tunnel opened into a monstrous cavern. Tomas halted.
We were but scant yards below the peak. This cavern cannot be contained within.
Pug placed his hand upon Tomas's arm. We are somewhere else. The cavern was lit by faint light issuing from the walls and ceiling, so Pug ended his own spell. Several more figures in robes could be seen in distant corners of the cavern, but none approached. The man who had greeted them upon the ledge walked past them and they followed. Pug said, "What should we call you?" The man said,
Whatever pleases you. Here, we have no names, no past, no future. We are simply those who serve the Oracle.
He led them to a large outcropping of rock, upon which rested a strange figure. It was a young woman, or more appropriately, a girl. Perhaps no more than 13 or 14, perhaps a few years older. It was difficult to judge. She was nude, covered in dirt, scratches, and her own excrement. Her long brown hair was matted with filth. Her eyes widened as they approached, and she scampered backwards across the rocks, shrieking in terror. It was obvious to both men she was entirely mad. The shrieking continued while she hugged herself, then it descended the scale, changing into a mad laugh. Suddenly, the girl gave the men an appraising look and began to pull at her hair in a pitiful imitation of combing, as if she was suddenly concerned about her appearance. Without words, the man with the staff indicated the girl. Tomas said,
This, then, is the Oracle?
The hooded figure nodded.
This is the present Oracle. She will serve until her death. Then another will come, as she came when she who was Oracle before died. So it has always been, and so will it always be.
How do you survive on this dead world?
We trade. Our race has perished, but others, such as yourselves, seek us out. We abide.
He pointed to the cowering girl.
She is our wealth. Ask what you will.
And the price? Inquired Pug. The hooded man repeated himself.
Ask what you will. The Oracle answers as she chooses, when she chooses, She will name a price. She may ask for a sweet, a fruit, or your still beating heart to eat. She may ask for a bauble with which to play.
He indicated a pile of odd devices cast off in the corner.
She may ask for 100 sheep, or 100 weight of grain or gold. You must decide if the knowledge you seek is worth the price asked. She sometimes answers without a price, and ofttimes she will not answer, no matter what is offered. Her nature is capricious.
Pug stepped up to the cowering girl. She stared at him a long moment, then smiled absently, playing with her stringy hair. Pug said, "We seek to learn the future." The girl's eyes narrowed, and suddenly there was no hint of madness within. It was as if another person instantly inhabited her. In a calm voice she answered, "To learn this, then, will you give me my price?" "Name your price." "Save me." Tomas looked at the guide. From deep within the hood, the dry voice said,
"We do not truly understand what she means. She is trapped within her own mind. It is that madness which grants her the gift of oracularity. Free her of that madness, and she no longer will be the oracle. So she must have another meaning."
Pug said, "Save you from what?" The girl laughed. Then the calm voice returned. "If you do not understand, you cannot save me." The figure in robes seemed to shrug. Pug considered, then said, "I think I do understand." He reached out, seizing the girl's hand between his hands. She stiffened as if about to scream, but Pug sent a comforting mental message. What he was about to attempt was something formerly thought to be solely the province of clerics, but his time with the Eldar at Elverdane had taught him that the only real limits to magic were those of the practitioner. Pug closed his eyes and entered madness. Pug stood in a landscape of shifting walls, a maze of maddening colours and shapes. The horizon changed with each step, and perspective was non-existent. He looked down at his hands and watched them suddenly grow larger until they were the size of melons, then just as rapidly shrink until they were smaller than a child's. He looked up and could see the walls of the maze receding and approaching seemingly at random, while their colour and pattern flashed through a dozen changes. Even the ground beneath his feet was a red and white chessboard one moment, a pattern of black and grey lines the next, then large blue and green spots on red. Angry, flashing lights sought to blind him. Pug took hold of his own perceptions. He knew he was still within the cavern, and this illusion was an extension of his own need for a physical analogue in dealing with the girl's madness. First, he stabilized himself so the strange shifting of limbs halted. To act rashly at any point could destroy the girl's brittle mind, and he had no way to judge what that would do to him, given his present contact with that mind. He might, somehow, be trapped in her madness. An unpleasant prospect. Over the last year, Pug had learned a great deal about controlling his arts, but he had also learned their limits, and he knew what he did carried some risk. Next, he stabilized the immediate area around him, changing the shifting, vibrating walls and dazzling lights. Realizing that any direction was as valid as another, he set out. Walking was also illusory, he knew, but the illusion of movement was required for him to reach the seat of her consciousness. Like any problem, this one required a frame of reference, and it would be one the girl would provide. Pug could only react to whatever her demented mind dreamed up for him. Abruptly, He was plunged into darkness, so silent that only death could match that stillness. Then a single odd sound came to him. A moment later, another came from a different direction. Then a faint pulse in the air. With more rapidity, the darkness was punctuated with movement in the air and odd sounds. At last, the blackness was full of pulsing noises and fetid odours. Strange breezes blew across his face, and odd feathery things brushed against him, moving away too quickly for him to seize. He created light, and discovered himself in a large cavern much like the real one in which he and Tomas now stood. Nothing else stirred. Within the illusion he called out. No answer. The landscape shuddered and shifted, and he stood upon a beautiful greensward lined by graceful trees too perfect to exist in reality. They formed boundaries that pointed toward an impossibly lovely palace of white marble, adorned with gold and turquoise, amber and jade, opal and chalcedony. A place so startlingly wonderful that Pug could only stand in mute appreciation. The image was emotionally laden with the feeling that this was the most perfect place in the universe, a sanctuary where no trouble intruded, where one could wait out eternity in absolute contentment. Again, the landscape shifted, and he stood within the halls of a palace. From the white marble floors flecked with gold to pillars of ebony, it was the most lavish image of wealth he had ever perceived, surpassing even the palace of the warlord in Kentasani. The ceiling was carved quartz, admitting sunlight with a rosy glow, and the walls were bedecked with rich tapestries woven with gold and silver threads. Ebony doors with ivory trim and studdings of precious stones were common to every portal, and wherever Pug looked, he saw gold. In the centre of this splendour, a white circle of light illuminated a dais upon which stood two figures, a woman and a girl. He stepped toward them. Suddenly, warriors erupted from the floor like plants springing from the ground. Each was a powerful creature of terrible aspect. One looked like a boar made human, another like a giant mantis. A third seemed a lion's head upon a man. A fourth wore the face of an elephant. Each was armed and armoured in rich metals and jewels, and they bellowed fearsomely. Pug stood quietly. The warriors attacked, and Pug remained motionless. As each nightmare creature struck, its weapon passed through Pug, and the creatures vanished. When they were gone, Pug stepped toward the dais upon which the two figures stood. The dais began to move away, as if upon tiny wheels or legs picking up speed. Pug walked directly toward it, willing himself to overtake it. Soon, the landscape about him was a blur in passing, and he judged the illusion of the palace must be miles in subjective size. Pug knew he could halt the fleeing dais with its two passengers, but to do so might be harmful to the girl. Any overt act of violence, even one as minor as commanding the pair of fugitives to halt, could permanently scar her. Now, the dais began a careening, banging passage through an obstacle course of rooms, and Pug was forced to dodge and move to avoid objects hurled into his path. He could also have destroyed anything that blocked his way, but the effect would have been as harmful as if he had ordered the pair to halt. No, he thought. When you enter another's reality, you observe her rules. Then the dais halted, and Pug overtook the pair. The woman stood silently, studying the approaching magician, while the girl sat at her feet. Unlike her real appearance, here the girl was beautifully clothed in a gown of soft, translucent silk. Her hair was gathered atop her head in a magnificent fashion, held by pins of silver and gold, each bearing a jewel. While it was impossible to judge how the girl looked in truth beneath the dirt, here she was a young woman of astonishing beauty. Then the beautiful girl stood and grew, changing before his eyes to a horror of gigantic proportions. Large, hairy arms sprouted from soft shoulders, while her head became that of an enraged eagle. Lightning cascaded from her ruby eyes as claws came crashing down upon Pug. He stood motionless. The claws passed harmlessly through him, for he refused to take part in this reality. Suddenly, the monster vanished, and the girl was as he had seen her in the cave, nude, filthy, and mad. Looking at the woman, Pug said, "You are the Oracle." "I am." She was regal, proud, and alien. While she looked entirely human, Pug guessed that was part of the illusion. She would be something else in truth, or had been when she was alive. Pug now understood. "If I free her, what of you?" "I must find another, and soon, or I will cease my existence. That is as it has always been, and how it must be." "So another must succumb to this?" "That is as it has always been." "If I free her, what of her?" "She will be as she was when brought here. She is young and will regain her sanity." "Will you resist me?" "You know I cannot. You see through the illusions. You know these are only monsters and treasures of the mind. But before you rid her of me, understand something, magician. At the dawn of time, when the multitude of universes were forming, we were born, we of the Aal. When your Valheru companion and his kin raged across the heavens, we were old and wise beyond their understanding. I am the last female of my race, though that is a convenient label and not a description. Those in the cavern are males. We labour to maintain that which is our grandest heritage, the power of the Oracle, for we are the husbanders of truth, the handmaidens of knowledge. It was found in ages past that I could continue to exist within the minds of others, but at the price of their own sanity. It was considered a necessary evil to corrupt a few members of lesser races in exchange for maintaining the power of the Aal. We would that it were otherwise, but it is not. For I need living minds in which to exist. Take the girl. She is nothing, a simple child of unknown parentage. On her homeworld, she would have become at best the drudge of some peasant, at worst a whore for men's amusement. Within her mind, I've given her riches beyond the dreams of the most powerful kings. What will you give her in its place? Her own fate? But I think another sort of salvation was spoken of, one for you both. You are perceptive, magician. The star around which this world moves is close to dying. Its erratic cycle is the cause of this planet's ruination. Already we endure an age of volcanism not seen for aeons. Within a handspan of years, this world will end in fiery death. We stand upon the third world to be called home by the Aal, but now our race has vanished into time, and we lack the means of finding a fourth world. To answer your needs, you must be willing to answer ours. Relocating you to another world is no difficulty. There are less than a dozen of you. It is agreed. Perhaps we may even find a way to prevent another's mind being sacrificed. He inclined his head toward the figure of the cowering girl. That would be preferable, but we have not as yet discovered means. Still, if you will find us a haven, I will answer your queries. A bargain has been set. This, then, I propose. Upon my world, I have means to ensure a place of safekeeping for you and yours. I am counted kin to our king by adoption, and he will be favourably disposed to my request. But know that my world stands in peril, and you will share that risk." "That is unacceptable." "Then we shall have no bargain, and all will perish. For I will fail in my undertaking, and this world will vanish in a cloud of flaming gases." The woman remained grave in appearance. After a long silence, she said, "I shall amend our bargain. I will provide you with the power of the oracle in exchange for this safe haven when you have completed your quest." "Quest?" "I read the future. And as we near agreement, the lines of probability resolve themselves, and the most likely future is revealed to my sight. Even as we speak, I see what you will undertake, and it is a way fraught with perils." She stood silently for a moment, then softly said, "Now I understand what you face. I agree to these terms, as you must." Pug shrugged. "Agreed. When all has been favourably resolved, we shall carry you to a place of safety. Return to the cavern." Pug opened his eyes. Tomas and the servants of the oracle stood as they had done when he had begun the mind contact. He asked Tomas, "How long have I been standing here?"
"A few moments, no longer."
Pug stepped away from the girl. She opened her eyes, and her voice was strong, untainted by madness, but carrying a hint of the alien woman's speech. "Know that darkness unfolds and gathers, coming from where it has been confined, seeking to regain that which was lost, to the utter ruination of all you love, to the redemption of all you hold in terror. Go and find the one who knows all, who has from the first understood the truth. Only he can guide you to the final confrontation. Only he." Tomas and Pug exchanged glances, and even as Pug spoke, he knew the answer to his question. "Whom must I seek?" The girl's eyes seemed to pierce his soul. Calmly she said, "You must find Macross the Black." Chapter 5. Criddy. Martin crouched. He motioned for those behind to remain quiet as he listened for movement in the deep thicket. Sundown was approaching, and animals should have been appearing at the edge of the pond, but something had driven away most of the game. Martin hunted the source of that disruption. The woods were silent, except for the sound of birds overhead. Then, something rustled in the bush. A stag leaped forward, bounding over the edge of the clearing. Martin dodged to his right, avoiding the stag's antlers and flying hooves as the frightened animal sprang past. He could hear the scurrying of his companions as they avoided being trampled by the fleeing animal. Then Martin heard a deep grumbling sound issuing from where the stag had fled. Whatever had spurred the animal into flight was approaching through the undergrowth. Martin waited, his bow ready. He watched as the bear limped into view. At a time it should be getting fat and glossy, this animal was weak and scrawny, as thin as if it had just emerged from a long winter's sleep. Martin studied it as it lowered its head to drink from the pool. Some injury had lamed the animal, sickening it and preventing it from getting the food it needed. 2 nights before, the bear had mauled a farmer who had attempted to defend his milk cow. The man had died, and Martin had been tracking the bear since. It was a rogue and had to be killed. The sound of horses carried through the woods, and the bear's muzzle came up as it sniffed the air. A questioning growl escaped its throat as it rose on hind legs, followed by an angry roar as it smelt horses and men. "Damn! said Martin as he stood, drawing his bow. He had hoped to get a cleaner shot, but the animal would turn and flee in a moment. The arrow sped across the clearing, taking the bear below the neck in the shoulder. It was not a quick killing shot. The animal pawed at the shaft, its growls a bubbling liquid sound. Martin came around the pond, his hunting knife out, his 3 companions behind. Garrett, now huntmaster of Criddy, let fly his own arrow as Martin raced toward the bear. The second shaft took the beast in the chest, another serious but not yet fatal wound. Martin sprang at the bear while it pawed at the arrows embedded in its thick fur. The Duke of Criddy's large hunter's knife struck deep and true, taking the weak and confused animal in the throat. The bear died as it hit the ground. Baru and Charles followed, their bows at the ready. Charles, short and bandy-legged, wore the same green leather clothing as Garrett's, the uniform of a forester in Martin's service. Baru, tall and muscular, wore a plaid of green and black tartan, signifying the Iron Hills clan of the Herdati, slung over one shoulder, leather trousers, and buckskin boots. Martin knelt over the animal. He worked at the bear's shoulder with his knife, turning his head slightly at the sweetish rotting stench that came up from the gangrenous wound. Then he sat back, showing a bloody, pus-covered arrowhead. He said to Garrett in disgust, "When I was huntmaster for my father, I often ignored a little poaching here and there during a lean year. But if you find the man who shot this bear, I want him hung. And if he has anything of value, give it to the farmer's widow. He murdered that farmer as much as if he had shot him instead of the bear." Garrett took the arrowhead and examined it.
"This arrowhead is home cast, Your Grace. Look at this odd line running down the side of the head. The man who cast these doesn't file the heads. He's as sloppy in his fletchery as his hunting. If we find a quiver of arrowheads with the same floor, we have our man. I'll pass word to the trackers."
Then the long-faced huntmaster said,
"If Your Grace had reached that bear before I'd hit it, we might have had 2 murders to charge the poacher with."
His tone was disapproving. Martin smiled. "I had no doubt of your aim, Garrett. You're the only man I know who's a better shot than I. It's one of the reasons you're huntmaster." Charles said,
"And because he's the only one of your trackers who can keep up with you when you decide to hunt."
"You do set a fast pace, Lord Martin,"
agreed Baru.
"Well,"
said Garrett, not entirely appeased by Martin's answer,
"we might have had one more good shot before the bear ran."
Might not. I'd rather jump it here in the clearing with you 3 coming than try to follow it into the brush, even with 3 arrows in it." He motioned toward the thicket a few yards away. "It could get a little tight in there." Garrett looked at Charles and Baru.
"No argument as to that, Your Grace,"
he added,
"though it got a mite close out here."
A calling voice sounded a short way off. Martin stood. "Find out who's making all that noise. It almost cost us this kill." Charles hurried off. Baru shook his head as he regarded the dead bear.
"The man who wounded this bear is no hunter."
Martin looked about the woods. "I miss this, Baru. I might even forgive that poacher a little for giving me an excuse to get away from the castle." Garrett said,
"It's a thin excuse, my lord. By rights, you should have left this to me and my trackers."
Martin smiled. "So Sethanon will insist." Baru said,
"I understand. For almost a year, I stayed with the elves and now you. I miss the hills and meadows of the Yarbon Highlands."
Garrett said nothing. Both he and Martin understood why the Herdati had not returned. His village had been destroyed by the Muradel chieftain Murad, and while Baru had avenged it by killing Murad, he no longer had a home.
Someday he might find another Hardati village in which to settle, but for the time being he chose to wander far from home. After his wounds had healed at Elvendar, he had come to Criddy to guest for a while with Martin. Charles returned, a soldier of Criddy behind. The soldier saluted and said, "Swordmaster Fannon requests you return at once, Your Grace." Martin exchanged a quick glance with Baru. "What's afoot, I wonder?" Baru shrugged. The soldier said, "The Swordmaster took the liberty of sending extra mounts, Your Grace. He knew you'd left on foot." Martin said, "Lead on," and they followed the soldier to where others waited with mounts. As they readied themselves for the return to Castle Criddy, the Duke felt a sudden disquiet. Fannon stood waiting for them as Martin dismounted. "What is it, Fannon?" said Martin as he slapped at the road dust on his green leather tunic.
Has your Grace forgotten Lord Miguel will arrive this afternoon?
Martin looked at the lowering sun. "Then he's late."
His ship was sighted beyond the point at Sailor's Grief an hour ago. He'll be passing Long Point Lighthouse into the harbour within the next hour.
Martin smiled at his swordmaster. "You're right, of course, I had forgotten." Almost running up the stairs, he said, "Come and talk with me, Fannon, while I change." Martin hurried toward his quarters, once occupied by his father, Lord Boric. Pages had drawn a hot tub, and Martin quickly stripped off his hunter's garb. He took the strongly scented soap and washing stone and said to the page, "Have plenty of cold, fresh water here. This scent is something my sister might like, but it cloys my nose." The page left to fetch more water.
Now, Fannon, what brings the illustrious Duke of Rodez from the other side of the kingdom?
Fannon sat upon a settee.
He is simply travelling for the summer. It is not unheard of, Your Grace.
Martin laughed.
"Fannon, we're alone. You can drop the pretense. He's bringing at least one daughter of marriageable age."
Fannon sighed.
"2. Miranda is 20 and Inez is 15. Both are said to be beauties."
15? God's man, she's a baby. Fannon smiled ruefully.
2 duels have been fought already over that baby, according to my information. Remember, these are Easterners.
Martin stretched out to soak. They do tend to get into politics early back there, don't they?
Look, Martin, like it or not, you are Duke and brother to the King. You've never married. If you didn't live in the most remote corner of the kingdom, you'd have had 60 social visits since your return home, not 6.
Martin grimaced. If this turns out like the last, I'm going to return to the forests and the bears. The last visit had been from the Earl of Tarloff, vassal to the Duke of Ran. His daughter had been charming enough, but she tended to the flighty and had giggled, a trait that set Martin's teeth on edge. He had left the girl with vague promises to visit Tarloff some day. Still, he said, she was a pretty enough thing.
Pretty has little to do with it, as you well know. Things are still reeling in the east, even though it's approaching 2 years since King Roderick's death. Guy du Bastira's out there somewhere doing what only the gods know. Some of his factions still wait to see who will be named Duke of Bastira. With Caldric dead and the office of Duke of Rilannon also vacant, the east is a tower of sticks. Pull the wrong one, and it will all come down on the king's head. Liam is well advised by Tully to wait for sons and nephews. Then he can put more allies in office. It would do well for you not to lose sight of the facts of life for the king's family, Martin.
Yes, Swordmaster, Martin said, with a regretful shake of his head. He knew Fannon was right. Once Liam had elevated him to the position of Duke of Criddy, he had lost a great deal of his freedom, with even greater losses to come, or so it seemed. 3 pages entered with buckets of cold water. Martin stood and let them pour the water over him. Shivering,
He wrapped himself in a soft towel and, when the pages were gone, he said, "Fanon, what you say is obviously right, but... well, it's not even a year since Arthur and I returned from Morrowind. Before that, it was that long tour of the East. Can I have a few months just to live quietly at home?"
You did, last winter.
Martin laughed.
Very well. But it would seem to me that there is a lot more interest in a rural duke than is required.
Fanon shook his head.
More interest than is required in the brother to the king? None of my line could claim the crown, even if 3, maybe soon 4, others didn't stand in succession before me. Remember, I abdicated any claim for my posterity. You are not a simple man, Martin. Don't play the woodsy with me. You may have said whatever you wished on the day of Liam's coronation, but should some descendant of yours be in a position to inherit, your vows won't count a tinker's dam if some faction in the Congress of Lords wishes him king.
Martin began to dress. I know, Fanon. That was meant only to keep people from opposing Liam in my name. I may have spent most of my life in the forests, but when I dined with you, Tully, Culgan, and Father, I kept my ears open. I learned a lot. A knock came, and a guard appeared at the door.
Ship flying the banner of Rhodas clearing Long Point Light, your grace.
Martin waved the guard out. He said to Fanon, I guess we better hurry to meet the Duke and his lovely daughters. Finishing his dressing, he said, I will be inspected and courted by the Duke's daughters, Fanon, but for the gods' love and patience, I hope neither of them giggles. Fanon nodded in sympathy as he followed Martin from the room. Martin smiled at Duke Miguel's jest. It concerned an Eastern lord Martin had met only once. The man's foibles might have been a source of humour to the Eastern lords, but the joke was lost on Martin. Martin cast a glance at the Duke's daughters. Both girls were lovely. Delicate features, pale complexions, framed by nearly black hair, and both had large, dark eyes. Miranda sat engaged in conversation with young Squire Wilfrid, third son of the Baron of Cars, and newly come to the court. Inez sat regarding Martin with frank appraisal. Martin felt his neck begin to colour and turned his attention back to her father. He could see why she had been the excuse for a duel between hot-headed youths. Martin didn't know a great deal about women, but he was an expert hunter and he knew a predator when he saw one. This girl might be only 15 years of age, but she was a veteran of the Eastern courts. She would find a powerful husband before too long, Martin didn't doubt. Miranda was simply another pretty lady of the court, but Inez hinted at hard edges Martin found unattractive. This girl was clearly dangerous and already experienced in twisting men to her will. Martin determined to keep that fact uppermost in his mind. Supper had been quiet, as was Martin's usual custom, but tomorrow there would be jugglers and singers, for a travelling band of minstrels was in the area. Martin had little affection for formal banquets after his Eastern tour, but some sort of show was in order. Then a page hurried into the room, skirting the tables to reach Housecarl Samuel's side. He spoke softly, and the Housecarl came to Martin's chair. Leaning down, he said,
Pigeons just arrived from Illith, your grace. 8 of them.
Martin understood. For so many birds to have been used, the message would be urgent. It was usual to employ only 2 or 3 against the possibility of a bird not finishing the dangerous flight over the Grey Tower Mountains. It took weeks to send them back by cart or ship, so they were used sparingly. Martin rose. If your grace will excuse me a moment, he said to the Duke of Rhodes. Ladies? He bowed to the 2 sisters, then followed the page out of the hall. In the antechamber of the keep,
He found the Hawkmaster in charge of the Hawk Mews and the Pigeon Coop standing with the small parchments. He handed them to Martin and withdrew. Martin saw the tiny message slips were sealed with the royal crest of Crondor drawn on the roll of paper about them, indicating only the Duke was to open them. Martin said, "I'll read these in my council chamber." Alone in his council room, Martin saw that the slips had been numbered 1 and 2, 4 pairs. The message had been sent 4 times to ensure it arrived intact. Martin unfolded one of the slips marked 1, then his eyes widened as he fumbled to open another. The message was duplicated. He then read a number 2, and tears came unbidden to his eyes. Long minutes passed as Martin opened every slip, hoping to find something different, something to tell him he had misunderstood. For a long time he could only sit staring at the papers before him as a cold sickness visited the pit of his stomach. Finally, a knock came at the door, and he said weakly, "Yes?" The door opened, and Sethanon entered.
"You've been gone nearly an hour."
He stopped when he saw Martin's drawn expression and red eyes.
"What is it?"
Martin could only wave his hand at the scraps. Sethanon read them, then half staggered backward to sit in a chair. A shaking hand covered his face for a long minute. Both men were silent. At last he said,
"How could this be?"
"I don't know. The message only says, an assassin." Martin let his gaze wander around the room. Every stone in the wall and piece of furniture associated with his father, Lord Boric. And of his family, the most like their father had been Aretha. Martin loved them all, but Aretha had been a mirror of Martin in many ways. They had shared a certain way of seeing things and had endured much together. The siege of the castle during the Rift War, while Liam had been absent with their father. The long, dangerous quest to Morrowind to find Silverthorn. No. In Aretha, Martin had discovered his closest friend in many ways. Elven taught, Martin knew the inevitability of death, but he was mortal and felt an empty place appear within himself. He regained his composure as he stood. "I had best inform Duke Miguel. His visit is to be short. We leave for Crondor tomorrow." Martin looked up as Sethanon re-entered the room.
"It will take all night and morning to get ready, but the captain says your ship will be able to leave on the afternoon tide."
Martin motioned for him to take a chair and waited a long moment before speaking. "How can it be, Sethanon?" The Swordmaster said,
"I can't answer that, Martin."
Sethanon was thoughtful for a moment, then softly said,
"You know, I share your grief. We all do. He and Liam were like my own sons."
"I know.
But there are other matters that cannot be put off."
"Such as?"
"I'm old, Martin. I suddenly feel the weight of ages upon me. News of Aretha's death makes me again feel my own mortality. I wish to retire."
Martin rubbed his chin as he thought. Sethanon was past 70 now, and while his mental capacity was undiminished, he lacked the physical stamina required of the Duke's second-in-command. "I understand, Sethanon. When I return from Relanan..." Sethanon interrupted.
"No, that's too long, Martin. You will be gone several months. I need a named successor now, so I can begin to ensure he is capable when I leave office. If Gardan were still here, I'd have no doubt as to a smooth transition. But with Aretha stealing him away,
The old man's eyes filled with tears.
making him Knight Marshal of Grondor, well,
Martin said, I understand. Who did you have in mind? The question was asked absently, as Martin struggled to keep his mind calm.
several of the sergeants might serve, but with no one of Gardan's capabilities. No, I had Charles in mind.
Martin gave a weak smile. I thought you didn't trust him. Fannin sighed.
That was a long time back, and we were fighting a war. He has shown his worth 100 times since then, and I don't think there's a man in the castle more fearless. Besides, he was a Sirani officer about equal to a knight lieutenant. He knows warcraft and tactics. He has often spent hours speaking with me about the differences between Sirani warfare and our own. I know this. Once he learns something, he doesn't forget. He's a clever man, and worth a dozen lesser men. Besides, the soldiers respect him and will follow him.
Martin said, I'll consider it and decide tonight. What else? Fannin was silent for a time, as if speaking came with difficulty.
Martin, you and I have never been close. When your father called you to serve, I felt, as did others, that there was something strange about you. You were always aloof, and you had those odd, elvish ways. Now I know that part of the mystery was the truth of your relationship to Boric. I doubted you in some ways, Martin. I'm sorry to admit that, but what I'm trying to say is, you honor your father.
Martin took a deep breath. Thank you, Fannin.
I say this to ensure you understand why I say this next. This visit from Duke Miguel was only an irritation before. Now it is an issue of weight. You must speak to Father Tully when you reach Rillanan, and let him find you a wife.
Martin threw back his head and laughed, a bitter, angry laugh. What jest, Fannin! My brother is dead, and you want me to look for a wife? Fannin was unflinching before Martin's rising anger.
You are no longer the Huntmaster of Criddy, Martin. Then no one cared should you ever wed and father sons. Now, you are the sole brother to the king. The East is still in turmoil. There is no duke in Bastira, Rillanan, or Crondor. Now there is no prince in Crondor.
Fannin's voice became thick with fatigue and emotion.
Liam sits upon a perilous throne should Bastira venture back to the kingdom from exile. With only Aretha's 2 babes in the succession now, Liam needs alliances. That is what I mean. Tully will know which noble houses need to be secured to the king's cause by marriage. If it's Miguel's little hellcat Inez, or even Tarloff's giggler, marry her, Martin, for Liam's sake and the sake of the kingdom.
Martin stifled his anger. Fannin had pressed a sore point with him, even if the old swordmaster was correct. In all ways, Martin was a solitary man, sharing little with any man save for his brothers. And he had never done well with the company of women. Now he was being told he must wed a stranger for the sake of his brother's political health. But he knew there was wisdom in Fannin's words. Should the traitorous Guy du Bastira be plotting still, Liam's crown was not secure. Aretha's death showed all too clearly how mortal rulers were. Finally, Martin said,
I'll think about that as well, Fannon.
The old swordmaster rose slowly. Reaching the door, he turned.
I know you hide it well, Martin, but the pain is there. I'm sorry if it seems I add to it, but what I said needed to be said.
Martin could only nod. Fannon left and Martin sat alone in his chamber, the sole moving thing, the shadows cast by the guttering torches in the wall sconces. Martin stood impatiently watching the scurrying activity in preparation for his and the Duke of Rodez's departure. The Duke had invited Martin to accompany them aboard his own ship, but Martin had managed a barely adequate refusal. Only the obvious stress of dealing with Aretha's death had allowed him to rebuff the Duke without serious insult. Duke Miguel and his daughters appeared from the keep, dressed for travel. The girls were poorly hiding their irritation at having to resume travel so soon. It would be a full 2 weeks or more before they were again in Crondor. Then, as a member of the peerage, their father would be hurrying to Rilannon for Aretha's burial and state funeral. Duke Miguel, a slight man of fine manners and dress, said, "It is tragic we must quit your wonderful home under such grim circumstances, Your Grace. If I may, I would gladly extend the hospitality of my own home to you, should Your Grace wish to rest a while after your brother's funeral. Rodez is but a short journey from the capital." Martin's first impulse was to beg off, but, keeping Fannon's words of the night before in mind, he said, "Should time and circumstances permit, Your Grace, I'll be most happy to visit you. Thank you." He cast a glance at the two daughters and determined then and there that, should Tully advise an alliance between Criddy and Rodez, it would be the quiet Miranda he would court. Inez was simply too much trouble gathered together in one place. The Duke and his daughters rode out in a carriage toward the harbour. Martin thought back to when his father had been Duke. No one in Criddy had need of a carriage, which served poorly on the dirt roads of the duchy, often turned to thick mud by the coastal rains. But, with the increasing number of visitors to the west, Martin had ordered one built. It seemed the Eastern ladies fared poorly on horseback while in court costume. He thought of Carline's riding like a man during the Rift War in tight-fitting trousers and tunic, racing with Squire Rowland to the utter horror of her governess. Martin sighed. Neither of Miguel's girls would ever ride like that. Martin wondered if there was a woman anywhere who shared his need for rough living. Perhaps the best he could hope for would be a woman who would accept that need in him and not complain over his long absences while he hunted or visited his friends in Elvendar. Martin's musing was interrupted by a soldier accompanying the Hawkmaster, who held out another small parchment.
"This just arrived, Your Grace."
Martin took the parchment. Upon it was the crest of Salador. Martin waited until the Master Hawker had left to open it. Most likely it was a personal message from Carline. He opened it and read. He read again, then thoughtfully put the parchment in his belt pouch. After a long moment of reflection, he spoke to a soldier at post before the keep. "Fetch Swordmaster Fannon." Within minutes, the Swordmaster was in the Duke's presence. Martin said, "I've thought it over, and I agree with you. I'll offer the position of Swordmaster to Charles."
"Good,"
said Fannon.
"I expect he will agree."
"Then, after I'm gone, Fannon, begin at once to instruct Charles in his office." Fannon said,
"Yes, Your Grace."
He started to turn away, but turned back toward Martin.
"Your Grace?"
Martin halted as he had just begun to walk back to the keep. "Yes?"
"Are you all right?"
Martin said, "Fine, Fannon. I've
Just received a note from Laurie informing me that Caroline and Anita are well. Continue as you were. Without another word, he returned to the keep, passing through the large doors. Fannon hesitated before leaving. He was surprised at Martin's tone and manner. There was something odd in the way he looked as he left. Baru quietly faced Charles. Both men sat upon the floor, their legs crossed. A small gong rested to the left of Charles, and a censer burned between them, filling the air with sweet pungency. 4 candles illuminated the room. The only furnishings were a mat upon the floor, which Charles preferred to a bed, a small wooden chest, and a pile of cushions. Both men wore simple robes. Each had a sword across his knees. Baru waited while Charles kept his eyes focused upon some unseen point between them. Then the Tsurani said,
"What is the way?"
Baru answered,
The way consists of discharging loyal service to one's master, and of deep fidelity in associations with comrades. The way, with consideration for one's place upon the wheel, consists of placing duty above all.
Charles gave a single curt nod.
"In the matter of duty, the code of the warrior is absolute. Duty above all unto death."
This is understood.
"What, then, is the nature of duty?"
Baru spoke softly.
There is duty to one's lord. There is duty to one's clan and family. There is duty to one's work, which provides an understanding of duty to one's self. In some, they become the duty that is never satisfactorily discharged, even though the toil of a lifetime, the duty to attempt a perfect existence, to attain a higher place on the wheel.
Charles nodded once.
"This is so."
He picked up a small felt hammer and rang a tiny gong.
"Listen."
Baru closed his eyes in meditation, listening to the sound as it faded, diminishing, becoming fainter. When the sound was fully gone, Charles said,
"Find where the sound ends and silence begins. Then exist in that moment, for there will you find your secret center of being, the perfect place of peace within yourself. And recall the most ancient lesson of the Tsurani. Duty is the weight of all things, as heavy as a burden can become, while death is nothing, lighter than air."
The door opened and Martin slipped in. Both Baru and Charles began to rise, but Martin waved them back. He knelt between them, his eyes fixed on the censer upon the floor.
"Pardon the interruption."
"No interruption, Your Grace,"
answered Charles.
Baru said,
For years I fought the Tsurani, and found them honorable foemen. Now I learn more of them. Charles has allowed me to take instruction in the code of the warrior, in the fashion of his people.
Martin did not appear surprised.
"Have you learned much?"
That they are like us,
said Baru with a faint smile.
I know little of such things, but I suspect we are as 2 saplings from the same root. They follow the way and understand the wheel, as do the Hadati. They understand honor and duty, as do the Hadati. We who live in Yarbon had taken much from the kingdom, the names of our gods and most of our language,
but there is much of the old ways we Hadati kept. The Surani belief in the way is much like our own. This is strange, for until the coming of the Surani, no others we met shared our beliefs.
Martin looked at Charles. The Surani shrugged slightly.
Perhaps we only find the same truth on both worlds. Who can say?
Martin said, "That sounds the sort of thing to take up with Tully and Kulgan." He was quiet a moment, then said, "Charles, will you accept the position of Swordmaster?" The Surani blinked, the only sign of surprise.
You honor me, Your Grace. Yes.
Good. I am pleased. Fanon will begin your instruction after I'm gone. Martin looked up at the door, then lowered his voice.
I want you both to do me a service.
Charles didn't hesitate in agreeing to serve. Baru studied Martin closely. They had forged a bond on the trip to Morrollin with Aratha. Baru had almost died there, but fate had spared him. Baru knew his fortune was intertwined in some way with those who had quested for Silverthorn. Something lay hidden behind the Duke's eyes, but Baru would not question him. He would learn what it was in time. Finally, he said, "As will I." Martin sat between the men. He began to speak. Martin gathered his cloak about him. The afternoon breeze was chilly, blowing down from the north. He looked sternward as Criddy disappeared behind the headlands of Sailor's Grief. With a nod to the ship's captain, he descended the companionway from the quarterdeck. Entering the captain's cabin, he locked the door behind. The man who waited there was one of Fanon's soldiers, named Stefan, equal in height and general build to the Duke, and wearing a tunic and trousers of the same colour as Martin's. He had been sneaked aboard in the early hours before dawn, dressed as a common sailor. Martin took off his cloak and handed it to the man. "Don't come up on deck except after night until you're well past Queg. Should anything force the ship ashore at Karst, Tulan, or the Free Cities, I don't want sailors speaking of my disappearance." "Yes, Your Grace." "When you get to Crondor, there'll be a carriage waiting for you, I expect. I don't know how long you can continue the masquerade. Most of the nobles who've met me will already be en route to Rilannan, and we're enough alike to casual observation that most of the servants won't know you." Martin studied his bogus counterpart. "If you keep your mouth closed, you might pass as me all the way to Rilannan." Stefan looked disquieted by the prospect of a long siege of playing nobility, but said only, I will try, Your Grace." The ship rocked as the captain ordered a change of course. Martin said, "That's the first warning." Quickly, he stripped off his boots, tunic and trousers until all he wore was his underbreeches. The captain's cabin had a single hinged window, which opened with a protest. Martin hung his legs over the edge. From above, he heard the captain's angry voice.
"You're coming too close to the shore! Hard a starboard!"
A confused-sounding helmsman answered, "Aye, Captain, hard a starboard." Martin said, "Good fortune be with you, Stefan." "And with you, Your Grace." Martin dropped from the captain's cabin. The captain had warned him of the danger of hitting the large tiller, so Martin easily avoided it. The captain had brought him as close to the shore as was safe, then turned out for deeper waters. Martin saw the beach less than a mile off. He was an indifferent swimmer, but a powerful man, and he set out for the shore in a series of easy strokes. The rolling swells made it unlikely anyone in the rigging would notice the man who was falling far behind them. A short time later, Martin staggered up onto the beach, breathing hard. He looked about, locating landmarks. The action of the currents had carried him farther south than he had wished. Taking a deep breath, he turned up the beach and began to run, After less than 10 minutes, 3 riders came over a low bluff, moving rapidly down to the sand. Upon seeing them, Martin halted. Garrett was the first to dismount, while Charles led an extra horse. Baru kept an alert eye out for sign of anyone in the area. Garrett handed Martin a bundle of clothing. The run up the beach had dried Martin off, and he dressed quickly. Behind the saddle of the extra horse hung an oilskin-covered longbow. As Martin dressed, he said, "Did anyone see you leave?" Charles answered,
Garrett was already gone from the castle with your horse before dawn, and I simply instructed the guards I was riding a short way with Baru as he returned to Yarbon. No comment was made by anyone.
"Good. As we learned the last time we faced Mermandamus's agents, secrecy is paramount." Martin mounted and said, "Thank you for your help. Charles, you and Garrett had best return quickly before anyone becomes suspicious." Charles said,
Whatever fate brings, Your Grace, may it also bring honor.
Garrett only said, "Good fortune, Your Grace." The 4 riders were off, 2 returning up the coast road to Criddy, 2 heading away from the sea toward the forest, bound for the northeast. The forests were quiet, but still punctuated by the normal bird calls and small animal noises that indicated things were as they should be. Martin and Baru had ridden hard for days, pushing their horses to the limit of their endurance. They had crossed the river Criddy hours earlier. From behind a tree, a figure emerged, dressed in a green tunic and brown leather breeches. With a wave, he said, "Well met, Martin Longbow. Baru, Serpent Slayer." Martin recognized the elf, though he didn't know him well. "Greetings, Tarlin. We come seeking counsel with the Queen." "Then travel on, for you and Baru are always welcome in her court. I must stand watch here. Things have become somewhat strained since last you guessed it." Martin recognized the tone of the elf's words. Something had the elves distressed, but Tarlin wouldn't speak of it. Martin would need to see the Queen and Tomas to discover what it was. He wondered. The last time the elves had seemed this disturbed over something, Tomas had been at the height of his madness. Martin spurred his horse forward. Later, the 2 riders approached the heart of the elven forests, Elvendar, ancient home to the elves. The tree city was awash with light, for the sun was high overhead, crowning the massive trees with brilliance. Leaves of green and gold, red and white, silver and bronze sparkled across the canopy of Elvendar. As they dismounted, an elf approached. "We shall care for your mounts, Lord Martin. Her Majesty wishes you to come at once." Martin and Baru hurried up the stairs cut from the bole of a tree into the city of the elves. Across high arches on the backs of branches and upward they climbed. At last they reached the large platform that was the centre of Elvendar, the court of the Queen. Aglarana sat quietly upon her throne, her senior advisor Tatha at her side. Around the court the elder spellweavers sat, the Queen's council. The throne beside her was empty. Her expression was unreadable to most, but Martin understood elven ways and saw the strain in her eyes. Still, she was beautiful and regal, and her smile a beacon of warmth as she said, "Welcome, Lord Martin. Welcome, Baru of the Hadati." Both men bowed. Then the Queen said, "Come, let us talk." She rose and led them to a chamber, accompanied by Tatha. Inside, she turned and bade them sit. Wine and food were brought, but ignored, as Martin said, "Something is wrong." It was not a question. Aglarana's expression of concern deepened. Martin had not seen her this troubled since the Rift War. "Tomas is gone." Martin blinked. "Where?" Tathar answered.
We do not know. He vanished in the night, a few days after the Midsummer's Festival. Occasionally, he would wander off to be with his own thoughts, but never for more than a day. When he did not appear after 2 days, trackers were dispatched. There were no tracks from Elvendar, though that is not surprising. He has other means of travelling. But in a glade to the north, we found marks from his boots. There were signs of another man there, sandal prints in the dirt.
Martin said, Tomas went to meet with someone, then didn't return.
There was a third set of tracks, said the Elf Queen. A dragon's.
Once again, the Valheru flies upon the back of a dragon. Martin sat back, understanding. You fear a return of the madness?
No,
said Tathar instantly.
Tomas is free of that, and, if anything, is stronger than he suspects. No, we fear Tomas's need to depart in such a manner without word. We fear the presence of another.
Martin's eyes widened.
The sandals. You know what power is needed to enter our forests undetected. Only one man before has had the ability. Macross the Black.
Martin pondered. Perhaps he's not the only one. I understand Pug to have stayed upon the Surani world to study the problem of Mamandamus and what he called the enemy. Perhaps he has returned. Which sorcerous master it is proves of little import, said Tathar. It was Baru who spoke next. What is important is that 2 men of vast powers are about upon a mission of mystery at a time when it seems troubles have returned from the north. Aglarana said, Yes. She said to Martin, Rumors have reached us of the death of one who was close to you. In the elven way, she avoided naming the dead. There are things I may not speak of, lady, even to one as highly regarded as you. I have a duty.
Then, asked Tathar, may I ask where you are bound, and what brings you here?
It is time to go north again, said Martin, to finish what was started last year.
It is well you came this way, said Tathar. We have seen signs from the coast to the east of massive goblin migrations northward. Also, the Moradel are bold with their scouting along the edge of our forests. They seem intent on discovering if any of our warriors pass beyond our normal boundaries. There have been sightings of bands of renegade humans riding northward, close to the boundary with Stone Mountain as well. The Gwali have fled south into the Green Heart, as if fearing something approaching. And for months we have been visited by some ill-aspected wind of evil, which carries some mystic quality, as if power were being drawn to the north. We are concerned over many things. Baru and Martin exchanged glances.
Things move at swift pace,
said the Hadati. Further conversation was halted when a shout went up from below and an elf appeared at the Queen's elbow.
Majesty, come! A returning!
Aglarana said, Come, Martin, Baru. Witness something miraculous. Tathar followed his queen, turning to say,
If it is indeed a true returning and not a ruse.
The Queen and Tathar were joined by her other advisors as they hurried down to the forest floor. When they reached ground level, they were greeted by several warriors who surrounded a Moradel. The dark elf looked somehow odd to Martin.
showing a calmness beyond what was normal for the Dark Elves. The Moradel saw the Queen and bowed before her, lowering his head. Softly he said,
"Lady, I have returned."
The Queen nodded to Tathar. He and others of the Spellweavers gathered about the Moradel. Martin could see a strange fey sensation, as if the air had suddenly become charged, as if music could almost be heard. He knew the Spellweavers were working magic. Then Tathar said,
"He has returned."
Aglarana said, "What is your name?"
"Morandis, Majesty."
"No more. You are Lauren." Martin had learned the year before that there was no true difference between the branches of elvenkind, separated only by the power of the Dark Path, that which bound the Moradel to a life of murderous hatred toward all not of their kind. But there was a subtle difference in attitude, stance, and manner between the two. The Moradel rose, and the elves surrounding him helped him remove his tunic, the grey of the Moradel forest clans. Martin had lived with elves all his life and fought the Moradel many times and could recognize the difference. But now his senses were confounded. One moment the Moradel seemed odd, somehow different from what they had expected. Then suddenly he was a Moradel no longer. He was given a brown tunic and, miraculously, Martin saw an elf there. He had the dark hair and eyes common to the Moradel, but then so did a few other elves, just as an occasional Moradel was blonde and blue-eyed. He was an elf. Tathar observed Martin's reaction to the change and said,
"Occasionally, one of our lost brothers breaks away from the Dark Path. If his kin do not discover the change and kill him before he reaches us, we welcome his return to his home. It is a cause for rejoicing."
Martin and Baru watched as every elf in the area came to embrace Lauren in turn, welcoming him home.
"In the past, the Moradel have attempted to send spies, but we can always tell the true from the false.
This one has truly returned to his people." Baru said,
"Does it happen often?"
"Of all who abide in Elvendar, I am eldest," said Tathar. "I have seen only 7 such returnings before this one." He was silent for a time.
"Someday, we hope we shall redeem all our brothers in this fashion, when the power of the Dark Path is at last broken."
Aglarana turned to Martin.
"Come, we shall be celebrating."
"We may not, Majesty," answered Martin. "We must be away to meet with others."
"May we know your plans?"
"It is simple," answered the Duke of Criddy. "We shall find Mermandamus. And," added Baru without expression, "we shall kill him." Chapter 6. Leave-taking. Jimmy sat quietly. He absently studied the list in his hand, attempting to keep his mind on the matter before him. But he was unable to concentrate on the task. The duty roster of squires for that afternoon's cortege was done, or as done as it was likely to be. Jimmy felt an emptiness inside, and the need to decide which squire was posted where seemed trivial in the extreme. For 2 weeks, Jimmy had been fighting the feeling that he was caught up in some horrible dream, one from which he could not shake himself. Nothing in his existence so far had affected him as deeply as Aretha's murder, and he still couldn't face his emotions. He had slept long each night, as if sleep were an escape, and when awake, he was nervous and anxious to be doing something, as if being busy would keep him from dealing with his grief. He kept it hidden away, to be confronted later. Jimmy sighed. One thing the young man knew, This funeral was taking a hellishly long time getting organised. Laurie and Volney had postponed the departure of the funeral procession twice now. The bier had been placed aboard its carriage within 2 days after Aretha's death, awaiting his body. Tradition held the prince's cortege should have started for Rhiannon and his ancestral vault within 3 days after his death. But Anita had taken days returning from her mother's estates, then a few more days in recovering enough to depart. Then they needed to wait for other nobles who were arriving, and the palace was in disorder, and so on and so on. Still, Jimmy knew he wouldn't begin to get over this tragedy until after Aretha was carried away. Knowing he lay in the temporary vault Nathan had prepared, somewhere not too far from where the squire now sat, was just too much for Jimmy. He rubbed his eyes, lowering his head, as once more the threat of tears was forced down. In his short life, Jimmy had met only one man who had touched him deeply. Aretha should have been one of the last men in the world to care about the fate of a boy thief, but he had. He had proved a friend and more. He and Anita had been the closest thing to family Jimmy had ever known. A knock upon the door brought his head up, and he saw Locklear standing before the entrance. Jimmy waved him in, and the younger boy sat down on the other side of the writing desk. Jimmy tossed the parchment at him. "Here, Lockie, you do this." Locklear quickly scanned the list and took quill from holder. "It's almost ready, except Paul is down with the flux and the chirurgeon wants him in bed for the day. He needs rest. This is a mess. I'd better recopy it." Jimmy nodded absently. Through the blanket of grey sorrow that wrapped his thoughts, an irritant was gently scratching. Something had been nagging at the corner of the young man's mind for 3 days now. Everyone in the palace was still in shock at Aretha's death, but there was an odd note here and there. Every so often someone said or did something that was somehow discordant. Jimmy couldn't put his finger on what that difference was, or even if it was important. With a mental shrug, he pushed aside his worry. Different people reacted differently to tragedy. Some, like Volney and Gardan, threw themselves into their work. Others, like Carline, went off to cope with their grief in a private way. Duke Laurie was a lot like Jimmy. He just put his grief aside to be faced at some other time. Suddenly, Jimmy understood one reason for his feeling of oddness about the palace. Laurie had been just about running the palace from the time Aretha lay stricken until 3 days ago. Now, he was almost continuously absent. Looking at Locklear as the younger boy wrote on the duty roster, Jimmy said, "Lockie, have you seen Duke Laurie about lately?" Keeping his eyes on his work, Locklear said, "This morning, very early. I was in charge of delivering meals to the visiting nobles for breakfast, and I saw him riding out the gate." His head came up, a strange expression on his face. It was the postern gate. Why would he leave by the postern gate? Jimmy wondered. Locklear shrugged and returned to the roster. Because that was the direction he was heading? Jimmy thought. What reason did the Duke of Salador have riding toward the poor quarter on the morning of the prince's funeral procession? Jimmy sighed. "I'm becoming suspicious in my old age." Locklear laughed, the first happy sound in the palace in days. Then, as if he had sinned, he looked up guiltily. Jimmy stood. "Done?" Locklear handed over the parchment. "Finished." "Good," said Jimmy. "Camilla, de Lacy will not show his usual forbearance if we are late." They hurried to where the squires were assembling. The usual jostling play and laughing whispers were absent, for the occasion was solemn. De Lacy arrived a few minutes after Jimmy and Locklear were in place, and without preamble said, "The roster." Jimmy gave it to him, and he glanced over it. "Good. Though, Either your penmanship is improving or you've acquired an assistant. There was a slight shuffle among the boys, but no open mirthfulness. De Lacy said, I'm changing one assignment, though. Harold and Bryce will stand as coach attendants to the princesses Alicia and Anita. James and Locklear will remain to assist the steward of the royal household here at the palace. Jimmy was stunned. He and Locklear would not be in the cortege to the gates. They would stand idly by in case there was some minor problem the steward judged required a squire's presence. De Lacy absently read the other assignments aloud, then dismissed the boys. Locklear and Jimmy exchanged glances, and Jimmy overtook the departing Master of Ceremonies. Sir, Jimmy began. De Lacy turned on Jimmy. If it's about the assignments, there will be no debate. Jimmy's face flushed angrily. But I was the prince's squire, he answered hotly. In an unusually bold moment, Locklear blurted, And I was squire to Her Highness. De Lacy looked at the younger boy in astonishment. Well, sort of, he amended. That is of no consequence, said De Lacy. I have my orders, you must follow yours. That will be all. Jimmy began to protest again, but was cut off by the old master. I said that would be all, squire. Jimmy turned and began walking away. Locklear fell in beside him. I don't know what's going on here, said Jimmy, but I intend to find out. Come on. Jimmy and Locklear hurried along, glancing about. An order from any senior member of the court would prevent this unexpected visit, so they took pains to avoid the scrutiny of anyone likely to find work for them. The funeral cortege would depart the palace in less than 2 hours, so there were ample tasks remaining for 2 squires. Once begun, there would be a slow parade through the city, a stop at the Temple Square, where public prayers would be said, then the long journey to Rilannon and the tomb of Aretha's ancestors. Once the funeral party was outside the city, the squires would return to the palace, but Jimmy and Locklear were being denied even that small part in the procession. Jimmy approached the princess's door and said to the guard without, If Her Highness can spare a moment. The guard's eyebrows rose, but he was not in a position to question even as minor member of the court as a squire, so he would simply pass the message inside. As the guard pushed open the door, Jimmy thought he heard something out of place, a sound that ended before he could apprehend its nature. Jimmy tried to puzzle out what he had just heard, but the guard's return diverted his attention. A moment later, he and Locklear were admitted. Carline sat with Anita near a window, awaiting the summons to attend the funeral. Their heads were close together, and they were speaking softly. Princess Mother Alicia hovered at her daughter's shoulder. All 3 were dressed in black. Jimmy came and bowed, Locklear at his side. I'm sorry to intrude, Highness, he said softly. Anita smiled at him. You're never an intrusion, Jimmy. What is it? Suddenly feeling it was petty to be concerned over his exclusion from the funeral, Jimmy said, a small thing, actually. Someone ordered me to remain at the palace today, and I wondered, well, did you ask for me to be kept here? A glance passed from Carline to Anita, and the Princess of Crondor said, No, I didn't, Jimmy. Her tone was thoughtful. But perhaps Earl Volney did. You are senior squire, and should stay in your office, or at least I'm sure that's what the Earl decided. Jimmy studied her expression. A discordant note was sounding here. Princess Anita had returned from her mother's estate, displaying the grief expected. Soon after, there had been a subtle change in her. Further conversation was interrupted by a baby's cry, quickly followed by another. Anita rose. "It's never just one of them," she said, with affection clearly showing. Caroline smiled at that, then suddenly her expression turned sombre. Jimmy said, "We have intruded, Highness. I am sorry to have troubled you over so petty a matter." Locklear followed Jimmy outside. Moving out of the guard's earshot, Jimmy said, "Did I miss something in there, Lockie?" Locklear turned and regarded the door for a moment. "Something's odd. It's like we're being kept out of the way." Jimmy thought a minute. He now understood what had arrested his attention outside the door just before they had been admitted. The sound that intruded had been the princess's voices, or rather the quality of those voices. Chatty, lightly bantering. Jimmy said, "I'm beginning to think you're right. Come along, we don't have much time." "Time for what?" "You'll see." Jimmy hurried off down the corridor, and the younger boy had to scramble to catch up. Gardan and Volney were hurrying toward the courtyard accompanied by 4 guards when the boys intercepted them. The Earl hardly spared a glance as he said, "Aren't you two supposed to be in the courtyard?" "No, sir," answered Jimmy. "We've drawn steward's duty." Gardan seemed mildly surprised at that, but all Volney said was, "Then I expect you should hurry along, in case you're needed there. We must begin the procession." "Sir," said Jimmy, "did you order us to remain?" Volney waved off the question. "Duke Laurie has been attending to those details with Master de Lacy." He turned his attention away from the boys as he and Gardan walked off. Jimmy and Locklear halted as the Earl and Marshal vanished around a corner, the boot heels of their escorts clacking noisily on the stones. "I think I'm beginning to understand," said Jimmy. He grabbed Locklear by the arm. "Come on." With a half-frustrated note in his voice, Locklear said, "Where?" "You'll see," came the answer, as Jimmy almost ran. Locklear hurried after, mimicking, "You'll see, you'll see." "See what? Damn it!" 2 guards stood at post. One said, "And where are you young gentlemen off to?" "Port Authority," said Jimmy testily, handing over a quickly penned order. "The steward can't find some shit manifest and he's in a fury to get a copy." Jimmy had been about to investigate something and was rankled by the need to run this errand. It also seemed an odd time for the steward to become obsessed with the need for a manifest. The guard who had examined the paper said, "Just a minute." He signalled to another soldier near the guard officer's room by the main entrance to the palace. The guard hurried over and the first sentry said, "Can you spare a bit of time to run these lads down to the port office and back? They need to fetch something for the steward." The guard looked indifferent. There and back would take less than an hour. He nodded and the 3 were off. 20 minutes later, Jimmy stood in the Port Authority office dealing with a minor functionary as everyone else was off to watch the cortege leave the city. The man grumbled as he thumbed through a stack of paperwork, looking for a copy of the last manifest of goods delivered to the royal docks. While he fumbled, Jimmy cast a glance at another paper hanging on the wall of the office for all to look at. It was this week's schedules of departures. Something caught his eye, and he crossed over to look, Locklear following him. "What?" Jimmy pointed. "Interesting." Locklear looked at the notation and said, "Why?" "I'm not sure," answered Jimmy, pitching his voice lower. "But think a minute about some of the things going on at the palace. We get held back from the procession, then we ask the princess about it. We're out of her quarters less than 10 minutes when we're sent on this useless errand. You tell me. Doesn't it seem like we're being kept out of the way? Something's odd. That's what I said earlier, said Locklear impatiently. The clerk found and handed over the requested paper, and the guard escorted the boys back to the palace. Running past the gate guards, Jimmy and Locklear waved absently, then headed toward the steward's office. Once inside the palace, they appeared at the office as the steward, Baron Giles, was leaving. "There you are," he said in an accusatory tone. "I thought I was going to have to send guards to ferret you out of wherever you were lazing away the day." Jimmy and Locklear exchanged glances. The steward seemed to have forgotten about the manifest entirely. Jimmy handed it to him. "What's this?" He examined the paper. "Oh, yes," he remarked, tossing the paper upon his desk. "I'll deal with that later. I must be off to see the procession depart the palace. You will stay here. Should any emergency arise, one of you will remain in this office, while the other will come and find me. Once the beer has left the gate, I will return." "Do you anticipate any problems, sir?" asked Jimmy. Walking past the boys, the steward said, "Of course not, but it always pays to be prepared. I shall return in a short time." After he left, Locklear turned to face Jimmy. "All right, what's going on? And don't you dare say you'll see. Things are not what they seem to be. Come on." Jimmy and Locklear dashed up the stairs. Reaching a window overlooking the court, they quietly observed the preparations below. The funeral procession was assembling, the rolling bier moving into place, escorted by a hand-picked company of Aretha's household guard. It was pulled by a matched set of 6 black horses, each bedecked with black plumes and hand-led by a groom dressed in black. The soldiers fell in on each side of the bier. A group of 8 men-at-arms came from within the palace, bearing the casket containing Aretha. They moved to a rolling scaffolding that allowed them to raise the casket high atop the bier. Slowly, almost reverently, they hoisted the Prince of Krondor up onto the black-shrouded structure. Jimmy and Locklear looked down into the casket and, for the first time, could clearly see the prince. Tradition held the procession should move out with the casket open so the populace could behold their ruler a last time. It would be closed outside the city gates, never to be opened again, save once more in the privacy of the family vault below the king's palace in Rilannon, where Aretha's family would bid him a final farewell. Jimmy felt his throat tightening. He swallowed hard, moving the stubborn lump. He saw Aretha had been laid out in his favourite garb, his brown velvet tunic, his russet leggings. A green jerkin had been added, though he had rarely worn such. His favourite rapier was clasped between his hands, and his head remained uncovered. He seemed asleep. As he was moved out of view, Jimmy noticed the fine satin lounging slippers on the prince's feet. Then a groom came forward, leading Aretha's horse, which would follow behind the bier riderless. It was a magnificent grey stallion, which tossed its head high and struggled against the groom. Another ran out, and between the two of them they managed to quiet the fractious mount. Jimmy's eyes narrowed. Locklear turned in time to notice the odd expression. "What?" "Damn me, but something's odd. Come on, I want to see a thing or two." "Where?" But Jimmy was off, saying merely, "Hurry, we only have a few minutes," as he ran down the stairs. Locklear chased after, groaning silently. Jimmy hid in the shadow near the stable. "Look," he said as he pushed Locklear forward. Locklear made a show of strolling past the stable entrance as the last of the honour guard's mounts were being led out. Nearly the entire garrison would be walking behind the prince's bier, but once outside the city, a full company of royal lancers would act as escort all the way to Salador.
"Hey, you, boy! Watch what you're about!"
Locklear had to jump aside as a groom ran from the stable between 2 horses holding their bridles. He had almost run Locklear down,
Locklear ambled back and ducked around the corner beside Jimmy. I don't know what you expected to find, but no, it's not there. That's what I expected to find. Come on, ordered Jimmy as he dashed back toward the central palace. Where? You'll see. Locklear stared daggers into Jimmy's back as they ran across the marshalling yard. Jimmy and Locklear dashed up the stairs, taking the steps two at a time. Reaching the window overlooking the courtyard, they gasped for breath. The run to and from the stable had taken 10 minutes, and the cortege was about to leave the palace. Jimmy watched closely. Carriages rolled up to the steps of the palace, and pages ran forward to hold open the doors. By tradition, only the royal family, by blood and marriage, would ride. All others would walk behind Aretha's bier as a sign of respect. Princess Anita and Alicia walked down and entered the first carriage, while Carline and Laurie hurried to the second, the Duke nearly skipping, he was walking so fast. He also leapt into the carriage after Carline, rapidly pulling the curtains over the windows on his side. Jimmy regarded Locklear, who stood with an open expression of curiosity on his face over Laurie's behaviour. Seeing no need to comment to the other youngster, Jimmy remained silent. Gardan took his place before the procession, his shoulders hung with a heavy black mantle. He signalled, and a single drummer began a slow tattoo upon a muffled drum. Without spoken order, the procession set out on the fourth beat of the drum. The soldiers moved in silent lockstep, while the carriages rolled forward. Suddenly, the grey stallion bucked, and an extra groom again had to hold the animal in place. Jimmy shook his head. He had an old, familiar feeling. All the pieces of some odd puzzle were about to fall into place. Then, slowly, a smile of understanding spread across his face. Locklear observed his friend's change of expression. What? Now I know what Laurie's been up to. I know what's going on. With a friendly slap to Locklear's shoulder, he said, "Come on, we've got a lot to do and little time to do it." Jimmy led Locklear through the secret tunnel, the guttering torch sending flickering shadows dancing in every direction. Both squires were dressed for travel and carried weapons, packs and bedrolls. "You sure they'll not have someone at the exit?" asked Locklear for the 5th time. Impatiently, Jimmy said, "I told you, this is the one exit I never showed anyone, not even the Prince or Laurie." As if trying to explain away this transgression of omission, he added, "Some old habits are harder to break than others." They had gone about their duties all afternoon. After the squires had all retired, they had stolen away to where they had hastily stashed their travel packs. Now it was close to midnight. Reaching a stone door, Jimmy pulled a lever and they both heard a click. Jimmy put out the torch and put his shoulder to the door. After several hard shoves, the protesting door moved, age having made it reluctant. They crawled through a small door, disguised as stonework, in the base of the wall beyond the prince's marshalling yard on the street closest to the palace. Less than half a block up the road stood the postern gate with its attendant sentries. Jimmy tried to push the door shut, but it refused to budge. He signalled to Locklear, and the younger boy shoved in concert. It held, then, with a sudden release, slammed shut with an audible crash. From up by the gate came an inquiring voice. "And now, who's out there? Stand and be identified." Without hesitation, Jimmy was off, Locklear half a step behind. Neither boy looked back to see if chase was being offered, but kept their heads down as they dashed along the cobblestones. Soon, they were lost in the warren of streets between the Poor Quarter and the docks. Jimmy halted to gain his bearings, then pointed. "That way. We've got to hurry. The Raven leaves on the midnight tide." Both boys hurried through the night. Soon, they were passing shuttered buildings near the waterfront.
From the docks came the sound of men shouting orders as a ship made ready to depart. "It's pulling out!" yelled Locklear. Jimmy didn't answer, only picking up his pace. Both squires reached the end of the dock as the last line was cast off, and with desperate leaps they reached the side of the ship as it moved away from the quay. Rough hands pulled them over, and in a moment they stood upon the deck.
"Here now, what is this?"
came an inquiring voice. And a moment later, Aaron Cook stood before them.
"Well then, Jimmy the Hand, are you so anxious for a sea voyage you'd break your neck to come aboard?"
Jimmy grinned. "Hello, Aaron. I need to speak to Hull." The pock-faced man scowled at the squires.
"That's Captain Hull. To any aboard the Royal Raven, Prince's squire or not?" "I'll see if the captain has a moment."
Shortly, the squires stood before the captain, who fixed them with a baleful expression as he studied them with his one good eye.
"Deserting your post, eh?"
"Trevor," Jimmy began, but as Cook scowled, he amended, "Captain, we need to travel to south, and we saw from the ship's list in the Port Authority you're beginning your northward patrol tonight."
"Well now, you may think you need to travel up the coast, Jimmy the Hand, but you've not rank enough to come aboard my ship with no more than a by your leave, and you didn't even have that. And, despite the public notice, for the benefit of spies you should know, my course is westerly, for I've Durbin slave runners reported lying at sea ambush for hapless kingdom traders, and there's always Queggan galleys nosing about. No, you'll be ashore with the pilot once we've cleared the outer breakwater, unless you've a better reason than simply wanting free transportation."
The former smuggler's expression revealed that while he might feel affection for Jimmy, he'd brook no nonsense aboard his ship. Jimmy said, "If I might have a word with you in private." Hull exchanged glances with Cook, then shrugged. Jimmy spent a full 5 minutes whispering with the old captain. Then suddenly, Hull laughed, a genuinely amused sound.
"Oh, be scuppered!"
A moment later, he approached Aaron Cook.
"Have these lads taken below. As soon as we clear harbour, I want full sail. Make course for south."
Cook hesitated a minute, then turned to a sailor and ordered him to take the boys below. When they were gone, and the harbour pilot over the side in his longboat, the first mate called all hands aloft and ordered all sails out and set a northern course. He cast a glance rearward, where Captain Hull stood next to the helmsman, but the captain only smiled to himself. Jimmy and Locklear stood at rail's edge, waiting. When the boat was ready, they boarded. Trevor Hull came to stand beside them.
"Sure you don't want to put back to south?"
Jimmy shook his head. "I'd rather not be seen arriving aboard a Royal Customs ship. Attracts too much notice. Besides, there's a village near here where we can buy horses. There's a good place not a day's ride beyond there where we all camped last time. We can watch any who pass. It'll be easier to spot them now."
"As long as they haven't passed already."
"They only left the day before we did, and we sailed every night while they had to sleep. We're in front of them."
"Well then, young lads, I'll wish you the protection of Killian, who, in her kinder moments, watches over sailors and other reckless sorts, and of Banath, who does the same for thieves, gamblers and fools."
In more serious tones, he said,
"Take care, boys."
Then he signalled the boat lowered. It was still gloomy as the coast fog had not been pierced yet by the sun. The longboat was turned toward the beach and the rowers pulled hard. Swiftly they headed in until the bow of the longboat scraped sand and Jimmy and Locklear were ashore. The innkeeper hadn't wished to sell his horses at first,
But Jimmy's serious attitude, his posture of authority, and the way he wore his sword, coupled with ample gold, changed his mind. By the time the sun had cleared the forest to the east of the village of Longroad, the two young men were mounted, well provisioned, and on their way up the road between Sarth and Quester's View. By midday they were in place at a narrow point in the road. To the east, an upthrust of land covered with heavy foliage prevented anyone from passing, while to the west the land dropped away quickly to the beach. From their vantage point, Jimmy and Locklear could see any travellers coming up the road or the beach. They built a small fire against the damp and settled in to wait. Twice in the 3 days that followed, they had been menaced. The first time had been by a band of unemployed bravos, mercenary guards on their way south from Quester's View. But that band had been discouraged by the determination of the two young men and the probability they had nothing to steal besides the 2 horses. One man tried to take a horse, but Jimmy's speed with a rapier dissuaded him. They left rather than spill blood over such trivial booty. The second encounter had been considerably riskier, as both youngsters had stood side by side with weapons drawn, protecting their horses from 3 disreputable-looking bandits. Had the road agents had more numbers, Jimmy was certain the youths would have been killed. But the men had fled at the sound of approaching riders, which turned into a small patrol from the garrison at Quester's View. The soldiers had questioned Jimmy and Locklear and had accepted their tale. They were travelling as sons of a minor squire who was due to meet with them soon at this location. The boys and their father would then continue on south to Crondor to follow after the prince's funeral procession. The sergeant in charge of the patrol had wished them safe passage. Late in the afternoon, the 4th day after arriving, Jimmy spotted 3 riders coming down the beach. He watched for a long moment, then said, "There they are!" Jimmy and Locklear quickly mounted and rode down the gap in the cliff to the beach. They halted, their mounts pawing the sand as they waited for the riders to approach. The 3 riders came into view, slowed, then approached warily. They looked tired and dirty, most likely mercenaries from their weapons and armour. All wore beards, though the 2 dark-haired men's were short and newly growing. The first rider swore an oath at the sight of the 2 youngsters. The second shook his head in disbelief. The third rider edged his horse past the first 2 and came to halt before the boys. "How did you—" Locklear sat with his mouth open in stunned silence. In everything Jimmy had told him, this was the one thing the senior squire had not mentioned. Jimmy grinned. "It's a bit of a story. We've a little camp up the headland if you want to rest, though it's by the road." The man scratched at his 2-week-old beard. "Might as well. There's little point in travelling much more today." Jimmy's grin broadened. "I must say, you're the liveliest-looking corpse I've ever seen, and I've seen a few." Aretha returned the grin. Turning to Laurie and Roald, he said, "Come on. Let's rest the horses and find out how these young rogues figured us out." The fire seemed to burn cheerfully as the sun disappeared over the ocean. They lay around the campfire except Roald, who stood with a view of the road. "It was a lot of little things," said Jimmy. "The princesses both seemed more worried than grief-stricken. When we were kept away from the cortege, I became suspicious." Locklear added, "It was something I said." Jimmy shot Locklear a hard glance, indicating it was his story. "Yes, it was. He mentioned we were being kept away. Now I know why. I'd have tumbled to the bogus Duke in the carriage in a minute. Then I'd have known he was heading north to finish with Momandamus." Laurie said, "Which is why you were kept away." Roald added,
"Which was the whole idea."
Jimmy looked stung. "You could have trusted me." Aretha looked caught halfway between amusement and irritation. "It wasn't an issue of trust, Jimmy. I didn't want this. I didn't want you along." With a mock groan he said, "Now I've two of you." Locklear looked at Jimmy with an expression of concern, but Jimmy's tone put him at ease. "Well, even princes have an occasional lapse of judgment. Just remember what sort of fix you'd have been in if I hadn't sussed out that trap up at Morrelin." Aretha nodded in surrender. "So, you knew something strange was going on, then figured out Laurie and Roll were going north, but what gave away I was still alive?" Jimmy laughed. "First, the grey stallion was used in the procession, and your sorrel was missing from the stable. You never liked the grey, I remember you saying." Aretha nodded. "He's too fractious." "What else?" "It hit me while we watched the body go past. If you were going to be buried in your favourite togs, you'd have your favourite boots on." He pointed to the pair the prince wore. "But there were only slippers on his feet. That's because the boots the assassin wore into the palace were covered in sewer muck and blood. Most likely, whoever dressed the body went looking for another pair rather than clean the assassin's boots and couldn't find any or they didn't fit, so they just put the slippers on. When I saw that, I figured it out. You didn't have the assassin's body burned, only the heart. Nathan must have put a spell on it to keep it fresh." I didn't know what I was going to do with it, but thought it might come in useful. Then we had that attempt in the temple. That assassin's dagger was no sham. He absently rubbed a sore side, but it was not a serious wound. Laurie said, "Ha! Another inch higher and 2 to the right, and he'd have had a real enough funeral after all." We kept things at a low boil the first night, Nathan, Gardan, Volney, Laurie and I, while we figured out what to do, Aretha said. I decided to play dead. Volney held up the funeral procession until the local nobles arrived, which gave me time to heal enough to ride. I wanted to slip out of the city without anyone being the wiser. If Mamandamus thinks me dead, he'll stop looking for me. With this, he held out the talisman given to him by the Ashapian abbot. He'll not find me with magic means. I'm hoping to make him act prematurely. Laurie said, "How'd you boys get here? You couldn't have passed us along the road." "I got Trevor Owl to bring us here," replied Jimmy. Aretha said, "You told him?" "Only him. Not even Cook knows you're alive." Rold said,
"Still too damn many for a secret."
Locklear said, "But, I mean, everyone who knows can be trusted, sir." "That's not the issue," said Laurie. "Carline and Anita know, as did Gardan, Volney and Nathan. But even De Lacy and Valdis were kept ignorant. The king won't know until Carline tells him in private when they reach Rhiannon. Only those know." "What of Martin?" asked Jimmy. Laurie sent a message to him. "He'll meet us in Illith," answered Aretha. "That's risky," said Jimmy. Laurie said, "No one but a few of us could understand the message. All it said was, 'The Northerner, come fastest.' It was signed Arthur. He'll understand no one is to know Aretha lives." Jimmy revealed his appreciation. "Only those of us here know the Northerner is the inn in Illith where Martin wrestled with that Longley character." "Who's Arthur?" asked Locklear.
"His Highness," said Rold. "It's the name he used when last he travelled."
"And I used it when I came to Crondor with Martin and Amos." Jimmy got a thoughtful look. "This is the second time we ride north, and it's the second time I wish Amos Trask was with us." Aretha said, "Well, he is not." "Let's turn in. We've a long ride ahead, and I must decide what to do with you two young rogues." Jimmy wrapped his bedroll about him, as did the others, while Rold maintained the first watch. Then, for the first time in weeks, Jimmy dropped quickly off to sleep, free of grief. Chapter 7. Mysteries. Ryath thundered into familiar skies. Above the forests of the kingdom she wheeled. From her came the thought, I must hunt. The dragon preferred mind speech while flying, though she spoke aloud upon the ground. Tomas looked back at Pug, who answered, It is far to Macross's island, nearly 1,000 miles. Tomas smiled.
We can be there more quickly than you imagine.
How far can Ryath fly?
Around the globe of this world without landing, though I think she'd judge there was no good reason to do so. Also, you've not seen 1/10 of her speed.
Good, answered Pug. Then, when we've landed upon Sorcerer's Isle. Tomas requested more forbearance from the dragon, who grudgingly agreed. Climbing high in the blue skies of Midkemia, Ryath followed Pug's directions, over the peaks of mountains towards the bitter sea. With mighty beats of her wings, she climbed to where she could soar. Soon, the landscape below sped away, and Pug wondered what the limits of the dragon's speed might be. They were moving more rapidly than a running horse, and seemed to be picking up speed. There was a component of magic in Ryath's flying ability, for while the dragon appeared to soar, she was in fact increasing speed without a single beat of her wings. Faster and faster they flew. They were comfortable, owing to Tomas's magic. He protected them from wind and cold, though Pug was nearly dizzy from exhilaration. The forests of the far coast gave way to the peaks of the grey towers, and then they were speeding over the lands of the free cities of Natal. Next, they were flying over the waters of the bitter sea. Highlights of silver and green glittering on the deep blue, and ships plying the summer trade routes from Queg to the free cities looked but a child's toys. As they sped high above the island kingdom of Queg, they could see the capital and outlying villages, again looking like playthings from this height. Far below them, winged shapes flew in formation over the edge of land, and from the dragon came a mirthful chuckle. Know them, dost thou, ruler of the eagle's reaches? Tomas said,
They are not what they once were.
Pug said, What is it? Tomas pointed downward.
Those are descendants of the giant eagles I hunted by. Ashen Sugar hunted ages past. I flew them as lesser men fly falcons. Those ancient birds were intelligent after a fashion.
The island men train these and ride them as others do horses. They are a fallen breed. Tomas seemed irritated.
Like so much else, they are but a shadow of what they once were.
With humour, the dragon answered, Still, there are those of us who are more, Valheru. Pug said nothing. Well as he understood his friend, there was much about him no one could ever fathom. Tomas was unique in all the world, and had burdens upon his soul no other being could comprehend. In a vague way, Pug could understand how these descendants of the once proud eagles Ashen Sugar had hunted could pain Tomas, but chose not to comment. Whatever disquiet Tomas experienced, it was his alone. A short time later, another island came into view, tiny compared to the nation of Queg, but still large enough to house a sizable population. But Pug knew only a few had ever abided there, for it was Sorcerer's Isle, home of Macross the Black. As they sped over the northwestern edge of the island, they dipped lower, clearing a range of hills, then flew above a small vale. Pug said, It can't be. Tomas said, What? There was an odd place here before. A home without buildings. It's where I met Macross. Kulgan, Gardan, Aretha and Meacham were all there too. They swooped over tall trees. Tomas said,
These oaks and bristlecone pines did not grow in even the near dozen years since you first met the sorcerer, Pug. They are ancient in aspect.
Pug said, Another of Macross's mysteries. Pray then the castle's still there. Ryath cleared another line of hills, putting them in sight of the only visible structure on the island, a lone castle. They banked over the beach where Pug and his companions had first landed upon the island, years before, and the dragon rapidly descended, landing upon a trail above the beach. Bidding her companions goodbye, she launched herself into the air, preparing to hunt. Tomas, watching as Ryath vanished into the azure sky, said, "I had forgotten what it was to ride a dragon." He appeared thoughtful as he faced Pug. "When you asked me to accompany you, I was again fearful of awakening dormant spirits within." He tapped his chest. "I thought here Ashen Sugar waited, only needing an excuse to rise up and overwhelm me again." Pug studied Tomas's face. His friend was masking his emotions well, but Pug could still see them there, powerful and deep. "But I know now there is no difference between Ashen Sugar and Tomas. I am both." He looked down for a moment, reminding Pug of how the boy had once looked when making excuses for some transgression before his mother. "I feel as if I've both gained and lost." Pug nodded. "We'll never again be the boys we once were, Tomas, but we've become so much more than we dreamed. Still, few things of worth are ever simple or easy." Tomas stared out to sea. "I was thinking of my parents. I've not visited them since the end of the war. I am not who they once knew." Pug understood. It will be hard for them, but they are good people and will accept the change in you. They will wish to see their grandchild. Tomas sighed. Then he laughed, part in pleasure, part in bitterness. "Carlis is different from what they would have expected, but then, so am I. No, I do not fear to see them again." He turned and looked at Pug. Softly he said, "No, I fear I may never see them again." Pug thought of his own wife, Katala, and all the others at Stardock. He could only reach out and grip Tomas's arm for a long, thoughtful moment. Despite their strengths and abilities, talents unrivaled on this world, they were mortal. And, even more than Tomas, Pug knew the dreadful nature of what they faced. And Pug held deeper suspicions and darker fears in private. The silence of the Eldar during his training, their presence on Kellowan, and the insights gained from studying with them all pointed at possibilities Pug fervently hoped would prove false. There was a conclusion here he would not speak of until he had no other choice. Pushing aside his disquiet, he said, "Come, we must seek Gathis." They stood overlooking the beach at a point where two trails divided from one. Pug knew that one led to the castle, the other toward the small vale where the strange house and outbuildings the sorcerer had called Villa Beata had stood, the place he had first met Macross. Pug now wished when he and the others had returned to claim the legacy of Macross, the heart of the academy at Stardock's library, they had visited the complex. For those buildings to have vanished, to be replaced by trees of ancient aspect, it was, as he had said, one more of the many mysteries surrounding Macross the Black. They followed the path toward the castle. The castle stood upon a table of land separated from the rest of the island by a deep ravine that fell away to the ocean. The crashing of waves through the passage echoed beneath them as they slowly crossed the lowered drawbridge. The castle was fashioned from unfamiliar dark stone, and around the great arch above the portcullis, odd-looking creatures of stone perched, regarding Pug and Tomas with stony gaze as they passed below. The outside of the castle looked much as it had the last time Pug had been here, but once inside the castle, it was evident that everything else had changed. Upon the last visit, the grounds and castle had appeared well tended, but now the stones at the base of the building exhibited weeds growing from cracks, and the grounds were littered with bird droppings. They hurried to the large doors to the central keep, which hung open. As they pushed them wide, the screeching of hinges testified to their rusty condition. Pug led his friend through the long hall and up the tower steps until he reached the door into Macross's study. The last time he had been here, it had taken both a spell and answering a question in Sirani to open the door, but now a simple push sufficed. The room was empty. Pug turned, and they hurried down the steps until they reached the great hall of the castle. In frustration, Pug cried, "Hello, the castle!" His voice echoed hollowly off the stones. Tomas said, "It appears everyone is gone." "I don't understand. When we last spoke, Gathis said he would abide here, awaiting Macross's return and keeping his house in order. I only knew him briefly, but I would warrant he would keep this castle as we saw it last." Tomas said, "Until he was no longer able. It may be someone had reason to visit the island. Pirates or Quegan raiders. Or agents of Mamandamus." Pug visibly sagged. "I had hoped we could discover some clue from Gathis to begin our search for Macross." Pug looked about and spied a stone bench before the wall. Sitting down, he said, "We don't even know if Macross lives yet. How are we to find him?" Tomas stood in front of his friend, towering over him. He placed one foot upon the bench and leaned forward, crossed arms resting upon his knee. "It is also possible this castle is deserted, because Macross has already returned and left again." Pug looked up. "Perhaps. There is a spell of the lesser path." Tomas said, "As I understood such things." Pug interrupted, "I have learned many things at Elvardane. Let me try this." He closed his eyes and incanted, his words soft and low as he directed his mind into a path still strange to it as often as not. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. "There's some sort of ensorcelment upon this castle. The stones, they're not right." Tomas looked at Pug, a question unspoken in his eyes. Pug rose and touched the stones. "I used a spell that should have gleaned information from the very walls. Whatever occurs near an object leaves faint traces, energies that impact it. With skill, they can be read as you or I would read a scribe's writings. It is difficult, but possible. But these stones show nothing. It's as if no living being had ever passed through this hall." Suddenly, Pug turned toward the doors. "Come," he commanded. Tomas fell in beside his friend as Pug walked out to the heart of the courtyard. There he halted, raising his hands above his head. Tomas could feel mighty energies forming about them as Pug gathered power. Then Pug closed his eyes and spoke, rapidly, and in a tongue both odd and familiar to Tomas. Then Pug's eyes opened, and he said, "Let the truth be revealed." As if a ripple moved outward with Pug at the centre, Tomas found his vision shifting. The very air shimmered, and on one side there was the abandoned castle. But as the ripple passed, the court was revealed as well tended. The circle widened rapidly as the illusion was dispelled, and suddenly Tomas discovered they were in an orderly courtyard. Nearby, a strange creature was carrying a bundle of firewood. He halted, surprise evident upon his non-human face, and dropped the bundle. Tomas had begun to draw his sword, but Pug said, "No," placing a restraining hand upon his arm.
"But it's a mountain troll."
Gathis told us Macross employed many servants, judging each upon its own merits. The startled creature, broad-shouldered, long-fanged and fearsome in appearance, turned and ran in a stooping, ape-like fashion toward a door in the outer wall. Another creature, nothing either man had seen upon this world, exited the stable and halted. It was only 3 feet tall and had a muzzle like a bear, but its fur was red gold. Seeing the 2 humans regarding it, it set aside the broom it carried and slowly backed into the stable door. Pug watched until it was out of sight. Cupping his hands about his mouth, Pug cried, "Gathis!" Almost instantly, the doors to the great hall opened and a well-dressed goblin-like creature appeared. Taller than a goblin, he possessed the thick ridges above the eyes and large nose of the goblin tribe, but his features were somehow more noble, his movements more graceful. Attired in blue singlet and leggings with a yellow doublet and black boots, he hurried down the steps and bowed before the 2 men. With a sibilance to his speech, he said,
"Welcome, Master Pug."
He studied Tomas.
"This, then, would be Master Tomas?"
Tomas and Pug exchanged glances. Then Pug said, "We seek your master." Gathis seemed to look distressed.
"That may prove a bit of a problem, Master Pug. As best as I can ascertain, Macross no longer exists."
Pug sipped at his wine. Gathis had brought them to a chamber where refreshments were provided. The steward of the castle refused to sit, standing opposite the 2 men as they listened to his story.
"So, as I said when last we spoke, Master Pug, between the Black One and myself there is an understanding. I can sense his state of being. Somehow, I know he is always out there somewhere. About a month after you left, I awoke one night suddenly feeling the absence of that contact. It was most disturbing."
"Then Macross is dead," said Tomas. Gathis sighed in a very human way.
"I am afraid so. If not, he is somewhere so alien and remote it amounts to little difference."
Pug considered in silence while Tomas said, "Then who fashioned that illusion?"
"My master. I activated it as soon as you and your companions left the castle after your last visit. Without the presence of Macross the Black to ensure our safety, he felt the need to provide us with protective coloration, in a manner of speaking. Twice now, bold pirates have combed the island for booty. They find nothing."
Pug's head suddenly came up. "Then the villa still exists?"
"Yes, Master Pug. It was also hidden by the illusion."
Gathis appeared disturbed.
"I must confess that while I am no expert in such matters, I would have thought the illusion's spell beyond your ability to banish. Again," he sighed, "now I worry at its absence once you've left."
Pug waved away the remark. "I will re-establish it before we leave." Something nagged at Pug's mind, a strange image of speaking with Macross in the villa. When I asked Macross if he lived in the villa, he said, "No, though I once did long ago." He looked at Gathis. "Did he have a study such as the one in the tower at the villa?"
Gathis said, "Yes, ages ago, before I came to this place."
Pug stood. "We must go there now." Gathis led them down the path into the vale. The red tile roofs were as Pug had remembered. Tomas said, "This is a strange place, though it seems pleasing enough in aspect. With fair weather, it would be a comfortable home."
"So my master thought once," said Gathis. "But he was gone for a long time, so he told me. and when he returned, the villa was deserted. Those who had lived with him gone without explanation. At first, he searched for his companions, but soon despaired of ever knowing their fate. Then he feared for the safety of his books and other works, as well as the lives of the servants he planned to bring here, so he built the castle and took other measures,"
he added with a chuckle. The legend of Macross the Black.
"Terror of evil magic serves oft-times better than stout castle walls, Master Pug. The difficulties were not trivial. Shrouding this rather sunny island in gloomy clouds and keeping that infernal blue light flashing in the high tower each time a ship approached, it was something of a nuisance."
They entered the courtyard of the villa, surrounded by only a low wall. Pug paused to regard the fountain, where 3 dolphins rose upon a pedestal, and said, "I fashioned the pattern in my transport room after this." Gathis led him toward the central building, and suddenly Pug understood. There were neither connecting walkways nor roofs covering them, but this villa matched his own upon Kelewan in building size and placement. The pattern was identical. Pug halted, looking shaken. Tomas said, "What is it?" It seems Macross had his hand in many things far more subtle than we had known. I built my home upon Kelewan in the image of this one without knowing I had done so. I had no reason to, save it seemed the way to build it. Now, I don't think I had much choice. Come, I will show you where the study lay. He led them without error to the room that matched the location of his own study. Instead of the sliding cloth-covered doors of Kelewan, they faced a single door of wood, but Gathis nodded. Pug opened the door and stepped inside. The room was identical in size and shape. A dust-covered writing table and chair rested where Pug had placed his low writing table and cushions in the matching room. Pug laughed, shaking his head in appreciation and wonder. The sorcerer had many tricks. He moved to a small fireplace. Pulling upon a stone, he revealed a hidden nook. I had such a place built into my own hearth, though I never understood why. I had no reason to use it. Within that nook, a rolled parchment lay. Pug withdrew it and inspected it. A single ribbon without seal tied the scroll. He unrolled it and read, his face becoming animated. "Oh, you clever man," he said, looking at Tomas and Gathis. He explained, "This is written in Sirani. Even if the spell of illusion was broken and someone stumbled across this room and found the nook and the parchment, there was almost no chance of them being able to read this." He looked back at the parchment and began to read aloud. "Pug, by reading this, know I am most likely dead. But if not, I am somewhere beyond the normal boundaries of space and time. In either case, I am unable to provide you with the aid you seek. You have discovered something of the nature of the enemy and know it imperils both Kelewan and Midkemia. Seek me first in the halls of the dead. If I am not there, then you know I live. If I am alive, I will be captive in a place difficult to find. Then you will make the choice, either to seek to learn more of the enemy on your own, a most dangerous course in the extreme but one that may succeed, or to search for me. Whatever you do, know I wish you the blessings of the gods. Macross." Pug put away the scroll. I had hoped for more. Gathis said,
"My master was a man of power, but even he had his limits. As stated in his last missive to you, he could not pierce the veil of time once he entered the rift with you. From that point on, time was as opaque to him as to other men. He could only speculate."
Tomas said,
"Then we must away to the halls of the dead."
Pug said, "But where are they to be found?"
"Attend," said Gathis. "Beyond the endless sea lies the southern continent called Novindus by men. From north to south a range of mountains runs, called, in the language of those men, the Ratangari, which means Pavilion of the Gods. Upon the 2 tallest peaks, the pillars of heaven stands the celestial city, or so men say, the home of the gods. Below those peaks, in the foothills, stands the necropolis, the city of the dead gods. The highest placed temple, one that rests against the base of the mountains, honors the 4 lost gods. There you will find a tunnel into the heart of the celestial mountains. This is the entrance to the halls of the dead." Pug considered. "We shall sleep the night, then call Ryath and cross the endless sea." Tomas turned without comment, beginning the trek back to Macross's castle. There was no discussion. They had no choice. The sorcerer had been nothing if not thorough. Ryath banked. For hours they had flown faster than Pug had thought possible. The endless sea had rolled below, a vast ocean of seemingly uncrossable size. But the dragon had not hesitated an instant in accepting their destination. Now, hours later, they were flying over a continent on the other side of the world. They had moved from east to west as well as crossing to the southern hemisphere, so they had gained some daylight. In late afternoon, they had sighted the southern continent Novindus. First, they had crossed a great sand wasteland, bounded by high cliffs running for hundreds of miles along the seacoast. Any who landed from a ship on that northern coast would have days of travel and a dangerous climb before drinking water could be found. Then the dragon had cut across grasslands. Far below, hundreds of strange wagons, surrounded by herds of cattle, sheep and horses, had been moving from north to south. Some nomadic people, a nation of herdsmen, was following the tracks of its ancestors, oblivious to the dragon high overhead. Then they saw the first city, a mighty river, reminding Pug of the Gargajin on Kelewan, cut across the grasslands. On the southern shore, a city had arisen, and farther south, farmland could be seen. Far to the southwest, in the haze of the evening, a range of mountains rose, the Pavilion of the Gods. Ryath began to descend, and they soon approached the centre of the range, a pair of peaks that rose high above those surrounding, disappearing into clouds, the pillars of heaven. At the base of the mountains, deep forests hid anything that might have existed. The dragon spent the last minutes of light seeking a clearing in which to land. The dragon sat down, then said, "I go to hunt. When I finish, I shall sleep. I would rest for a time." Tomas smiled. "You will not be needed for the balance of this journey. Where we venture, we may not return, and you would have difficulty finding us." The dragon projected a sense of amusement at that last remark. "Thou hast lost some sense of things, Valheru. Else thou wouldst remember there is no place within the span of space I may not reach, should I have but a reason. This place exists beyond even your ability to reach, Ryath. We enter the halls of the dead." "Then thou shalt indeed be beyond my ability to find Tomas. Still, if thou and thy friend survive this journey and return to the realms of life, thou hast but to call and I shall answer. Hunt well, Valheru, for I shall." The dragon rose upward, extending her wings. Then, with a leap and a bound, she launched herself into the darkening sky. Tomas remarked, "She is tired. Dragons usually hunt wild game, but I think some farmer may find a brace of sheep or a cow missing tomorrow. Ryath will sleep days with a full belly." Pug looked about in the deepening gloom. "In our haste, we neglected such provision for ourselves." Tomas sat upon a deadfall and said, Such things never occurred in those sagas of our youth. Pug looked at his friend questioningly, and Tomas said, "Remember the woods near Criddy when we were boys?" His expression turned mirthful. "In all our youthful dramas, we conquered our foes in time to get home for dinner." Pug joined his friend in sitting. With a small chuckle he said, "I remember. You always played the fallen hero of some great tragic battle, bidding his loyal followers goodbye." Tomas's voice revealed a thoughtful tone. "Only this time, we don't simply get up and return to Mother's kitchen for a hot meal after we're killed." A long moment passed. Pug said, "Still, we might as well make ourselves as comfortable as we can. This is as likely a spot to wait for dawn as any other. I suspect the necropolis is overgrown, else we would have seen it from the air. We'll be better able to locate it tomorrow." He added with a faint smile, "Besides, Ryath isn't the only one who's tired." "Sleep if you feel the need."
Tomas's eyes studied something in the brush.
"I've learned to ignore the need at will."
His expression caused Pug to turn his head, following Tomas's gaze. Something moved in the dark. Then a roar erupted from the forests behind them. One moment the clearing had been silent, then something or someone was leaping out of the woods upon Tomas's back. The half-cry, half-roar was answered by a dozen more. Pug sprang to his feet as Tomas was rocked forward by the impact of the thing upon his back. But while this creature or man seemed near Tomas's equal in size, no mortal upon Midkemia was his equal in strength. Tomas simply stood erect, gripping the thing on his back by a handful of fur. With a yank, he tossed it overhead as he would a child, sending it crashing into another creature running toward him. Pug clapped his hands together overhead, and the glade rang with the sound of a thunderclap centering upon him. It was deafening, and those nearby faltered. Blinding light erupted from Pug's upraised hands, and those surrounding Tomas and Pug froze. They looked to be tigers, but their bodies had been altered into man shapes. Their heads were orange with black stripes, as were their arms and legs. Each wore a cuirass of blue metal and breeches ending at mid-thigh of some blue-black material. Each carried a short sword and a belt knife. In the glare, they crouched, blinded by the light of Pug's magic. He quickly incanted another spell, and the tiger men toppled. Pug staggered a little, inhaling with a loud sound as he sat upon the deadfall. That was almost too much. The spell of sleep cast on so many. Tomas seemed to listen with only half his attention. He had his sword out and his shield at the ready.
"There are more in the woods."
Pug shook off his fogginess and rose. In the surrounding forest, the sound of soft movement murmured like the gentle stirring of branches in a light breeze. But no wind blew this night. Then, as one, another dozen figures materialized from the gloom, all similar to the fallen. In a thick, slurred speech, one said,
"Put away your weapons, man! You are surrounded!"
The others seemed crouched, ready to spring like the giant cats they resembled. Tomas looked at Pug, who nodded. Tomas permitted one of the tiger men to disarm him. The leader of the tiger men waved at them, saying,
"Bind them!"
Tomas allowed himself to be tied, as did Pug. The leader said,
"You have slain many of my warriors."
Pug said, "They only sleep." One of the tiger warriors knelt and examined a sleeper.
"Chuan! It is true!"
The one called Chuan examined Pug's face closely.
"You are a spellcaster, it seems. Yet you allow yourself to be taken easily. Why?"
Pug said, "Curiosity. And we have no wish to harm you." The surrounding tiger men began to laugh or something like it. Then Tomas simply parted his wrists. The bonds snapped instantly. He extended his hand toward the warrior holding his golden sword, and the weapon flew from the startled creature's grasp into his own. The laughter died. In a startled rage, the one called Tuan snarled and swung a clawed hand at Pug's face, fingers hooked and long talons extending from between them. Pug instantly raised his hand, and a small golden light erupted on his palm. The creature's claws rebounded from that light as if from steel. The surrounding creatures began to close upon them once more, two grabbing Tomas from behind. He simply tossed them aside and grabbed the one called Tuan by the scruff of the neck. Tuan stood 6 feet tall and more, but Tomas lifted him easily. Like any cat grabbed by the scruff, he dangled helplessly.
"Halt, or this one dies,"
Tomas ordered. The creatures hesitated. Then one of the tiger warriors bent his knee. He was followed by the rest. Tomas released Tuan and let him fall. The leader of the tiger men landed lightly and spun.
"What manner of being are you?"
"I am Tomas, once called Ashen Sugar, ruler of the Eagle's Reaches. I am of the Valheru." At that, the tiger men began to make small mewing noises, half growls, half whimpers. "Ancient One," was repeated several times. They huddled together in abject terror. Pug said, "What is this? And who are these creatures?" Tomas said, "They are fearful of me, for I am a legend come to life before them. These are Draken Corin's creatures." Seeing Pug's look of incomprehension, he added, "One of the Valheru. He was Lord of Tigers and bred these to stand as guards in his palace." He looked about. "I guess it would be in one of the caves in this forest." To Tuan he said, "Do you war on men?" Tuan, still crouching, snarled,
"We war on all who invade our forest, Ancient One. It is our land, as you should know. It was you who made us a free people."
Tomas's eyes narrowed, then opened wide.
I remember."
His face turned slightly pale. He said to Pug, "I thought I had remembered all of those days." Tuan said,
"We had thought you but men. The Rana of Maharta makes war upon the priest-king of Lanada. His war elephants command the plains, but the forests are still ours. This year he is allied with the overlord of the city of the Serpent River, who lends his soldiers. The Rana sends those against us. So we kill any who come here, dwarves, goblins, or serpent men."
Pug said, "Pantathians." Tuan said,
"So men call them. The land of the serpents lies somewhere to the south, but they come north at times to do mischief. We treat them harshly," he said to Tomas. "Have you come to enslave us again, Ancient One?"
Tomas recovered from his reverie. "No, those days are vanished in the past. We seek the halls of the dead, in the city of the dead gods. Guide us." Tuan waved away his warriors.
"I shall guide you."
To the others he spoke in a growling, guttural language. In scant moments they vanished into the gloom between the boles of the forest. When all were gone, he said,
"Come, we have far to go."
Tuan led them throughout the night, and as they travelled, Pug asked many questions. At first, the Tiger Man was reluctant to speak to the magician, but Tomas indicated he should cooperate, and the leader of the Tiger Men did so. The Tiger Nation lived in a small city to the east of where the dragon had landed. Dragons had long been hated by the tigers, as they raided the herds raised by the Tiger Men. So, a full patrol had been sent in case the dragon needed to be driven away. Their city had no name, being only the City of the Tigers. No man had seen this place and lived, for the Tiger Men killed any invaders. Chuan revealed a great distrust of men, and when queried said only,
"We were here before men. They took our forests to the east. We resisted. There has always been war between us."
Of the Pantathians, Chuan knew little, except they warranted killing on sight. When Pug asked how the Tiger Men came to be, or how Tomas had freed them, he was answered only by silence. As Tomas seemed equally reticent, Pug did not press the question. After climbing the forested hills below the Pillars of Heaven, they came to a deep pass. Chuan halted. To the east, the grey of dawn was approaching.
"Here live the gods,"
he said. They looked upward. The tips of the mountains were receiving the first rays of sun. White clouds mantled the peaks of the Pillars of Heaven, wrapping them in glowing mists, which reflected the light in white and silver sparkles. "How high are the peaks?" asked Pug.
"No one knows. No mortal has reached them. We allow pilgrims to pass this way unmolested if they stay south of our boundaries. Those who climb do not return. The gods prefer their privacy. Come."
He led them into the pass, which descended into a ravine.
"Beyond this pass, the ravine widens to a broad plateau at the base of the mountains. There lies the city of the dead gods. It is now overgrown with trees and vines. Within the city is the great temple to the lost gods. Beyond is the abode of the departed. I will go no farther, Ancient One. You and your spellcaster companion may survive, but for mortals it is a journey without return. To enter the halls of the dead is to quit the lands of life."
"We have no further need of you. Depart in peace."
Chuan said,
"Hunt well, Ancient One."
Then Chuan was off, with a running, bounding gait. Without conversation, Tomas and Pug entered the ravine. Pug and Tomas walked slowly through the plaza. Pug took mental note of every wonder. Oddly shaped buildings, hexagonal, pentagonal, rhomboidal, pyramidal, were all arranged in an apparently haphazard fashion, but one that seemed almost to make sense, as if the beholder was not quite sophisticated enough to comprehend the pattern. Obelisks of improbable design, great up-thrusting columns of jet and ivory inscribed with runic carvings unknown to Pug, stood at the four corners of the plaza. A city it was, but a city unlike any other. For it was a city without markets or stables, a city lacking taverns or even the rudest hut for a man to dwell within. For in every direction they could travel, only tombs rose up, and upon each a single name was inscribed over the entrance. Who built this place? Pug wondered aloud.
"The gods,"
Tomas replied. Pug studied his companion and saw there was no jest in his words. Can this truly be so? Tomas shrugged.
"Even to such as us, some things remain a mystery. Some agency constructed those tombs."
He pointed at one of the major buildings near the square.
"That bears the name Isander.
Thomas looked lost in memory.
When my kin rose up against the gods, I remained apart."
Pug did not fail to notice Tomas's reference to his kin. In the past, he had spoken of Ashen Sugar as a being apart. Tomas continued.
"The gods were new then, coming into their power, while the Valheru were ancient. It was the passing of an old order and the birth of a new one. But the gods were powerful, at least those who survived. Of the 100 who were formed by Ishap, only 16 survived, the 12 lesser and 4 greater gods.
The others lie here.
He pointed again to the building.
Isander was the goddess of dance.
He looked about slowly.
It was the time of the Chaos Wars.
Tomas moved past Pug, clearly reluctant to speak more. Upon another building was inscribed the name Onanka Tith. Pug said, "What do you make of that?" Tomas spoke quietly while he walked.
The joyful warrior and the planner of battles were both mortally wounded, but by combining their remaining essences, they survived in part as a new being, Tith Onanka, the war god with two faces. Here lie those parts of each which did not survive.
Softly, Pug observed, "Each time I think I have witnessed a wonder unsurpassed. It humbles me." After a long stretch of quiet as they passed dozens of buildings upon which were inscribed names alien to Pug, the magician said, "How is it that immortals die, Tomas?" Tomas did not look at his friend as he spoke.
Nothing is forever, Pug.
Then he looked at Pug, who saw a strange light in his friend's eyes, as if Tomas were poised for battle.
Nothing. Immortality, power, dominance, all are illusions, don't you see? We are simply pawns in a game beyond our understanding.
Pug let his eyes sweep over the ancient city, its strange assortment of buildings half overgrown with lianas. "That is what humbles me most."
Now we must seek one who might understand this game. Macross.
He pointed at a gigantic edifice, a building dwarfing those about it. Upon it were carved 4 names: Sarig, Drusala, Eortis, and Woda Hospur. Tomas said,
"The monument to the lost gods."
He pointed to each name in turn.
The lost god of magic, who it is thought hid his secrets when he vanished, which may be why only the lesser path rose upon this world among men. Drusala, the goddess of healing, whose fallen staff was picked up by Sung, who keeps it against the day of her sister's return. Eortis, old dolphin tail, the true god of the sea. Kilian now holds sway over his dominion. She is now mother of all nature. And Woda Hospur, the lawkeeper, who, alone among all beings below Ishap, knew truth.
Tomas, how do you know so much? Looking at his friend, he answered,
I remember. I did not rise to challenge the gods, Pug, but I was there. I saw, and I remember.
There was a note of terrible, bitter pain in his tone, which he could not mask from his lifelong friend. They began to walk on, and Pug knew Tomas would speak no more on this subject, at least for the present. Tomas led Pug into the vast hall of the 4 lost gods. A fey light illuminated the temple, filling the gigantic room with an amber glow. Even to the high-vaulted ceiling, no shadows existed. On each side of the hall, a pair of gigantic stone thrones sat empty and waiting. Opposite the entrance, a vast cavern led away into darkness. Pointing at that black maw, Tomas said,
The halls of the dead.
Without comment, Pug began walking, and soon both were engulfed in darkness. One moment, they had existed in a real, albeit alien world. The next, they had entered a realm of the spirit. As if a coldness beyond enduring had passed through them, they each felt an instant of supreme discomfort and another instant of near rapture. Then they were truly within the halls of the dead.
Shapes and distances appeared to have little meaning. For one moment they seemed in a narrow tunnel, then upon an endless sunlit field of grasses. Next they passed through a garden with babbling brooks and fruit-laden trees. After that they walked below an ice floe, a white-blue frozen cataract spilling from a cliff surmounted by a giant hall from which issued joyous music. Then they seemed to walk atop clouds. But at last they were in a dark and vast cavern. Ancient dead rock vaulting away into a darkness beyond any eye's ability to penetrate. Pug ran his hand over the rock and discovered the surface to have a slippery feel as of soapstone. Yet, when he rubbed thumb and fingers together, there was no residue. Pug put away his curiosity. A broad river slowly flowed across their path, and in the distance they could see another shore through dense mist. Then, from out of the fog came a wherry, with a single figure hidden by heavy robes at the stern, propelling the craft by means of a scull. As the boat gently nudged the shore, the figure raised the large oar out of the water and motioned for Tomas and Pug to board. "The ferryman," said Pug.
"It is a common legend. At least here it is true. Come."
They boarded, and the figure held out a gnarled hand. Pug removed 2 copper coins from his purse and deposited them in the outstretched hand. Pug sat, and was astounded to discover the wherry had reversed itself and was now heading across the river. He had felt no sensation of motion. A sound from behind caused him to turn, and over his shoulder he saw vague shapes on the shore they had left, quickly hidden by mist. Tomas said,
"Those who fear to cross, or who cannot pay the boatman.
"They abide upon the far shore for eternity, or so it is supposed." Pug could only nod. He looked down into the river and was further astonished to see that the water glowed faintly, lit from below by a yellow-green light. And, within its depth, stood figures, each looking up to the boat as it passed overhead. Feebly, they waved at the boat or reached out, as if seeking to grab hold, but the boat was too quickly past. Tomas said, "Those who attempted to cross without the ferryman's permission, trapped for all time." Pug spoke softly. Which way were they seeking to cross? Tomas said,
"Only they knew."
The boat bumped against the far shore, and the ferryman silently pointed. They disembarked, and Pug glanced back to discover the wherry gone from sight. Tomas said,
"It is a journey that may be taken in one direction only. Come."
Pug hesitated, but realized the point of no return had just been crossed and reluctance was useless. He gazed at the river for a last lingering moment and quickly followed Tomas. They paused in their trek. One moment Pug and Tomas had been walking upon an empty plain of greys and blacks. The next, a vast building rose before them, if in fact it was a building. In each direction it stretched to vanish at the horizon, more a wall of immense proportion. Upward into the strange grey which served as a sky in this forlorn place it rose, until the eye could no longer follow its lines. It was a wall in this reality, one with a door. Pug looked over his shoulder and saw nothing but empty plain behind. He and Tomas had spoken infrequently since leaving the river, some unknown time before. There had been nothing to comment on, and somehow breaking the silence seemed inappropriate. Pug looked forward once more and discovered Tomas's eyes upon him. Tomas pointed and Pug nodded, and they mounted the simple stone steps to the large open portal before them. Crossing the threshold, they halted, for they were greeted by a sight that confounded their senses. In every direction, even behind them, a vast marble floor stretched away, upon which rows of catafalques were arrayed. Atop each rested a body. Pug approached the nearest and studied its features. The figure seemed asleep, for it was unmarked, but the chest was still. It was a girl, no more than 7 years of age. Beyond lay men and women of every description, from beggars in tatters to those wearing royal raiment. Bodies old and rotting, and those shattered or burned beyond recognition, lay beside bodies unmarked. Infants, dead at birth, lay beside withered ancient crones. Truly, they were now within the halls of the dead. Tomas said softly, "It seems one direction is much the same as another." Pug shook his head. "We are within the boundaries of eternity. I think we must discover a path, or we shall wander without let for ages. I do not know if time has any meaning here, but if it does, we cannot afford to idle it away." Pug closed his eyes and concentrated. Above his head, glowing mists gathered, forming into a pulsating globe that began to rotate rapidly. A faint white light could be seen within. Then the conjuration vanished. Pug's eyes remained closed. Tomas watched quietly. He knew Pug was using some mystic sight to scout in moments what would have taken years on foot. Then Pug's eyes were open and he pointed. "That way." Figures waited quietly without the portal to the next hall. It was an oddity of this place that from one angle more corpses could be seen stretching away in every direction, forming a chessboard of reclining figures. But from another angle, a new wall was visible, one with another arched portal. Before it, more than 1,000 men and women, boys and girls stood silently. While Pug and Tomas approached, one of the reclining figures sat up and dismounted the catafalque to walk past them and join with those waiting by the door. Pug looked back and saw another figure approaching from a different direction. He glanced at the just vacated catafalque and saw another body had appeared in place of the former occupant. Pug and Tomas moved past those who hovered by the door, discovering they took no notice of the newcomer's presence. Pug reached out and touched a child's shoulder, and the small boy absently brushed at Pug's hand as if an insect had briefly alighted there. But the boy betrayed no other awareness of the magician. Tomas indicated with a jerk of his head they should continue. Through the door they found more people standing, in lines that led away beyond the limits of their perception. Again, there was no reaction to their passing. Quickly, the two men walked toward the head of the line. For what seemed hours, a light had been brightening before them. Thousands of figures formed silent lines facing that brilliance, each seemingly without impatience. They passed those who stood turned toward the light, expressions impossible to fathom upon their faces. Every so often, Pug would notice those in one of the lines taking a step forward, but the lines moved at a snail's pace. As they approached the shining light, Pug glanced behind and noticed there were no shadows cast. Another oddity of this realm, he considered. Then, at last, they reached stairs. Atop a dozen steps sat a throne, surrounded with golden brilliance. Something almost like music tickled at the edge of Pug's hearing, but it was not substantial enough to be apprehended. He lifted his eyes until he beheld the figure upon the throne. She was stunning in her beauty, yet frightening. Her features were impossibly perfect, but somehow daunting. She confronted the converging lines of humanity before her and studied each person at the head of the line for some time. Then she would point at one of the figures and motion. Most often the figures simply vanished to whatever destiny the goddess had selected, but occasionally one would turn and begin the long trek back toward the plane of catafalques. After some time, she turned to regard the two men, and Pug's gaze was captured by eyes like sooty coal, flat jet without any hint of warmth or light contained therein. The eyes of death. Yet, for all her fearful demeanour, a face the colour of white chalk, she was a figure of incredible seduction, one whose lush form cried out to be embraced. Pug felt his being burn with the need to be gathered within the folds of her white arms, to be taken to her bosom. Pug used his powers to set aside those desires, and he stood his ground. Then the woman upon the throne laughed, and it was the coldest, deadest sound Pug had ever heard. "Welcome to my domain, Pug and Tomas. Your means of arrival is unusual." Pug's mind reeled and raced. Each word from the woman was an icy stab through his brain, a chilled pain, as if merely to comprehend the goddess's existence was something nearly beyond his ability. With certainty he knew that, without his training and Tomas's heritage, they would have been overwhelmed, swept away, most likely dead by the force of her first uttered word. Still, he maintained his equilibrium and stood his ground. Tomas spoke.
"Lady, you know our needs."
The figure nodded.
"Indeed. Better than yourselves, perhaps."
"Then, will you tell us what we need to know? We dislike being here as much as our presence displeases you."
Again, the bone-chilling laugh.
"You displease me not at all, Valheru. Of your kin, I have often longed to take one to my service. But time and circumstances have never permitted. And Pug shall eventually come here in time. Yet, when that occurs, he shall be like these before me, standing in patient line for their turn to be judged. All wait upon my pleasure. Some shall return for another turn of the wheel. Others shall be granted the ultimate punishment, oblivion. And fewer still will earn final rapture, oneness with the ultimate."
"Still," she said, as if thoughtful,
"it is not yet his time. No. We all must act as if foreordained. He whom you seek does not abide with me yet. Of all those within the mortal realms, he above all has been most astute in declining my hospitality. No, to find Macross the Black, you will need to look elsewhere."
Tomas considered.
"May we know where he is?"
The lady upon the throne leaned forward.
"There are limits, Valheru, even to what I may attempt. Put your mind to the task, and you shall know where the Black Sorcerer abides. There can be only one answer."
She turned her gaze again upon Pug. "Silent, magician?"
"You have said nothing."
Softly Pug said, "I wonder, lady. Still, if I may..." He waved a hand at those about him. "Is there no joy in this realm?" For a moment, the lady upon the throne regarded the silent lines of people arrayed before her. It was as if the question was new to her. Then she said,
"No. There is no joy in the realm of the dead."
She again studied the magician.
"But consider, there is also no sorrow. Now, you must away, for the quick may abide here a short while only, and there are those within my realm who would distress you to apprehend. You must go."
Tomas nodded, and with a stiff bow led Pug away. Past long lines they hurried, as the brilliance of the goddess dimmed behind. It seemed hours they walked. Suddenly, Pug halted, transfixed by recognition. A young man with wavy brown hair stood quietly in line, his eyes fixed forward. In near silent voice, Pug said, "Roland?" Tomas paused, studying the face of their companion from Criddy, dead for almost 3 years. He took no notice of his 2 former friends. Pug said, "Roland, it's Pug." Again, there was no reaction. Pug shouted the squire from Chilan's name, and there was a nearly imperceptible flicker about the eyes, as if Roland heard a distant voice calling. Pug looked pained as his boyhood rival for Carline's affections took a step forward in the long line of those to be judged. Pug's mind ached for something to say to him. Then, at last, he shouted, "Carline is well, Roland! She is happy!" For a moment, there was no reaction. Then, faintly, the corners of Roland's mouth turned up for the briefest instant. But Pug thought he looked somehow more at peace as he stared blankly forward. Then Pug suddenly discovered Tomas's hand upon his arm, and the powerful warrior propelled his friend away from Roland. Pug struggled an instant, but to no avail, then walked in step with Tomas. A moment later, Tomas released his grip. Softly he said,
"They're all here, Pug. Roland, Lord Boric and his Lady Catherine, the men who died in the Green Heart and those taken by the Wraith in Macmordain Cadal, King Roderick, all who died in the Rift War, they're all here. That's what Lims Cragma meant by saying there were those here who would cause us distress if we met."
Pug only nodded. Again he felt a deep sense of loss for those whom fate had taken away from him. Turning his mind again to the cause of their strange travel, he said, "Where are we bound now?"
By not answering, the Lady of Death answered, "There is only one place beyond her reach. It is an oddity outside the known universe. We must find the City Forever, the place which stands beyond the edge of time."
Pug halted. Looking about, he noticed they had again passed into the vast plain of bodies, all arrayed in neat rows. Then the question is, how do we find it? Tomas reached out and placed his hand upon Pug's face, covering his eyes. A bone-wrenching chill passed through the magician, and he suddenly found his chest exploding in hot fire as he sucked in a lungful of air. His teeth chattered, and he shook, a fierce, uncontrollable trembling as his body coiled and uncoiled in knots of pain. He moved and discovered he was lying on a cold marble floor. Tomas's hand was gone from his eyes, and he opened them. He lay upon the floor in the temple of the 4 lost gods, just before the entrance to the dark cavern. Tomas rose on wobbly legs a short distance away, also pulling in ragged gasps of air. Pug saw that his friend's face was pale, his lips bluish. The magician regarded his own hands and saw the nails were blue to the quick. Standing, he felt warmth creep slowly back into his limbs, which ached and shook. He spoke, and his voice was a dry croak.
"Was it real?"
Tomas looked about, his alien features showing little.
Of all mortal men on this world, Pug, you should know best how futile that question is. We saw what we saw. Whether it was a place or a vision in our mind, it doesn't matter. We must act upon what we experienced. So to that end, yes, it was real.
"Now?" Tomas said,
"I must summon Ryath, if she is not too deep in sleep. We must travel between the stars once again."
Pug could only nod. His mind was numb, and dimly he wondered what possible marvels could await beyond that which was already behind. Chapter 8. Yarbon. The inn was quiet. It was fully 2 hours before sundown, and the hectic quality of evening revelry was not yet unleashed. For this, Aretha was thankful. He sat as deep in shadows as he could, Roald, Laurie and the 2 squires occupying the other chairs. His newly cropped hair, shorter than he had worn in years, and his thickening beard lent him a sinister appearance, giving credence to their impersonation of mercenaries. Jimmy and Locklear had purchased more common travel clothing in Quester's View, burning their squires' tunics. In all, the 5 of them looked to be nothing more than a simple crew of unemployed fighting men. Even Locklear was convincing, for he was no younger than some of those who passed through, aspiring young bravos seeking their first tour of duty. They had been waiting 3 days for Martin, and Aretha was growing apprehensive. Given the timing of the message, he had expected Martin to reach Illith first. Also, each day in the city increased the chance of someone's remembering them from their last encounter here. A tavern brawl ending in a killing, while not unique, was still something to cause a few to remember a face. A shadow crossed the table, and they looked up. Martin and Baru stood before them. Aretha rose slowly, and Martin calmly extended his hand. They quietly shook, and Martin said, "Good seeing you well." Aretha smiled crookedly. "Good for me also." Martin's answering smile was his brother's twin. "You look different." Aretha only nodded. Then he and the others greeted Baru, and Martin said, "How did he get here?" He pointed at Jimmy. Laurie said, "How can you stop him?" Martin looked at Locklear and raised an eyebrow. "This one's face I recognise, though I don't recall the name." "That's Lockie."
"Jimmy's protege,"
Roald added with a chuckle. Martin and Baru exchanged glances. The tall Duke said, "2 of them." Aretha said, "It's a long tale. We should tarry here as little as possible." "Agreed," answered Martin. "But we'll need new horses. Ours are weary, and I expect we still have a long road before us." Aretha's eyes narrowed, and he said, "Yes, very long." The clearing was little more than a widening in the road. To Aretha's party, the roadhouse was a welcoming beacon, every window on both floors showing a merry yellow light that knifed through the oppressive gloom of night. They had ridden without incident since leaving Illith, passing beyond Zun and Yarbon, and were now at the last outpost of Kingdom civilization, where the forest road turned northeast for Tir Sog. To travel directly north was to enter Hadati country, and the northern ranges beyond marked the boundary of the kingdom. While there had been no trouble, all were relieved to be reaching this inn. A sharp-eared stable boy heard them ride up and came down from his loft to open the barn. Few travelled the forest roads after sundown, and he had been about to turn in. They quickly cared for their animals, Jimmy and Martin occasionally watching the woods for signs of trouble. When they were done, they gathered their bundles and headed to the roadhouse. As they crossed the clearing between barn and main building, Laurie said, "It will be nice to have a warm meal." "Maybe I'll last for a while," commented Jimmy to Locklear. As they reached the front of the building, they could make out the sign over the door, a man sleeping atop a wagon while his mule had broken its traces and was making its getaway. Laurie said, "Now for some hot food. The Sleeping Wagoneer is among the finest little country inns you'll ever visit, though at times you may find it occupied by a rather strange assortment." Pushing open the door, they entered a bright and cheery common room. A large open hearth contained a roaring fire, and 3 long tables stood before it. Across the room, opposite the door, ran a long bar, behind which rested large hogsheads of ale. And making his way toward them, a smile upon his face, came the innkeeper, a man of middle years and portly appearance.
"Ah, guests, welcome."
When he reached them, his smile broadened.
"All Sorry, Rold. As I live, it's been years. Glad I am to see you.
The minstrel said, "Greetings, Geoffrey. These are companions of mine." Geoffrey took Laurie by the elbow and guided him to a table near the bar.
Your companions are as welcome as yourself.
He seated them at the table and said,
Pleased as I am to see you. I wish you had been here 2 days ago. I could have done with a good singer.
Laurie smiled at that. Trouble? A look of perpetual trial crossed the innkeeper's face.
Always. We had a party of dwarves through here, and they sang their drinking songs all hours. They insisted on keeping time to the songs by beating on the tables with whatever was at hand. Wine cups, flagons, hand axes, all in complete disregard for whatever was upon them. I've broken crockery and scarred tables all over. I only managed to return the common room to a semblance of order this afternoon, and I had to repair half of one table.
He fixed Rold and Laurie with a mock-stern expression.
So don't start trouble, like the last time. 1 ruckus a week is plenty.
He glanced around the room.
It is quiet now, but I expect a caravan through at any time. Ambrose, the silver merchant, passes through this time of year.
Rold said,
Geoffrey, we perish from thirst.
The man became instantly apologetic.
Truly I am sorry. Fresh in from the road and I stand jabbering like a magpie. What is your pleasure?
Ale, said Martin, and the others echoed the request. The man hurried away and returned moments later with a tray of pewter jacks, all brimming with cold ale. After the first draught of the biting liquid, Laurie said, What brings dwarves this far from home? The innkeeper joined them at the table, wiping his hands on his apron.
Have you not heard the news?
Laurie said, We're just in from the south. What news?
The dwarves moot at Stone Mountain, meeting in the long hall of Chief Hawthorne at village Del Moria.
To what ends? Asked Aretha.
Well, the dwarves through here were up all the way from Dorgin, and from their talk it's the first time in ages the eastern dwarves have ventured up to visit their brethren in the west. Old King Halfdan of Dorgin is sending his son Honya and his rowdy companions to witness the restoration of the line of Thorlin in the west. With the return of Thorlin's hammer during the Rift War, the western dwarves have been pestering Dolgan of Caldara to take the crown lost with Thorlin. Dwarves from the Grey Towers, Stone Mountain, Dorgin, and places I've never heard of are gathering to see Dolgan made king of the western dwarves. As Dolgan has agreed to moot, Honya says it's a foregone conclusion he'll take the crown, but you know how dwarves can be. Some things they decide quickly, other things they take years to consider. Comes of being long-lived, I guess.
Aretha and Martin exchanged faint smiles. Both remembered Dolgan with affection. Aretha had first met him years ago when riding east with his father to carry news to King Roderick of the coming Sirani invasion. Dolgan had acted as their guide through the ancient mine, the Mac Mordain Cadal. Martin had met him later during the war. The dwarven chief was a being of high principle and bravery, possessing a dry wit and keen mind. They both knew he would be a fine king. As they drank, they slowly discarded their travellers' accoutrements, putting off helms, setting aside weapons, and letting the quiet atmosphere of the inn relax them. Geoffrey kept the ale coming and, after a while, a fine meal of meats, cheeses, and hot vegetables and breads. Talk ran to the mundane, as Geoffrey repeated stories told by travellers. While they ate, Laurie said, Things are quiet this night, Geoffrey. Geoffrey said,
Yes, besides yourselves I have only one other guest.
He indicated a man sitting in the corner farthest from them,
and all turned in surprise for a moment. Aratha motioned for the others to resume their meal. All wondered how they had failed to notice him there all this time. The stranger seemed indifferent to the newcomers. He was a plain-looking fellow of middle years, with nothing remarkable about him in either manner or dress. He wore a heavy brown cloak that hid any chain or leather armor he might be wearing. A shield rested against the table, its blazon masked by a plain leather cover. Aratha became curious, for only a disinherited man or one on some holy quest would choose to disguise his blazon among honest men, Aratha added silently. He asked Geoffrey, "Who is he?"
Don't know. Name's Crow. Been here for 2 days, coming just after the dwarves left. Quiet sort, keeps to himself, but he pays his bill and makes no trouble.
Geoffrey began clearing the table. When the innkeeper was gone to the kitchen, Jimmy leaned across the table as if to reach for something in a pack on the other side and said quietly, "He's good. He makes no show, but he's straining to hear our conversation. Guard your words. I'll keep an eye on our friend over there." When Geoffrey returned, he said,
Where are you bound, Laurie?
Aratha answered, "Tir Sog." Jimmy thought he noticed a flicker of interest in the sole occupant of the other table, but he couldn't be sure. The man seemed intent upon his meal. Geoffrey clapped Laurie upon the shoulder.
Not going to see your family, are you?
Laurie shook his head. "No, not really. Too many years. Too many differences." All save Baru and Locklear knew Laurie had been disowned by his father. As a boy, Laurie had proved an indifferent farmer, being more interested in daydreams and song. With so many mouths to feed, his father had tossed him out on his own at age 13. The innkeeper said,
Your father came through here almost 3 years back, just before the end of the war. He and some other farmers were caravanning grain down to Lamut for the army.
He studied Laurie's face.
He spoke of you.
A strange expression crossed the former minstrel's face, one unreadable to those around the table.
I had mentioned it had been years since you came by, and he said, Well then, ain't we the lucky ones? That worthless layabout hasn't pestered me in years either.
Laurie erupted in laughter. Roald joined in. That's my father. I hope the old sod is still well.
I expect, said Geoffrey. He and your brothers seem to be doing fine. If I can, I'll send word you were through. Last any of us heard of you, you were off somewhere with the army, and that was 5 or 6 years back. From where have you come?
Laurie glanced at Aratha, both sharing the same thought. Salador was a distant eastern court, and word had not yet made its way to the frontier that a son of Tir Sog was now duke there, married to the king's sister. Both were relieved. Aratha tried to sound off-handed in his answer. Around, here and there. Most recently Yarbon. Geoffrey sat at the table, drumming his fingers on the wood. He said,
You might do well to wait for Ambrose to pass here. He'll be bound for Tir Sog. I'm sure he could use a few more guards, and these roads are better travelled in large companies.
Laurie said, Troubles? Geoffrey said,
In the forest. Always. But more so of late. For weeks now, there have been stories of goblins and brigands troubling travellers. It's nothing new, but there seems to be more of that going on than is usual, and something odd is the goblins and bandits almost always are reported as travelling northward.
He lapsed into silence for a moment.
Then there's something the dwarves said when they first arrived. It was right strange.
Laurie feigned amused uninterest. Dwarves tend to the strange.
But This was unusually so, Laurie. The dwarves claim they crossed the path of some dark brothers and, being dwarves, proceeded to have a bash at them. They claim they were chasing these dark brothers when they killed one, or at least should have. This one creature wouldn't have the decency to die, the dwarves avowed. Maybe these youngsters sought to pull a simple innkeeper's leg, but they said they hit this one brother with an axe, damn near split his head in two, but the thing just sort of pushes the halves together and runs off after his companions. Shocked the dwarves so fierce, they stopped in their tracks and forgot to chase after. That's the other thing. The dwarves said they have never met a band of dark brothers so intent on running away, like they had to get somewhere and couldn't take the time to fight. They are a mean lot as a rule, and they don't like dwarves a little more than they don't like everybody else.
Geoffrey smiled and winked.
I know the older dwarves are somber sorts and not given to stretching the truth, but these youngsters were having me on a little, I think.
Aretha and the others showed little expression, but all knew the story to be true, and that it meant the Black Slayers were again abroad in the kingdom. Aretha said, "It probably would be best to wait for the silver merchant's caravan, but we've got to be off at first light." Laurie said, "With only one other guest, I assume there's no trouble with rooms?"
None.
Geoffrey leaned forward and whispered,
I mean no disrespect toward a paying guest, but he sleeps in the commons. I've offered him a room at discount since I've ample space, but he says no. What some will do to save a little silver.
Geoffrey rose.
How many rooms?
Aretha said, 2 should provide comfort. The innkeeper seemed disappointed, but given travellers were often short of funds, he was not surprised.
I'll have extra pallets brought into the rooms.
As Aretha and his companions gathered up their belongings, Jimmy glimpsed the other man. He seemed intent on the contents of his wine cup and little else. Geoffrey brought over some candles and lit them with a taper from the fire. Then he led them up the dark stairs to their rooms. Something woke Jimmy. The former thief's senses were more attuned to changes in the night than were his companions. He and Locklear were bunking in with Roald and Laurie. Aretha, Martin and Baru slept across the narrow hall in a room over the common room, and, as the soft sound that had awakened him came from outside, Jimmy was certain it hadn't roused the former huntmaster of Criddy or the hillman. The young squire of the prince's court strained his hearing to its limit. Again came a sound in the night, a faint rustling. He quietly got up from his pallet on the floor next to Locklear's. Passing the sleeping forms of Roald and Laurie, he peered out the window between their beds. In the darkness, he caught a glimpse of movement, as if something or someone had just moved behind the barn. Jimmy wondered if he should wake the others, but thought it would be foolish to raise alarm over nothing. He gathered up his own sword and quietly left the room. His bare feet made no sound as he moved toward the stairs. At the landing atop the stairs, another window opened on the front of the inn. Jimmy peeked through and, in the gloom, saw figures moving near the trees across the road. He counted it unlikely that anyone skulking out in the night was up to honest undertakings. Jimmy hurried down the stairs and found the door unbolted. He puzzled at that, for he was near certain it had been bolted when they retired. Then Jimmy remembered the inn's other guest. He spun about and saw the man was gone. Jimmy moved to a window, pulling aside a peep slide in the shutters, and saw nothing. Silently, he let himself out the door and dodged along the front of the building, trusting the gloom of the night to mask him. He hurried to the place he had last seen movement. Jimmy's ability to walk quietly was hampered by having to negotiate the forest at night. While he had gained a little comfort in these environs from his journey with Aretha to Morrelin, he was still a city boy.
He was forced to move slowly. Then he heard voices. Cautiously, he approached the source of the conversation and saw a faint light. He could begin to understand scraps of what was said. Then he suddenly could see a half-dozen figures in a tiny clearing. The man in the brown cloak with the covered shield was speaking with a black armoured figure. Jimmy sucked in a chestful of air to calm himself down. It was a Black Slayer. 4 other Moradel stood quietly off to one side, 3 in the grey cloaks of the forest clans, and 1 in the trousers and vest of the mountain clans. The man in brown was speaking.
Nothing, I say. Bravos, from the look of them, with a minstrel, but...
The Black Slayer interrupted him. His voice was deep and seemed to come from some distance, echoing with an odd breathiness. The voice was disquietingly familiar to Jimmy.
You are not paid to think, human. You are paid to serve.
He punctuated that remark with a jabbing finger to the chest.
See that I remain pleased with your work, and we shall continue this relationship. Displease me and suffer the consequences.
The brown-cloaked fellow looked the sort not easily frightened, a tough fighting man, but he only nodded. Jimmy understood, for the Black Slayers were worthy of fear. Mamandamus's minions, even when dead, served him.
You say there's a singer and a boy?
Jimmy swallowed hard. The man tossed back his cloak, revealing brown chainmail, and said,
Well, now that I think, you could more likely say there are 2 boys, but they're almost man-sized.
This brought the Black Slayer out of his reverie.
2?
The man nodded.
Might be brothers from the look of them, about the size, though their hair colour's different. But they seem alike in some ways, like brothers do. Moralin, there was a boy there, but not 2. Tell me, is there a Hadati among them?
The man in brown shrugged.
Yes, but hillmen are all over. This is Yarbon. This one would be from the northwest, near Lake of the Sky.
For a long moment, there was only the sound of heavy breathing from behind the black helm, as if the Moradel was lost in thought or conversing with someone else. The Black Slayer hit his fist against his hand.
It could be them. Was there one who looked cunning? A slender warrior with dark hair almost to his shoulders, quick in his movements, clean-shaven.
The man shook his head.
There's a clean-shaven fellow, but he's big, and a slender one, but he's got short hair and a beard. Who do you think it is? That is not for you to know, said the Slayer.
Jimmy eased his legs by slowly shifting his weight. He knew the Black Slayer was trying to connect this band to the one that raided Moralin for Silverthorn the year before. Then the Moradel said,
We shall wait. News reached us 2 days ago the Lord of the West is dead. But I am not foolish enough to count a man dead until I hold his heart in my hand. It may be nothing. Had an elf been with them, I would burn that into the ground tonight. But I cannot be sure. Still, remain alert. It could be his companions returning to do mischief to avenge him. 7 men, and 2 of them really boys? What harm?
The Moradel ignored the question.
Return to the inn and watch Morgan Crow. You are paid well and quickly for obedience, not questions. Should those in the inn leave, follow at a discreet distance. Should they remain upon the road to Tirsog until midday, return to the inn and wait. Should they turn northward before then, I shall wish to know. Return here tomorrow night and tell me which. But tarry not, for Sethanon brings his band north, and you must meet him. Without the next payment, he takes his men home. I need his engineers. Is the gold safe?
Always with me.
Good. Now go.
For an instant, the Black Slayer seemed to shudder, then wobble. Then his movements returned. In a completely different voice he said, "Do as our master instructs, human." Then turned and walked away. In a moment, the clearing was empty. Jimmy's mouth hung open. Now he understood. He had heard that first voice before, in the palace where the undead Moradel had tried to kill Aretha. And again in the basement of the House of Willows when they had destroyed the Nighthawks in Crondor. The man called Morgan Crow had been speaking not to the Black Slayer, but rather through him, and Jimmy had no doubt to whom. Mermandamus. Jimmy's astonishment had caused him to hesitate, and suddenly he knew he could not return to the inn before Crow. Already the man had quit the clearing, taking the lantern with him. In the dark, Jimmy had to move slowly. By the time he reached the clearing near the road, Jimmy caught a glimpse of the red glow from the hearth in the common room as Crow closed the door to the inn. He could hear the bolt driven home. Hurrying silently along the edge of the clearing, Jimmy waited until he was opposite the window to his room. He hurried across and was quickly up the wall, the rough surface providing ample hand and footholds. From inside his tunic he retrieved twine and a hook and quickly fished open the simple bar locking the window. He pulled it open and stepped through. 2 sword points poked him in the chest and he halted. Laurie and Roald both lowered their weapons when they saw who it was. Locklear had his sword out and guarded the door.
What's this? Looking for a new way to die? Having your friends run you through?
Asked Roald. What's that you have there? Laurie pointed at the hook and twine. I thought you'd left all that behind. Quietly, said the boy, putting up his thieving tools. In hushed tones he said, You've not been a minstrel for almost a year, yet you still lug that loot with you everywhere. Now listen, we've got troubles. That fella in the common room works for Mermandamus. Laurie and Roald exchanged glances. Laurie said, You'd better tell Aretha. Aretha said, Well, we know that they've heard the news of my death. And we know Mermandamus isn't certain despite the show in Crondor. All had come to Aretha's room, where they spoke quietly in the dark.
Still,
Baru said,
it seems he is acting upon the presumption you are dead until proven otherwise, despite any doubts he may harbor.
Laurie said, He can't sit on a Brotherhood alliance indefinitely. He has to move soon or have everything fall apart around him. If we continue for another day toward Tir Sog, then they'll leave us alone, said Jimmy.
Yes,
whispered Roald.
But there's still Sethanon.
Who is he? Martin asked.
Mercenary general,
answered Roald.
But an odd sort. He doesn't have a large company, never 100 men, often fewer than 50. Mostly he employs experts, miners, engineers, tacticians. He's got the best crews in the business. His speciality is bringing down walls or keeping them up, depending on who's doing the paying. I've seen him work. He helped Baron Crosswaith in his border skirmish with Baron Lobramil when I was in Crosswaith's employ.
I've heard of him too, said Aretha. He works from the Free Cities or Queg, so he doesn't have to deal with kingdom laws on mercenary service. What I want to know, though, is what Mermandamus needs a corps of high-priced engineers for. If he's working this far west, he must needs come through Tir-Sog or Yarban. Farther east, the border barrens. But he's still on the other side of the mountains, and won't need them for months if he's going to siege. Maybe he wants to make sure no one else hires this Segerson, ventured Locklear. Maybe, said Laurie. But most likely he needs something Segerson can provide. Then we must make sure he doesn't get it, said Aretha. Roald said, We go half a day to Tir-Sog, then turn back? Aretha only nodded. Aretha signalled. Roald, Laurie and Jimmy moved slowly forward while Baru and Martin moved off to circle around. Locklear stayed behind to tend the horses. They had spent half the day moving along the road to Tir-Sog. Then, at a little past noon, Martin had cut off the road and dropped back. He had returned with the news the man called Crow had turned back. Now they stalked him through the night as the renegade met again with his Moradel employers. Aretha moved up silently to look over Jimmy's shoulder. Again, the prince observed one of Mamandamus's black slayers. The ironclad Moradel spoke. Did you follow that band?
They trundled up the road to Tir-Sog, right proper. Hell, I told you they was nothing. Wasted a whole day tagging after.
You will do as our master orders. Jimmy whispered, That's not the same voice. That's the second voice. Aretha nodded. The boy had explained the two voices, and they had seen Mamandamus take control of his servants before. Good, the prince whispered back. The Moradel said, Now wait for Segerson. You know... The Blackslayer seemed to leap forward, to suddenly be caught by Crow, who held him a moment, then dropped him. The startled renegade could only stare in wide-eyed wonder at the cloth-yard shaft protruding from below the edge of the creature's helm. Martin's arrow had punched through the Blackslayer's neck coif of chainmail, killing him instantly. Before the other four Moradel could pull weapons, Martin had a second down, and Baru was leaping from the woods, his long sword blurring as he struck a Moradel down. Roald was across the clearing and killed another. Martin shot the last Moradel, while Jimmy and Aretha charged the renegade Crow. He made little attempt to defend himself, being shocked by the sudden attack and recognizing quickly he was outnumbered. He seemed confused, especially as he saw Martin and Baru begin to pull off the Blackslayer's armor. Fear was replaced by shock as he saw Martin cut open the Slayer's chest and remove its heart. His eyes widened as he recognized who had taken the Moradel band. You, then! His eyes searched each face as they gathered round him. Then he studied Aretha's face. You! You're supposed to be dead! Jimmy quickly stripped him of hidden weapons and searched about his neck. No, Ebon Hawk. He's not one of them. A feral light seemed to kindle in Crow's eyes.
Me? One of them? No, by no means, your worships. I'm only carrying messages, sir. Making a little goal for myself is all. Your kindness, you know how it can be.
Aretha waved Jimmy off. Fetch Lockie. I don't want him out there alone if there are other Dark Brothers about. He said to the prisoner, What has Segerson to do with Mamandamus? Segerson? Who's he? Roald stepped forward and with a heavy dagger hilt in his gloved fist struck Crow across the face, bloodying his nose and shattering his cheek. Don't break his jaw for mercy's sake, said Laurie, or he won't be able to tell us anything. Roald gave the man a kick as he lay writhing on the ground.
Listen, laddie, I don't have time to be tender with you. Now you best answer up or we'll be taking you back to the inn in little pieces.
He stroked the edge of his dagger for emphasis. What has Segerson to do with Mamandamus? Aretha repeated.
I don't know,
said the man through bloody lips, and he yelled again when Roald kicked him.
Honestly, I don't. I was only told to meet him and give him a message.
What message? Asked Lorry.
The message is simple. It was only by the Inklindale Gap.
Baru said,
Inklindale Gap is a narrow way through the mountains directly north from here. If Mamandamus has seized it, he can keep it open long enough for Segerson's crew to get through.
But we still don't know why Mamandamus needs a company of engineers, observed Lorry. Rold quipped,
For whatever you use them for, I would think.
Aratha said, What is there to siege? Tir Sog? It's too easy to reinforce from Yavin City, and he has to find a way past the Thunderhell nomads on the other side of the mountains. Iron Pass and North Warden are too far east of here, and he wouldn't need engineers to take on the dwarves or elves. That leaves High Castle. Martin had finished his bloody work and said,
Perhaps, but it's the largest of the Border Baron fortresses.
Aratha said, I'd not bother with siege. It's designed to withstand raids. You can swarm it, and there is nothing we've seen of Mamandamus that indicates he's reluctant to spend lives. Besides, that would put him in the middle of the High Wold with no place to go. No, this makes no sense.
Look,
said the man on the ground.
I'm just a go-between. A fellow's paid to do a job. Now, you can't hold me responsible for what the Brotherhood's up to, can you? Your kindness.
Jimmy returned with Locklear in tow. Martin said to Aratha, I don't think he knows anything else. A dark expression crossed Aratha's face. He knows who we are. Martin nodded. He does. Suddenly, Crow's face drained of colour.
Look, you can rely on me. I'll keep my gob shut. Your Highness, you don't have to give me anything. Just let me go, and I'll light out of these parts, honestly.
Locklear glanced about his grim-looking companions, comprehension escaping him. Aratha noticed and nodded slightly to Jimmy. The older youth roughly grabbed Locklear by the upper arm and propelled him away. What? Said the younger squire. A short distance away, Jimmy halted. We wait. For what? Said the boy, confusion apparent on his face. For them to do what they have to do. To do what? Insisted Locklear. To kill the renegade. Locklear looked sick. Jimmy's tone became short. Look, Lockie, this is war and people are killed, and that Crow is among the least of those who are going to die. Locklear couldn't believe the harsh expression he was seeing on Jimmy's face. For over a year, he had seen the rogue, the scoundrel, the charmer, but now he was seeing someone he had never expected to encounter. The cold, ruthless veteran of life, a young man who had killed and who would kill again. That man must die, said Jimmy flatly. He knows who Aratha is. And do you think for a minute the prince's life's worth spit if Crow gets loose? Locklear appeared shaken, his face pale. He slowly closed his eyes. Couldn't we... What? Demanded Jimmy savagely. Wait for a patrol or militia to pass by so we can hand him over for a trial in Tir Sog? Pop in to give testimony? Tie him up for a few months? Look, if it helps, just keep in mind Crow is an outlaw and a traitor, and Aratha is dispensing high justice. But any way you look at it, there's no choice. Locklear's mind seemed to spin. Then a strangled cry came from the clearing, and the boy winced. His confusion seemed to vanish, and he only nodded. Jimmy placed his hand upon his friend's shoulder and squeezed lightly. Suddenly, he knew Locklear would never seem quite so young again. They had returned to the inn and waited, to the delight of the somewhat perplexed Geoffrey. After 3 days, a stranger appeared who approached Rold, who had taken to occupying the spot formerly used by Crow. The stranger had spoken briefly and then left in a rage, as Rold had told him the contract between Mamandamus and Segerson was cancelled. Martin had mentioned to Geoffrey that a famous and wanted general of mercenaries might be camped in the area, and he was sure there would be a reward to any who let the local militia know where to find him. They had left the next day, heading northward. As they had ridden out of sight of the inn, Jimmy had remarked, "Geoffrey's in for a pleasant surprise." Aretha had asked, "Why?" "Well, Crow never paid for his last 2 days' bill, so Geoffrey took his shield as security against the debt." Roald laughed along with Jimmy.
You mean one of these days he's going to look under that covering?
When everyone looked confused except Roald, Jimmy said, "It's gold."
That's why Crow had so much trouble lugging it along but never left it behind,
added Roald. "And why you buried everything save what Baru's using but brought that back with you," said Martin. "It's the payment for Segason. No one would bother a disinherited fighter without 2 coppers to rub together now, would they?" said Jimmy, as everyone laughed. "Seems proper Geoffrey should get it. Heaven knows where we're going, we can't use it." The laughter died away. Aretha motioned a halt. They had been moving steadily northward from the inn for a week, twice staying in Hadati villages where Baru was known. He had been greeted with respect and honoured, for somehow his killing of Murad had become known throughout the Hadati highlands. If the hillmen had been curious about Baru's companions, they showed no sign, and Aretha and the others were certain no word of their passage would be spread. Now they found themselves before a narrow trail leading up into the mountains, the Inklindel Gap. Baru, who rode next to Aretha, told him, "Here we again enter enemy territory. If Segason doesn't appear, perhaps the Moradel will withdraw their watch upon the place. But it may be we ride into their arms." Aretha only nodded. Baru had tied his hair back behind his head and had wrapped his traditional swords in his plaid and hidden them in his bedroll. Now he wore Morgan Crow's sword at his side and the renegade's chainmail over his tunic. It was as if the Hadati had ceased to exist and another common mercenary had taken his place. That was their story. They would be simply another band of renegades flocking to Mamandamus's banner, and it was hoped that story would withstand scrutiny. For days while travelling, they had discussed the problem of reaching Mamandamus. All had agreed that, even should he suspect Aretha to be still alive, the last thing Mamandamus would expect would be for the Prince of Krondor to come enlist in his army. Without further conversation, they moved out. Martin and Baru taking the lead, Aretha and Jimmy behind, Laurie and Locklear then rolled. The experienced mercenary kept a constant watch to the rear as they rode higher into the Inklindel Gap. For 2 days they rode upward until the trail turned to the northeast. It seemed to follow the rise of the mountains somewhat, though it still ran along the south face of the mountains. In some strange sense, they had yet to leave the kingdom, for the peaks about them were where royal cartographers had chosen to indicate the boundaries between the kingdom and the Northlands. Jimmy had no illusions about such things. They were in hostile territory. Anyone they met was likely to attack them on sight. Martin was waiting at a bend in the road. He had resumed his habit from the trip to Morolin of scouting on foot. The terrain was too rocky for the horses to move swiftly, so he could easily keep ahead of the party. He signalled, and the others dismounted. Jimmy and Locklear took the horses and began leading them a short way back down the trail, turning them in case it was necessary to flee. Though, Jimmy thought, that would prove a problem, for the trail was so narrow, the only outlet was back where they had started. The others reached the Duke, and he held his hand up for silence. In the distance, they could hear what had caused him to halt the party. A deep growl, punctuated by barking and counterpointed by other, less familiar growling. They drew weapons and crept forward. At a point less than 10 yards beyond the turn, they saw a meeting point of 2 trails, one continuing northeast, the other heading off to the west. A man lay upon the ground. Whether dead or unconscious, they could not judge. Over his still body stood a giant of a dog, resembling a bull mastiff but twice the size, standing almost waist-high to a man. Around his neck, a leather collar studded with pointed iron spikes gave the impression of a steel mane, while he bared teeth and growled and barked. Before him crouched 3 trolls. Martin let fly with a cloth-yard arrow, taking the rearmost troll in the head. The shaft punched through the thick skull, and the creature was dead without knowing it. The others turned, which proved a fatal mistake to the troll nearest the dog, for he leapt at it, setting terrible fangs in the creature's throat. The third tried to flee when it saw the 5 men charging, but Baru was quickest to leap over the confusion of bodies on the ground, and the troll died swiftly. In a moment, the only sound was that of the dog worrying the dead troll. As the men approached, the dog released the dead troll and backed away, standing guard once more over the prone man. Baru regarded the animal, emitted a low whistle, and half whispered,
"It is not possible."
Aretha said, "What?"
"That dog."
Martin said, "Possible or not, if that man isn't dead already, he may die because this monster won't let us near him." Baru spoke a strange-sounding word, and the dog's ears perked up. He turned his head slightly and ceased growling. Slowly the dog moved forward, and then Baru was kneeling, scratching the animal behind the ears. Martin and Aretha hurried to examine the man, while Roald and Laurie helped the boys bring the horses along. When everyone was gathered, Martin said, "He's dead." The dog looked at the dead man and whined a bit, but allowed Baru to continue petting him. "Who is this?" asked Laurie aloud. "What brings a man and a dog to such a desolate spot?"
"And look at those trolls,"
added Roald. Aretha nodded. "They are armed and armoured."
"Mountain trolls," said Baru. "More intelligent, cunning, and fierce than their lowland cousins. Those are little more than beasts. These are terrible foemen. Mermandamus has recruited allies."
"But this man?" said Aretha, pointing at the corpse on the ground. Baru shrugged.
"Who he is, I cannot say. But what he is, I may venture a guess."
He regarded the dog before him, who sat quietly, eyes closed in contentment as Baru scratched behind the ears.
"This dog is like those in our villages, but greater, larger. Our dogs are descended from his breed, a breed not seen in Yarbon in a century. This animal is called a beast hound. Ages ago, my people lived in small scattered villages throughout these mountains and the hills below. We had no cities, gathering in moot twice a year. To protect our herds from predators, we bred these, the beast hounds. His master was the beast hunter. The dogs were bred to a size to give even a cave bear paws.
He indicated the folds of skin around the eyes.
The dog will set teeth in an opponent's neck, these folds channeling blood away from his eyes, and he will not release that hold until the opponent's dead or his master commands. This spiked collar prevents a larger predator from biting it about the neck."
Locklear looked astonished. "Larger? That thing's near the size of a pony." Baru smiled at the exaggeration.
"They used them to hunt wyverns."
Lockie asked, "What's a wyvern?" Jimmy answered, "A small, stupid dragon, only about 12 feet high." Lockie looked to the others to see if Jimmy was joking. Baru shook his head, indicating he wasn't. Martin said, "That man there was his master?"
"Most likely,"
agreed Baru.
"See the black leather armor and coif. In his pack you should find an iron mask with leather bands for the head so he can wear it over the coif. My father had such in his lodge, a reminder of the past handed down from our ancestors."
He glanced about and sighted something over by the fallen trolls.
"There, fetch that."
Locklear ran over and came back with a giant crossbow. He handed it over to Martin, who whistled aloud.
"That's the damnedest thing. It's half again the size of the heaviest crossbow I've ever seen,"
remarked Rold. Baru nodded in agreement.
"It is called a Bessie Mauler. Why it is named after Bessie is not known, but it is indeed a mauler. My people used to employ a beast hunter at every village to protect the herds from lions, cave bears, griffins, and other predators. When the kingdom came to Yarbon, and your nobles built cities and castles, and your patrols rode out and pacified the countryside, the need for a beast hunter lessened, then died out. The beast hounds were also allowed to diminish in size, bred as pets, and to hunt smaller game."
Martin put down the crossbow. He examined a quarrel the man had in a hip quiver. It was steel-tipped and twice the size of a normal bolt.
"This looks like it would punch a hole through a castle wall."
Baru smiled slightly.
"Not quite. But it will put a dent the size of your fist in a wyvern's scales. It might not kill the wyvern, but it would make him think twice about raiding a herd."
Aratha said, "But you say there are no more beast hunters?" Baru patted the dog on the head and stood.
"Or so it was supposed. Yet, there lies one."
He was silent for a long moment.
"When the kingdom came to Yarbon, we were a loose association of clans, and we were divided on our treatment of your people. Some of us welcomed your ancestors, some did not. For the most part, we Hadati kept to our old ways, living in the highlands and herding our sheep and cattle. But those in the towns quickly were absorbed, as your countrymen came in increasing numbers, until there was little difference between Yarbon city men and those of the kingdom. Lori and Rold are born of such stock, so Yarbon became kingdom. But some resented the kingdom, and resistance became open war. Your soldiers came in numbers, and the rebellion was quickly crushed. But there is a story, not well believed, that some chose neither to bow before the king nor fight. Rather, they chose to flee, going north to new homes beyond the control of the kingdom."
Martin regarded the dog. "Well, then it may be the story is true."
"So it seems,"
said Baru.
"I think I have distant kin out here somewhere."
Aratha studied the dog for a moment. "And we find allies. These trolls were Mamandamus's servants, certainly, and this man was their foeman."
"And the enemy of our enemy is our ally,"
said Rold. Baru shook his head.
"Remember, these people fled the kingdom. They may have little love yet for you, Prince. We may be exchanging one trouble for another."
The last was added with a wry smile. Aratha said, "We have no choice. Until we know what lies beyond these mountains, we must seek out whatever aid chance brings us." He permitted a brief pause while the body of the fallen beast hunter was covered with rocks, forming a rude cairn. The dog stood stoically while this was being done. When it was finished, the dog refused to move, laying his head upon his master's grave.
"Do we leave him?"
asked Rold.
"No,"
answered Baru. Again he spoke in the odd tongue, and, reluctantly, the dog came to his side.
"The language used to command our dogs must be still the same, for he obeys."
"How then do we proceed?" asked Aretha.
"With caution. But I think it best to let him lead us,"
answered the hillman, indicating the dog. He spoke a single word, and the dog's ears perked, and he began trotting up the trail, waiting at the limit of their vision for them to follow. Quickly they mounted, and Aretha said, "What did you say?" Baru said,
"I said, home. He will lead us to his people."
Chapter 9. Captives. The wind howled. The riders pulled cloaks tightly about themselves. They had been following the beast hound for more than a week. 2 days after finding the dog, they had passed over the crest of the Great Northern Mountains. Now they moved along a narrow trail just below a high ridge running toward the northeast. The dog had come to accept Baru as his master, for he obeyed every command the Hadati gave, while he ignored any spoken by the others. Baru called the dog Blue Tark, which he said meant, in the old Hadati tongue, an old friend rediscovered or come back from a long journey. Aretha hoped it was a favourable omen, and that those who bred the dog would feel similarly toward Aretha's company. Twice the dog had proven useful, signalling dangers along the trail. He could smell what even Baru and Martin's hunters' eyes missed. Both times they had surprised goblins camped along the trail. It was clear that Mamandamus controlled this route into the Northlands. Both encounters had taken place at junctions with trails clearly heading downward. The trail had run southeasterly from Inklindale, then turned east, hugging the north side of the mountain ridges. In the distance, they could see the vast reaches of the Northlands, and they wondered. To most men of the kingdom, the Northlands was a convenient label for that unknown place the other side of the mountains, the nature of which could only be speculated upon. But now they could see the Northlands below them, and the reality of the place dwarfed any speculation, for it was an immense reality. To the northwest, a vast plain stretched away into the distant mists, the Thunder Hell. Few men of the kingdom had ever trod upon that grassy domain, and then only with the consent of the nomads who called the Thunder Hell home. At the eastern edge of the Thunder Hell, a range of hills rose, and beyond were lands never seen by men of the kingdom. Each turn in the road, each jog in the trail, and a new vista opened before them. That the dog refused to descend caused them concern, for Martin avowed they would have more cover in the hills below than upon this open trail. Weaving along the north ridges of the mountains, they only now and then descended below the timberline. Upon 3 occasions they had noticed indications that this trail was not entirely natural, as if someone had once, long ago, undertaken to connect sections of it. Not for the first time, Rold remarked,
"That hunter wandered quite a distance from home, that's for certain."
They were easily 100 miles to the east of where they had found the body. Baru said,
"Yes, and that is a strange thing. For the beast hunters were given the defense of an area. Perhaps he had been pursued for some time by those trolls."
But he knew, as did the others, that such a pursuit would be a matter of miles, not tens of miles. No, there was another reason that hunter had been so far from his home. To pass the time, Aritha, Martin and the boys had undertaken to learn Baru's Hadati dialect against the day of meeting Blutarch's owner's kin. Laurie and Roald spoke fluent Yabonese and a smattering of the Hadati patois already, so it came quickly to them. Jimmy had the most difficulty, but he was able to make simple sentences. Then, Blutarch came bounding back down the trail, his stubby tail wagging furiously. In atypical behaviour, he barked loudly and spun in place. Baru said, "It is strange." The dog normally went on point when sensing danger, until he was attacked or ordered to attack by Baru. Baru and Martin rode past the others, the Hadati ordering the dog forward. Blutarch dashed ahead around a bend between high walls of stone as the trail cut downward again. They rounded the turn and pulled up, for in a clearing, Blutarch faced another beast hound. The two dogs sniffed at each other and wagged tails. But behind the second dog stood a man in black leather armour, an odd iron mask over his face. He sighted at them down a Bessie mauler mounted upon a single long wooden pole. He spoke, the words made unintelligible by the blowing wind. Baru raised his hands and shouted something, most of the words lost upon the others, but his friendly intentions clear. Suddenly, from above, nets descended, ensnaring all 7 riders. A dozen brown leather-clad soldiers leaped down upon them and quickly wrestled Aritha's party from their mounts. In short order, all 7 were trussed up like game birds. The man in black armour broke down his pole, folding it and slung it with the crossbow across his back. He approached and gave his own dog and Blutarch both friendly pats. The sound of horses accompanied another detachment of men in brown, this time riders. One of the men in brown spoke to them in heavily accented king's tongue. He said,
"You will come with us. Do not speak aloud, or we will gag you. Do not try to escape, or we will kill you."
Baru nodded curtly to his companions, but Roald began to say something. Instantly, Hans jammed a gag into his mouth and tied a cloth over his face, silencing him. Aritha looked about, but only nodded to the others. The captives were roughly placed back in their saddles, their feet tied to their stirrups. Without further words, the riders turned back down the trail, leading Aritha and the others along. For a day and a night they rode. Short halts were ordered to rest the horses. While the horses were being tended, Aritha and his companions would have their bindings loosened to lessen the cramping they were all experiencing. A few hours after they had set out, Roald's gag was removed, much to his relief, but it was clear their captors wouldn't permit them to speak. After dawn, they could see they had negotiated nearly half the distance between the trail along the crest of the mountains and the foothills below. They passed a small herd of cattle with 3 watchful and armed herdsmen who waved, and approached a walled hill community. The outer wall was sturdy, heavy logs lashed together and sealed with dried mud. The horsemen were forced to make a circular approach by deep trenches about the wall, coming up the hill on a switchback trail. On both sides of the trail, the trenches revealed fire-hardened wooden spikes ready to impale any horseman who faltered. Roald looked about and whispered,
"They must have some charming neighbours."
One of the guards immediately rode in next to him, the gag ready, but the leader waved him back as they approached the gate. The gate swung open, and they discovered a second wall behind the first. There was no barbican, but the entire area between the walls was effectively a killing ground. As they passed through the second gate, Aritha admired the simple craftsmanship. A modern army could take this village quickly, but it would cost lives. Bandits and goblins would be repulsed easily. Inside the walls, Aritha observed his surroundings. It was a village of no more than a dozen huts, all of wattle and daub construction. In the compound, children played, but with serious eyes. They wore gambeson armour or, in the case of a few of the older children, leather. All carried daggers. Even the old men were armed, and one hobbled past using a spear instead of a walking staff. The leader of the company said,
"Now you may speak, for the rules of the trail do not apply here."
He continued to speak King's tongue. His men cut the straps binding the captives' feet to the stirrups and helped them dismount. He then motioned for them to enter a hut. Inside, Aretha and the others faced the commander of the patrol. Plutarch, who had continued to run at Baru's side, lay at the Hadati's feet, his large tongue lolling out as he panted.
"That dog is a rare breed, of particular importance to our people,"
said the commander of the patrol.
"How do you come to have him?"
Aretha nodded to Baru.
"We found his master killed by trolls,"
said the Hadati.
"We killed the trolls, and the dog chose to come with us."
The man considered.
"Had you harmed his master, that dog would have killed you or died in the attempt, so I must believe you. But that breed is trained to obey only a few. How do you command?"
The hillman spoke a word, and the dog sat up, ears perked. He spoke another, and the dog lay down at rest.
"My village had dogs of similar breed, though not so large as this."
The commander's eyes narrowed.
"Who are you?"
"I am Baru, called the Serpent Slayer, of Ordwinson's family of the Iron Hills clan. I am Hadati."
He spoke in the Hadati patois as he loosened his long bedroll and removed his tartan and swords. The commander nodded. He answered in a language similar enough to Baru's that the others could understand. The differences between the two languages seemed mainly to be pronunciation and otherwise trivial.
"It has been many years since one of our Hadati kin has come over the mountains, Baru Serpent Slayer. Nearly a generation. This explains much. But men of the kingdom usually come here to cause mischief, and of late we have had more than our fair share of such men. I think you other than renegades, but this is a matter for the Protector's wisdom."
He rose.
"We shall rest here tonight, then tomorrow we shall depart. Food will be brought. There is a bucket for night soil in the corner. Do not leave this hut. Should you attempt it, you will be bound. Should you resist, killed."
As he reached the door, Aretha asked, "Where are you taking us?" The man looked back.
"Armengar."
At first light they rode out, heading downward out of the highlands into a heavy forest, Plutarch loping along easily beside Baru's horse. Their captors again instructed them not to speak, but their weapons had been returned. To Aretha, it seemed their captors assumed they would act as comrades on the road should trouble start. As the only likely encounters would be with Mamandamus's servants, Aretha thought it a safe assumption. It was clear the forest had been logged in places, and the path seemed one used regularly. Coming out of a stand of woods, they passed a meadow where a small herd of cattle grazed, with 3 men standing watch. One was the beast hunter who had left the village the night before. The others were herdsmen, but each was armed with a spear, sword, and shield. Twice more that day they passed herds, one of cattle, one of sheep. All were tended by warriors, several of whom were women. They came at sundown to another village and were given a place to stay, again with instructions not to leave the building. The morning of the next day, the fourth of their captivity, they entered a shallow canyon following a river out of the mountains. They paralleled its course until past noon, then came to a long rise. The road circled around a large hill rather than follow the river, which cut its way through the rock, so their view of all below them was blocked for nearly an hour. When they cleared the hill, Aretha and his friends all exchanged glances in silent wonder. The leader of the party, who they had learned was called Dwayne, turned and said,
Armengar.
The city could not be seen in detail, but what could be seen was staggering. The outer wall was a full 50 or 60 feet high. Partisans atop the wall were placed every 50 feet or so, allowing overlapping fields of fire for archers placed in them. As they closed upon the wall, more details emerged. The barbican was immense, fully 100 feet across. The gates seemed more like movable sections of the wall than gates. The river they had followed out of the mountains became a moat that flowed along the wall, not giving more than a foot of ground between its bank and the base of the wall. As they approached the city, the gates opened with surprising swiftness given their ponderous appearance, and a company of riders appeared from within. They rode at good pace toward Aretha's escorts. As the two companies passed, the riders of each raised right hands in salute. Aretha saw they were attired in identical fashion. Men and women both wore leather coifs over their heads. Their armour was leather or chain, with no plate in view. Each wore a sword and carried a shield, and spears and bows appeared in equal proportion. There were no tabards or devices upon shields. Soon they were past, and Aretha's attention returned to the city. They were crossing a bridge which appeared to be permanent over the moat. As they entered the city gate, Aretha caught a glimpse of a banner flying from an outer corner of the barbican. He could discern only its colours, gold and black, not its markings. But something about that banner caused him to feel an instant's disquiet. Then, the outer gates were closing. They seemed to swing shut of their own accord, and Martin said, "There must be some mechanism that moves them from within the walls." Aretha only watched silently. "You could have a full 150 horsemen sally forth without opening the inner gates," said Martin, as he regarded the size of the killing ground in the barbican. Aretha nodded. It was the largest he had ever seen. The walls seemed an impossible 30 feet thick. Then the inner gates swung open, and they entered Armengar. The city was separated from the walls by a bailey 100 yards wide. Then began a tightly packed array of buildings shot through with narrow streets. There was nothing like the broad boulevards of Krondor in sight, and no signs upon any building betraying its purpose. They followed their escort and noticed that few people loitered about the doorways. If there were businesses here, they were not apparent to Aretha's companions. Everywhere they looked, the people walked in armour and wore weapons. Only once did they see an exception to the armour, a woman obviously in the late stages of pregnancy, yet her belt sash held a dagger. Even children who looked above the age of 7 or 8 were under arms. The streets twisted and turned, intercepting others at random intervals. "This city seems without plan," said Locklear. Aretha shook his head. "It is a city with great plan, a clear purpose. Straight streets benefit merchants and are easy to build if the terrain is flat or easily worked. You see twisting streets only where it is difficult to cut straight ones, such as in Rillanan, which is situated under rocky hills, or near the palace in Krondor. This city is built upon a plateau, which means these meandering streets are intentional. Martin, what do you think?" "I think that should the walls be breached, you could place an ambush every 50 feet from here to the other end of the city." He pointed upward. "Notice, every building is of equal height. I warrant the roofs are flat and accessible from within. A perfect place for archers. And look at the lower floor. Jimmy and Locklear looked and saw what the Duke of Criddy meant. Each building had only a single door on the ground floor, heavy wood with iron bands, and there were no windows. Martin said, "This is a city designed for defence." Dwayne turned and said,
"You are perceptive."
He then returned his attention to their passage through the city. Citizens watched for a moment while the strangers rode by, then went back to their business. They emerged from the press of buildings into a market. Everywhere they looked, booths were placed, and people moved about them, buying and selling. Aretha said, "Look," as he pointed toward a citadel. It seemed to grow from the very face of a gigantic cliff against which the city was nestled. It rose up a full 30 stories high. Another wall, 30 feet in height, circled the citadel, and around the wall another moat. Jimmy looked and said, "I must expect some bad company."
"Their neighbours tend to be an irksome lot,"
commented Roald. At that, a few of the guards who understood the kingdom language laughed openly, nodding agreement. Aretha said, "If the booths come down, we ride across another bailey, giving those on the walls an open field of fire. Taking this city would cost a fortune in lives." Dwayne said,
"As it was meant to."
They entered the citadel and were ordered to dismount, and their horses were led away. They followed Dwayne down to a dungeon, though it seemed clean and fairly spacious. They were shown to a large common cell, illuminated by a brass lantern. Dwayne motioned they should enter. He said,
"You shall wait here. If you hear an alarm, come to the common court above, and you will be told what to do. Otherwise, wait here until the Protector sends for you. I will have food sent down."
With that, he left. Jimmy looked about and said, "They don't lock the door or take our weapons." Baru sat down.
"Why bother?"
Laurie heaved himself across an old blanket placed upon straw. "We certainly can't go anywhere. We can't pretend to be native to this city, and we couldn't hide. And I'm not about to fight my way out of here." Jimmy sat down next to Laurie. "You're right. So what do we do now?" Aretha removed his sword. "We wait." For hours they waited. Food was brought and they ate. When the meal was finished, Dwayne returned.
"The Protector approaches. I would know your names and your purpose."
All eyes turned to Aretha, who said, "I think we gain nothing by hiding the truth, and may gain something if we are forthright." He said to Dwayne, "I am Aretha, Prince of Krondor." Dwayne said,
"That is a title?"
"Yes," Aretha said.
"We remember little of the kingdom, we of Armengar, nor do we have such titles. It is important?"
Roald nearly burst.
"Damn it, man! He's brother to the king, as is Duke Martin here. He's the second most powerful lord in the kingdom."
Dwayne seemed unimpressed. He was given the others' names, then he asked,
"Your purpose?"
Aretha said, "I think we shall wait to speak of this with your protector." Dwayne seemed not in the least offended by the answer and left. Another hour went by, and then the door flew open. Dwayne entered, a blonde man a step behind. Aretha looked up expectantly, for perhaps this was the protector. This was the first man they had seen not attired in brown armour. He was dressed in a long coat of chain over a red knee-length gambeson. A chain coif had been thrown back, leaving his head uncovered. He wore his hair cut short and was clean-shaven. His face was one that would have been counted open and friendly by most, but there was a hardness around the eyes as he regarded the captives. He said nothing, simply looking from face to face. He studied Martin as if noting something familiar in him. Then he looked at Aretha. For a long minute he stared at the prince, his eyes betraying no reaction. With a single nod to Dwayne, he turned and left. Martin said, "There's something about that one." Aretha said, "What?" "I don't know how, but I could swear I've seen him before. And he wore a blazon upon his breast, though I couldn't make it out through the chain." A short time later, the door opened again. Whoever stood before it remained outside, only his silhouette visible. Then, a familiar, ear-shattering bellow of a laugh erupted, and the man stepped forward.
"I'll be the son of a saint! It is true!"
he said, a broad grin splitting his grey-shot beard. Aretha, Martin and Jimmy all sat staring up in disbelief. Aretha rose slowly, not able to trust his senses. Before him stood the last man he had expected to see entering this cell. Jimmy jumped up and said, "Amos!" Amos Trask, one-time pirate and companion to Aretha and Martin during the Rift War, stepped into the cell. The burly sea captain engulfed Aretha in a bear hug, then did the same for Martin and Jimmy. He was quickly introduced to the others. Aretha said, "How did you get here?"
"That's a tale, son. One with great sagas, but not for now. The Protector is expecting the pleasure of your company, and he's not given to be kept waiting gracefully. We can exchange histories after. For the moment, you and Martin must come with me. The others are to wait here."
Martin and Aretha followed Amos down the hall and up the stairs to the courtyard. He quickly crossed into the Citadel's main building and began to hurry.
"I can't tell you much, except we must hurry,"
he said as he reached an odd platform in some sort of tower. He motioned them to stand beside him. He pulled on a rope and suddenly the platform was rising. "What's this?" inquired Martin.
"A hoisting platform, a lift. We need to carry heavy missiles to the catapults on the roof. It's powered by some horses on a winch below. It also keeps a fat former sea captain from having to dash up 27 courses of stairs. My wind's not what it once was, lads."
His tone turned serious.
"Now, listen. I know you've 100 questions, but they must go begging for the moment. I'll explain everything after you speak to One Eye."
"The Protector?" asked Aretha.
"That's him. Now, I don't know how to tell you, but you're in for a shock. I want you to keep your temper in check until you and I can sit and talk. Martin, keep a close line on the lad."
He put his hand upon Aretha's shoulder and leaned close.
"Shipmate, remember here, you are not a prince. You're a stranger, and with these people that usually means crowbait. Strangers are rare and seldom welcomed in Armengar."
The lift halted and they got off. Amos hurried down a long corridor. Along the left wall was a series of vaulted windows, providing an unobstructed view of the city and the plain beyond. Martin and Aretha could only afford a quick glance at the vista, but it was impressive. They hurried as Amos turned and motioned for them to keep up. The blonde man was waiting for them before a door.
"Why didn't you say anything?"
he asked Amos in a harsh whisper. Jerking his thumb toward the door, Amos said,
"He wanted a full report from you. You know how he can be. Nothing personal until business is finished. He doesn't show it, but he's taking it hard."
The blonde man nodded, his face a grim mask. "I can scarcely believe it. Gwyneth dead. It's a heavy blow to us all." He had removed the chainmail coat. Upon his gambeson Over his heart was a small red and gold device, but he turned away and passed through the door before Aretha could comprehend the particulars of that crest. Amos said,
"The Protector's patrol was ambushed and some people died. He's in a rare foul mood, for he blames himself, so tread lightly. Come, he'll have my ears if we wait any longer."
Amos pushed open the door and motioned for the brothers to enter. They were in a conference chamber of some sort, a large round table dominating the room. Against the far wall, a massive fireplace sent forth warmth and light. Many maps covered the wall, save the left wall, which had more of the large windows, and overhead a circular candle holder provided more light. Before the fireplace stood the blonde man speaking with another who wore all black, from tunic to trousers to the chain he still hadn't removed. His clothing was covered in dust, and his face was dominated by a large black patch over his left eye. His hair was grey and black in equal proportion, but his carriage showed nothing of age. For an instant, Aretha was struck by a certain resemblance. He glanced at Martin, who returned the look. He saw it as well. More in bearing and manner than in physical appearance, this man resembled their father. Then the man stepped forward, and Aretha could see clearly the blazon upon his tabard. A golden eagle spread his wings upon a sable field. Aretha knew the cause of the discomfort he had felt at glimpsing the flag atop the gate. Only one man in the world wore that crest. He was once counted the finest general in the kingdom, then branded traitor by the king as being responsible for the death of Anita's father. Here was their own father's most hated enemy. The man called Protector by the men of Armengar waved toward a pair of seats. His voice was deep and commanding, though his words were spoken softly.
"Won't you be seated, cousins?"
asked Guy de Baz-Tira. Aretha's hand tightened upon the hilt of his sword an instant, but he said nothing as he and Martin sat. His mind reeled as 100 questions crashed together. Finally he said, "How—" Guy interrupted him as he took a chair.
"It is a long story. I'll leave it to Amos to tell you. I have other concerns for the moment."
A strange, pained look was briefly revealed. He turned away for an instant, then back to the brothers. He studied Martin.
"You look a little like Boric did when he was young. Do you know that?"
Martin nodded. Guy said to Aretha,
"You favour him somewhat.
but you also looked like
your mother. The shape of the eyes, if not the colour."
He said the last softly. Then his tone shifted as a soldier brought in mugs and ale.
"We have no wine in Armengar. The making of it is a lost art here, as the climate is ill-suited for grape arbours. But they do make stout ale, and I'm thirsty. Join me if you wish."
He poured himself a mug and let Aretha and Martin serve themselves. Guy drained his mug, and for a moment his mask fell again, and he said,
"Gods, I'm tired."
Then he looked at the brothers.
"Well then, when Armand reported who Dwayne had fetched in, I could scarcely believe my ears. Now my eyes bear witness."
Aretha's gaze flicked to where the tall blonde man hovered by the fire. Armand? He studied the blazon, a shield-bend dexter with a crouching red dragon chief on field gold and an upraised lion's claw in gold upon a field red. Martin said,
"Armand de Sevigny."
The man inclined his head toward the Duke. Baron of Gildenholt, Marshal of the Knights of St. Gunther, wondered Aretha. Martin swore.
"I'm an idiot. I knew I had seen him.
He was at the palace in Rilannon in the days before you joined us, Aretha. But he was not there the day of the coronation, the day you arrived." The blond man smiled slightly. "At your service, Highness." "Not as I recall. You were not among those who swore fealty to Liam." The blond man shook his head. "True." His expression seemed almost one of regret. Guy said, "Again, part of the story of how we came here. For the moment, I need concern myself with why you are here, and if that reason poses any threat to this city. Why did you come north?" Aretha sat silently, his arms crossed before him, studying Dubaz-Tira through narrowed eyes. He was off balance from finding Guy Dubaz-Tira in control of this city. He hesitated in answering the question. The importance of finding Mamandamus might in some way run counter to what Guy saw as his best interests, and Aretha was suspicious of anything involving Guy. Guy had most openly plotted to seize the throne for himself, almost precipitating a civil war. Anita's father had died by his order. Dubaz-Tira was everything Aretha had been taught to dislike and mistrust by his father. He was a true Eastern lord, shrewd, cunning, and well practiced in the subtleties of intrigue and treachery. Of de Sévigny, Aretha knew little, save he had been numbered among the most capable rulers in the East, but he was Guy's vassal, and always had been. And, while the prince liked and trusted Amos, Trask had been a pirate and was not above law-breaking. No, there was ample reason for caution. Martin watched Aretha, waiting for an answer. The prince's manner was truculent to all outward appearances, but that was only what the others in the room saw. Martin knew that his brother was wrestling with the unanticipated shock of the moment and the desire that nothing interfere with his mission to find and kill Mamandamus. Martin glanced around the room and could see that Amos and Armand both seemed concerned at the lack of a quick response from Aretha. When no answer was forthcoming, Guy slammed his hand down on the table.
"Play not with my patience, Aretha."
He pointed his finger.
"You are not a prince in this city. In Armengar, only one voice commands, and that voice is mine."
He sat back, his face flushed behind the black eye patch. Softening his voice, he said, "I mean no rudeness. I have my mind on other things." He lapsed into thoughtful silence while he stared at them for a long time. At last he said, "I have no idea what you are doing here, Aretha, but something of the oddest nature is dictating your choices, or you didn't learn a damn thing from your father. The Prince of Krondor and two of the most powerful dukes in the kingdom, Salador and Criddy, riding into the Northlands with a mercenary, a Hadati hillman, and 2 boys. Either you're totally without wit, or you're clever far beyond my understanding." Aretha remained silent, but Martin said, "There have been changes since you were last in the kingdom, Guy." Guy again lapsed into silence. "I think there is a story here I need to know. I cannot promise you aid, but I think our purposes may prove compatible." He said to Amos, "Find them better quarters and feed them." And to Aretha, "I'll give you until the morning. But when we speak next, do not again tempt my patience. I must know what brought you here. It is vital. You may seek me out before tomorrow if you decide to speak." His voice again became heavy with some emotion. "I should be here most of the night." With a wave, he indicated that Amos was to lead them away. Aretha and Martin followed the seaman out of the hall, and Amos halted once the door was closed. He looked at Aretha and Martin for a long moment.
For a couple of bright lads, you both did right well in showing how to be stupid.
Amos wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He belched and then stuffed another slice of bread and cheese into his mouth.
Then what?
Then, answered Martin, when we got back, Anita had Aretha's pledge within an hour, and Carline and Laurie were betrothed not long after.
Ha! Remember that first night out of Crondor aboard the Sea Swift? You told me your brother was a hooked fish, never stood a chance.
Aretha smiled at the remark. They were all sitting around a large basket of food and a hogshead of ale in a spacious room in a suite given over to their use. There were no servants, food had been brought by soldiers, and they served themselves. Baru scratched absently at Blue Tark's ear while the dog chewed on a joint of beef. No one had seemed concerned about the beast hound staying with the Hadati. Then Aretha said, Amos, we've been chatting for a half hour. Will you tell us what's going on? How in the world did you get here? Amos looked about.
What's going on is you're prisoners of sorts, and so you'll stay until One-Eye changes things. Now, I've seen me share of cells, and this is the nicest I've ever seen.
With a sweep of his hand, he indicated the large and spacious room.
No, if you've a mind to be in prison, this here's a good one.
His eyes narrowed.
But don't lose sight it is a prison, laddie. Look, Aretha, I spent enough years with you and Martin here to know something about you. I don't remember you being such a suspicious lot, so I expect some things over the last 2 years have caused you to trim sails that way. But here, you've got to live, breathe, and eat trust, or you're dead. Do you understand me?
No, answered the prince. Just what do you mean? Amos thought a long moment, then said,
This is a city of people surrounded by nothing but enemies. Trust of your neighbour is a way of life if you want to keep breathing.
He paused and considered.
Look, I'll tell you how we came here, and then maybe you'll understand.
Amos settled back, poured himself another mug of ale, and began his story.
Well, the last I saw you two was as I was sailing out of the harbour aboard your brother's ship.
Martin and Aretha both smiled in remembrance.
Now, if you'll recall, you had everyone in the city out looking for Guy. You didn't find him because he was hiding somewhere no one thought to look.
Martin's eyes opened in wonder, one of the few unguarded reactions any of those in the room had ever seen in him. On the king's ship?
When he heard King Roderick had named Liam the heir, Guy cut from Crondor and ran for Ilanan. He had hopes of seeing something of his plan salvaged when the Congress of Lords met to ratify the succession. By the time Liam got to Ilanan, enough of the Eastern Lords had gathered for Guy to judge the lay of the land. It was clear Liam would be king. This was before anyone knew about you, Martin. So Guy resigned himself to being tried for treason. Then, the morning of the convocation and coronation, word came about Martin's being legitimized. So Guy waited to see what would happen later that afternoon.
Waiting to seize the moment, commented Aretha.
Don't be so quick to judge,
snapped Amos. Then he continued in softer tones.
He was worried over a civil war, and, if it came, he was ready to fight. But while he waited to see what would happen, he knew Coldrick's men were out snooping about. He had been dodging them, barely, a couple of times. Guy still had friends in the capital, and some of them smuggled him and Armand aboard the Royal Swallow. God, what a pretty craft she was. just about the time the Ishapian priests reached the palace to start up the coronation. Anyway, when I borrowed the ship, we discovered we had passengers. Now, I was ready to toss Guy and Armand over the side, or turn about and deliver them trussed up to you. But Guy can be a convincing enough rogue in his way. So, I agreed to take him to Bastira in exchange for a healthy price.
So he could plot against Liam? Asked Aratha incredulously.
Damn it, boy!
Bellowed Amos.
I let you out of my sight for a pissin' 2 years, and you go and get downright thick-headed on me.
Looking at Martin, he said,
Must be the company you've been keeping.
Martin said to his brother, Let him finish.
No. It wasn't to plot treason. It was so he could put his affairs in order. He figured Liam'd ordered his head, so he was going to tidy up some things. Then I was going to bring him back to Rhiannon so he could give himself up.
Aratha looked stunned.
About the only thing he really wanted was to get pardon for Armand and his other followers. Anyway, we reached Bastira and stayed a few days. Then came word of the banishment. Guy and I had become a little more friendly by then, so we talked and made another deal. He wanted to leave the kingdom, to seek a place. He's a fine general, and there are many who would have given him service, especially Kesh. But he wanted to go someplace so remote he would never have to face kingdom soldiers in the field. We figured to head east, then turn south and make for the Keshian Confederacy. We might have made a name for ourselves down there. He was going to be a general, and I thought I'd take a bash at being an admiral. We had a spot of trouble with Armand, for Guy wanted to send him back home to Gildenholt, but Armand's a funny one. He'd sworn fealty to Guy years before, and, as he had not sworn to Liam, he'd not quit his liege lord's service. Damnedest argument I've ever heard. Anyway, he's still with us, so we set sail for the Confederacy. But 3 days out of Bastira, a fleet of Ceresian pirates took out after us. I'd be willing to take on 2, even 3 of the bastards, but 5. The Swallow was a fast lady, but the pirates stayed right on her heels. For 4 days it was all clear skies, unlimited visibility, and fair winds. For Kingdom Sea pirates, they were a canny lot. They spread out across each following quarter, so I couldn't lose them at night. Each night I'd sail around this way and that, then come morning there'd be 5 sails on the horizon. They were like lampreys. I couldn't shake them. Then we hit weather. A line squall came roaring out of the west, driving us east for a day and a half. Then a full gale blew up, carrying us north along uncharted coast. The only good thing about that storm is we shook loose of the Ceresians at last. By the time I found safe harbor, we were in waters I'd never heard of, let alone seen. We lay up and took stock. The ship was in need of some repair, not serious enough to sink her, but enough to make sailing damned inconvenient. I took her up a big river, must have been somewhere east of the kingdom proper. Well, the second night we were at anchor, a damn army of goblins swarmed the ship, killing the sentries and capturing the rest of us. Bastards fired the Swallow and burned her down to the waterline. Then they marched us to a camp in the woods where some dark brothers were waiting. They took charge of us, and we were all marched north. The lads I'd recruited were a crusty lot, but most of them died on the march. Damn goblins didn't care spit. We got almost nothing to eat, and if a man took sick and couldn't walk, they killed him on the spot. I got a touch of the belly flux, and Guy and Armand carried me for 2 days, and believe me, that wasn't pleasant for any of us. We moved northwest, heading up into the mountains, then over them. Lucky for us, it was late summer, or we'd all have frozen to death. Still, it was touch and go. Then, we met with some other dark brothers with more prisoners. Most of the prisoners spoke an odd tongue, a lot like Yabanese, but a few others spoke the king's tongue, or languages from the eastern kingdoms. Twice more we joined with other bands of brothers with human prisoners, all marching west. I lost track of the time, but we must have travelled for over 2 months by then. By the time we were ready to cross the plain, which I now know to be the plain of Isbandia, it was starting to snow. I know where we were headed now, though then I didn't. Myrmandamus was gathering slaves at Sargoth to pull his siege machines. Then, one night, our guards were hit by a company of horsemen from here. Of the 200 or so slaves, only 20 survived, for the goblins and dark brothers took to killing us as soon as the horsemen struck the camp. Guy strangled one with his chains as it tried to run me through with a sword. I picked up the sword and killed another, just after it clawed the protector's eye out. Armand was wounded, but not quite enough to kill him. He's a tough bastard. But we 3 and 2 others were the only survivors from the Swallow. From there, we were brought here.
Aretha said, "An incredible tale." He sat back against the wall. Still, these are incredible times. Martin said, "How is it that an outlander came to rule here?" Amos took another drink.
These are a strange folk, Martin. As honest and fine as you'll find anywhere in some ways, but they're as alien as those Tyranni in other ways. They have no hereditary rank here, instead placing great store in ability. Within a few months it was clear Guy was a first-rate general, so they gave him a company to command. Armand and I served under him. Within a few more months it was clear he was by far the best commander they had. They've got nothing like the Congress of Lords here, Aretha. When something needs to be decided, they call everyone into a meeting in the great square where their market's held. They call the meeting the Volksrad, and they all vote. Otherwise, all decisions are left to those elected by the Volksrad. They summoned Guy and told him he was now protector of Armengar. It's like being named the King's Marshal, but also something like being responsible for the safety of the city as well. A chief sheriff, constable, reeve, and bailiff all rolled up in one.
Aretha said, "What did the previous protector think of this?"
She must have thought it was a good idea. She proposed it.
"She?" said Jimmy. Amos said,
"That's another thing around here. Takes a bit of getting used to. Women. They're just like men. I mean, when it comes to giving and taking orders, voting in the Volksrad, other things. You'll see."
Amos's expression got distant.
Her name was Gwyneth. She was as fine a woman as I've met. I'm not ashamed to admit, I was a little in love with her myself, though
his tone turned a little lighter.
I'll never settle down, but if ever I did, that's the sort for me.
He looked down into his ale mug.
But she and Guy... I know some things about him, learned slowly over the last 2 years, Aretha. I can't betray a trust. If he tells you himself, fine. But let's say they were something like man and wife there at the end. Deeply in love. She was the one to step aside and turn over her city to him. She would have died for him, and he for her. She rode beside him and fought like a lioness.
His voice softened.
She died yesterday.
Aretha and Martin exchanged looks with the others. Baru and Roald remained silent. Laurie thought of Carline and shivered. Even the boys could sense something of the loss Amos felt. Aretha remembered what Amos had said to Armand just before they had met Guy. And Guy blames himself.
Yes. One Eye's much like any good captain. If it happened under his command, it's his responsibility.
Amos sat back, his face a thoughtful mask.
The goblins and the Armengarians used to keep things pretty simple for a long time. Run out, break a few heads, then retreat. The Armengarians were a lot like the Sirani, fierce warriors, but no real organization. But when Mamandamus showed up, the brothers got downright organized, even to the company level. Now they can coordinate 2,000-3,000 warriors under a single commander. The Brotherhood was punishing the Armengarians regularly when we showed up. Guy proved a blessing to the Armengarians, knowing modern warcraft. He's trained them, and now they're damn good cavalry and fair mounted infantry, though getting an Armengarian off his horse can be a chore. Still, Guy makes progress. They're back to holding their own with the brothers. But yesterday...
Nobody spoke for a long while. Martin said, "We have some serious matters to discuss, Amos. You know we wouldn't be here unless something of the gravest consequence was happening in the kingdom."
Well, I'll let you alone for a while. You were good companions, and I know you to be honorable men.
He got to his feet.
But one thing more. The Protector is the most powerful man in the city, but even his power is limited to matters of safety for Armengar. If he had an old debt with you, no one would interfere while you fought a duel, man to man. If you won, you'd be cut loose to make your own way, and no one in the city would raise a hand against you. But all he has to do is call you spies, and you'd be dead before you turned around. Aretha, Martin, I know there's bad blood between you and Guy because of your father and because of Erland, and I now know some of what lay behind that. I'll leave that for Guy to sort out with you in time. But you must know something of how the weather turns up here. You are free to come and go as long as you don't break a law, or as long as Guy doesn't order you tossed out or hung or whatever. But he takes the responsibility. He guarantees your good behavior, all of you. If you betray the city, his life is forfeit along with your own. As I said, these folk can be fairly strange in their way, and their ways can be harsh. So understand what I say when I tell you this. Betray Guy's trust, even if you think it's for the good of the kingdom, and these people will kill you. And I'm not sure I'd even try to stop them.
"You know we'd not break trust, Amos," answered Martin.
I know, but I wanted you to understand how strongly I feel. I'm fond of both you lads, and would dislike seeing your throats cut almost as much as you would."
Saying nothing more, Amos left. Aretha settled back, considering all that Amos had told him, and suddenly realised he was bone-tired. He looked to Martin, and his brother nodded. No further discussion was required. Aretha knew he would tell the complete story to Guy in the morning. Aretha and his companions waited as the lift rose, then halted at the floor of the Protector's council room. It had been late morning, almost noon, before the call to Guy's council had arrived. They walked a short way down the hall, then stopped. The guard who had come for them waited while they stared out the window in wonder at the vista below. Armengar spread out beyond the moat about the citadel and across the open market to the huge city wall. But beyond the wall they could see a vast plain stretching northeast into the distant mist. On either side of the city, the mountains rose high into the heavens. From the west, white, billowing clouds blew through a deep blue sky as amber-highlighted green grasses stretched away to the limit of their view. It was an incredible view. Jimmy glanced over and saw a strange expression on Locklear's face. "What?" "I was just thinking about all that land," he said, pointing toward the plain. "What about it?" asked Aretha. "You could grow a lot on such land." Martin let his gaze wander the horizon.
"Enough wheat to feed the Western realm,"
he commented. Jimmy said, "You a farmer?" Locklear grinned. "What do you think a baron does in a small place like Land's End? Mostly he settles squabbles between farmers or sets fair taxes on crops. You have to know about such things." The guard said,
"Come. The Protector waits."
As Aretha and his companions entered, Guy looked up. With him were Amos, Dwayne, Armand de Sevigny, and a woman. Aretha looked at his brother and saw that Martin had halted in his tracks. The Duke of Criddy was staring at the woman in unabashed appreciation. Aretha touched Martin's arm and he moved to follow his brother. Aretha glanced at the woman again and could appreciate his brother's distraction. At first blush, she seemed a plain-looking woman, but as soon as she moved, her bearing added another dimension to her appearance. She was striking. She wore leather armour, brown tunic and trousers, like most of the others in the city. But the bulky covering couldn't disguise the fact she was trimly built and her carriage was erect, even regal. Her hair was deep brown with a startling streak of grey at the left temple and was tied back with a rolled green scarf, and her eyes were blue. And, from the red-rimmed state of those eyes, it was clear she had been crying. Guy indicated that Aretha and his companions should sit. Aretha introduced everyone, and Guy in turn said,
"You know Amos and Armand. This is Brianna."
He indicated the woman, one of my commanders. Aretha nodded, but saw the woman had recovered from whatever had caused her to cry and was returning Martin's appraising look. Quickly, with economy, Aretha told Guy his story, starting with the return from the long trip with Liam to the east, then of the first attack by the Nighthawks, through the revelations at the Abbey at Sarth and the quest for Silverthorn, to the false death of the Prince of Crondor. He ended by saying, "To end it, we have come to kill Mamandamus." At that, Guy shook his head in disbelief.
"Cousin, it's a bold plan, but..."
He turned to Armand.
"How many infiltrators have we tried to get into his camp?"
6. 7, said Brianna. "But they weren't kingdom men, were they?" asked Jimmy, taking out an ebon hawk on a chain. "And they didn't carry the Nighthawk's talisman, did they?" Guy looked at Jimmy in near exasperation. Armand? The former Baron of Gildenholt opened a drawer in a cabinet and took out a pouch. He untied the pouch and poured a half-dozen of the talismans on the table. We have tried it, Squire. And yes, some were kingdom men. For there are always a few among those saved by the Armengarians when they raided the brothers' slave coffles. No, there's something missing. They know who the true brigands are and who are spies. Aretha said, magic, most likely. Guy said, that's a problem we've faced before. We number no spellcasters, whether magicians or priests, in this city. It seems constant warfare, with everyone expected to fight, does not permit the sort of placidity such study requires, or it kills off all the teachers. But, whatever the reason, on those few occasions when Mamandamus or his snake has taken a hand, we have paid a dear price. He added thoughtfully, though, for some reason, he seems reluctant to use his powers against us, thank the gods. Guy sat back. You and I share an interest, cousin. To give you some sense of it, let me tell you about this place. You know that the ancestors of the Armengarians came over the mountains when the kingdom annexed Yarbon. They discovered a rich land, but one already inhabited, and those who were here first tended to look upon the incursion of the Armengarians with disfavor. Brianna, who built this city? The woman spoke, her voice a soft contralto. The legend is that the gods ordered a race of giants to build this city, then left it abandoned. We took it as we found it. No one knows who lived here, said Guy. There is another city, far to the north, Sargoth. It is a city twin to this one, and Mamandamus's capital. Aretha said, so, if we are to seek him out, there is where we'll find him.
Seek him out, and he'll see your heads on pikes,
snorted Amos. Guy indicated agreement. We have other needs, Aretha. Last year, he marshalled an army in excess of 20,000. As much might as the armies of the East at full muster during peaceful times. We braced ourselves for a full-scale onslaught, but nothing materialized. Now, I expect your friend here, he pointed to Baru, killing off Mamandamus's favorite general, might have aborted the campaign. But this year he's back, and he's even stronger. We estimate he may have more than 25,000 goblins and dark brothers under his banner, with more arriving every day. I expect upward of 30,000 when he marches. Aretha looked at Guy. Why hasn't he marched yet? Guy spread his hands, inviting comment from anyone. He's waiting for your death, remember? Instructed Jimmy. It's a religious thing. Aretha said, he has word by now. That's what he told that renegade Morgan Crow. Guy's one good eye narrowed. What's this? Aretha told of the renegade at the inn on the road to Tir Sog and of the plan to hire Segerson's engineers. Well, that's what he was waiting for, said Guy, slapping the table. He has his magic, but for some reason won't use it against us. Without Segerson's engineers, he can't bring down our walls. When Aretha looked uncertain of Guy's meaning, Guy said, if he could bring down Armengar's walls, he wouldn't be trying to hire Segerson. No one knows who built those walls, Aretha. But whoever it was had some skills beyond any other I've knowledge of. I've seen fortification of all manner, but none like Armengar. Segerson's engineers might not be able to breach the walls, but they are the only ones I know of with half a chance to do it.
So, with Segerson not coming, you're in good position to defend?
Yes, but there are other matters coming to bear as well.
Guy stood.
We've more to discuss and can continue later. I've a meeting with the city council now. For the present, you are free to come and go within Armengar at will.
He took Aretha aside and said,
I need to speak with you in private. Tonight, after the evening meal.
The meeting broke up, with Brianna, Armand and Guy leaving. Dwayne and Amos lingered behind. Amos approached Aretha and Martin while the Duke watched the woman leave.
Who is she, Amos?
Asked Martin.
One of the city's better commanders, Martin. Gwyneth's daughter.
Now I understand the look of grief, said the Duke.
She just learned of her mother's death this morning.
Amos pointed to the city.
Her patrol was to the west along the line of steadings and kraals, and she just returned hours ago.
Martin's expression was quizzical.
The farm communities are steadings, and the cattle and sheep herder communities are kraals. No, she's dealing with Gwyneth's loss. It's Guy who has me worried.
Aretha said, he hides his grief well. Aretha felt conflicting emotions. The dislike for Bastira he had learned at his father's knee fought his sympathy at the man's grief. He had almost lost Anita, and he could feel that terror and pain echoing as he considered Guy's lot. Yet Guy had ordered Anita's father imprisoned, which had killed him. And Guy was a traitor. Aretha pushed aside those feelings, for they troubled him. He walked with Amos and Martin, while Martin continued asking questions about Brianna.